Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. We are in the evening or late afternoon evening of August, guys. Not a lot to do this month. I've been running some trips of silage back and forth from the farm to the biogas plant. Sold about maybe $105,000 worth so far. This will be our last trip for today, leaving about 100,000 liters in reserves, not only just sort of as a savings account, but also in order to keep the cows and the water buffalo well fed over winter, just in case we need to sell the next cut or we don't even get a full cut. I have to look at the timing. It's the August, September, October. We'll probably get one more full cut off of our two grass fields. But anyways, want to go ahead and get this bit of silage sold up at the biogas plant. We have just a ton of wool again today, guys. I collected it last night before I slept, and it was full already this morning. And as I've been running around today, we have another 4 or 5 pallets. So we are sheep farmers. It came on sort of suddenly. We hadn't had much wool production at all for the first couple of years on the farm. And now it seems like something that we are going to be dealing with in a big, big way. So, going to go ahead and get this last bit of silage poured in to the biogas plant here as the rain comes down. It does look like we may have a little bit of hail in the forecast later. We'll have to see. There is another $7,623 for that last little bit of silage. Heading back to the farm, couple of things we need to do before we can progress into September. One would be getting that wool down to the spinnery. I do think we need to pick up the tailor shop today. I'll show you guys when we get back there, but we have, I think, 6 or 8, maybe even by now, 10,000 liters of fabric, and we need to get that done. The best time for selling clothes is in April, so we're not close, but I think it's going to be a relatively slow production, even if we increase the production rate up to 300%. So in order to have a good product to sell in April of next year, I think we need to get that going today. Additionally, we're at the point where I think we have enough milk. We need to do something. We probably should look at buying or leasing the dairy. I don't think the dairy is going to be $100,000, and we have our monthly payment coming up here at the end of the day. So I suspect we will lease the dairy as well. Leasing is incredibly affordable on this map. Gives us just a great opportunity, and most of these productions you could lease for 5 to 10 years before you really equaled out the cost of buying it. And I don't know that we're going to be on the map for 5 or 10 more years, but we do need to own 5 productions to reach our goals. So we own 2 already. We plan on buying the whiskey production when that comes up in the fall. We just have to get the money to do that, and then we would need 2 more. So we'll see which ones seem to be our big bread winners, maybe even the bakery. So heading back to the farm, our barley field here on the left is ready to be planted in September, so that'll be one thing we try to get to this episode as we progress into September, is get that planted. The corn is coming in strong. Always love to drive by this cornfield. Looks so good. The soybeans from last episode from July got planted. I thought I remember that soybeans did not require additional fertilizer, but after I planted, which is how we ended last episode, I jumped out into the field and it was only half fertilized. So you can see now it's 100% fertilized. So I did throw some manure down on the field. We have a 97% yield bonus, mainly because we didn't get to, what's the word I'm looking for? We didn't get to mulch the previous cropping because the cut clover could not be mulched. We probably could have mulched the sugar beets that were in that field, but at the end of the day, we weren't going to do both halves, and it's only 2%, so not a big deal. Speaking of yields, I did see a mod this week that came out that gave you variable yield on the field regardless of fertilization, lime, mulching, rolling state. It just basically, brought into the game the variability of, rain and heat and, maybe freezing and thawing and all the things that affect crops and, make the yield from one year to the next so much different for each field and each farmer. So not sure I'm going to introduce that one on this particular playthrough, but it was a very interesting mod and probably worth bringing into one of my next series. So just running down here real quick, check on the cows. Yeah, we have 48,000 liters of milk. We also have 287,000, almost 288,000 liters of slurry. We probably should set up that. I do have an auto drive course from here to the BGA, and probably should be using that to get some of that slurry sold, because I just don't see using it. We do have one full pallet of goat's milk here. We'll take over to cold storage. Here's our partial pallet of wool. Here's our partial pallet of goat's milk. On the Super Duty and the Prowler gooseneck trailer, we have 24,000 liters of wool. Guys, if you remember, we've been collecting wool on and off for about a year and a half now. I did sell some wool at one point. I think we needed like $10,000 or $15,000 just to buy the next piece of equipment or another field. I don't remember what it was, but I do remember selling some wool. But even with one round of selling, we took 33,000 liters of wool to the spinnery yesterday in July and have 24,000 more liters today. So we are just cranking out the wool at this point. The sheep are going to be a major wool producer for us. I'm not sure if the goat's milk is ever going to catch up, or what the breakdown between sheep and goats are. It's one of the things with the realistic livestock mod. I'd love to have some additional pasture information so we could see how many of each animal we had in there. Maybe that wouldn't even have to be with that mod. Maybe sort of like the additional field information mod that's out there, we could get an additional pasture or pen information mod and get you males and females and kits and calves and adults and all that kind of stuff, so you could really keep track of all of that without having to scroll through everything. But I digress from the task at hand, which is getting this wool down to the spinnery, and then we need to find the tailor shop. I assume that's going to be up in the main part of town. Again, don't really know exactly where that is. Haven't been on the lookout for it. Oh, buddy, heartbreaking. I got a big trailer here. Come on. Okay, just randomly stopping in the middle of the bridge. Not even a Sunday. It's middle of the week and we're not driving well. But we got through it. Gotta pay attention. So anyways, we'll get up here. We'll get this wool delivered. I may have to look into one of those animal production mods that moves what the animals produce, specifically the wool, to the production where you put the triggers overlapping. We'll have to see how that plays out, because this, at least in season, now we are heading into the cooler part of the year and the sheep will stop producing wool But in season, we are just producing an absolute boatload of wool. So let's take a quick look at our productions here. We have the spinnery. So we have 28,000, almost 29,000 liters of wool and 9,000 liters of fabric. So why don't we real quick put this to storing, and let's see if we can pick those 9,000 liters up. There they are over there. We'll drive them up and find the tailor shop for the first round, and then we'll, from there, we will put it on distributing. So there's 4, 8, 9, perfect. So let's go back in here, change this to distributing. I guess we should come back in and check the map. I have no idea where the tailor shop is. Based on how most maps are designed, if the spinnery is down here in the bottom right corner, I assume that the tailor shop is going to be sort of opposite. There it is, the tailor shop. So let's go ahead and tag the tailor shop, and let's see. I don't think we're not making that corner with the trailer. Another prime example of the parking lots on the productions here on Judith Plains. The fields and the roads are fairly wide open, but the production parking lots are absolutely a driving test in and of themselves. So, got our fabric. Let's run up to the tailor shop and get that production fed with the initial 9,000 liters of fabric and go from there. I will, when we get done with that, I'll head back to the farm. We do have a tanker for the milk, which is the good news. It was a tanker I really, really like. I'm fairly certain it's a Whiskey Sierra modded tanker off their itch.io site, but love that tanker. We'll get it hooked up to the Volvo and run up to the dairy and get that leased as well. We're going to end up with quite a bit of least expensed in our balance sheet. I think we'll have the tailor shop, we'll have the spinnery, we'll have the flour mill, and we'll have the dairy all leased. So I expect that to be in the neighborhood of about $3,000 a month. Pretty significant cost. We're definitely making money on the productions because we waited until we had enough of the raw materials to push through and have some income on the back end. But it's always tough to take on additional expense when we're trying to get ahead. So just something we're going to have to take care of. Giving this guy the full lane. Man, everyone wants to be in my lane and driving like a crazy person today. You gotta drive with your head up. Gotta drive defensively. Let's loop through here and check out our grass field. Looking good. I was looking at the fertilization on this grass field at the end of the day yesterday in July, and because of the slope, there are several, not a lot, but there are several sections that don't get cut. The mower just can't adjust to the slope. And look at all of those soybeans. That is a thing of beauty. And what I love the most about the soybeans, guys, there's nothing to be done with them. We harvest them, we put them in a silo, and when they're at their best price, we sell them. No productions, no driving around, no pallets, no flatbeds. Just take them off the field, stick them in the silo, and when it's time to sell, take them to the best sell point and get them sold. So I'm excited to have just a straight cash crop on the farm. Not going to make as much money as if we, did something that made more wheat and bread or oils or something else, but just, it's going to be nice to have something that we can just sort of plant, harvest, sell, rinse, and repeat. So, coming through here, I have noticed, and I don't know if it's just because we're getting to the point where I'm doing a lot more driving and the farm's getting bigger, but we are burning through fuel. Every vehicle, I feel like I filled up at least one of the tractors twice in the July episode with all the planting and all of the field work. Let's see, I think we're coming in here. Yeah, working buttons. That sure seems like the kind of thing we're looking for here. Okay, so I'm going to assume the drop point is somewhere in here. Let's see if the leasing... Please use other door. Okay, it's not that door. Ah, it's this door. So it says to use the other door. Well, let's just see what it costs to buy. 240. Well, we don't have that kind of money. Yeah, we don't have that kind of money, obviously. So let's go ahead and hit it with a lease. 657 a day. Yep, not a big deal. We have the tailor shop. We are going to be distributing the clothes, turning that on. Let's get this cranked up to 300% so that we can keep things moving. And if we drop the straps, okay, so we're already dropping some. Oh, perfect, that's it. So jump back in here. So we have the flour mill that's leased, the spinnery that's leased, and now the tailor shop. Tailor shop has 9,000 liters of clothes, and the spinnery is set to distributing, so we're good to go. Now, what's interesting is we could do fabric from cotton as well. Now, I'm not sure if that's worth investing in. Cotton is super expensive to get into, but if we do end up with that spinnery and it's sitting idle because the sheep are not producing wool in the cold months, then maybe it's worth taking a look. Now, I wasn't planning on picking up the bread, but we know it gets full. We're already at 31,000 liters. Let's just hit this up with some storing. And since we're right here, we'll bring it back and put it in cold storage with the rest of our stuff waiting to be sold. Did not do a very good job of getting squared up here, did I? There we go, that should be better. Not getting those last two for some reason. Not far enough back, we'll have to see. There we go. If you can get your auto load to grab as they're coming out, it tends to keep everything moving, so you don't have to wait for another cycle. So I like to try to grab it as it's filling the exfil point there, so, or the production point, so you can keep things going. So let's make sure we get the bread back to distributing. That is all set. Can't say that's a very well loaded trailer. Got lots of gaps in it, but it'll get it done. And you know, maybe a little bit of rain will help soften up the bread. Maybe we need an enclosed trailer for this type of activity next time, but for today we're just rocking and rolling. Did pick up a bag of seed in the sale yesterday. We'll have to pick that up at some point over there. Anytime there's seed in the sale, try to grab it. We're always going to need seed. I was going to buy some. There was a little bit of used fertilizer, or some cheap fertilizer in there too, but we're not really using a lot of fertilizer. Our cows are giving us good manure, which is helping us stay on top of that. I like to keep it on the farm and keep it cheap if we can. So we're going to head back and get this bread into the cold storage. From there, I think we hook up the Volvo to the milk tanker, grab the milk, go on an adventure to the dairy, which I'm pretty sure is back up in town right about where we just were, lease our 4th facility there, and get that going. Then we'll head into September to get the barley planted. Been using this road when I come back and forth. Nice to avoid that turn. Also love driving by our new big field. Just love seeing all that crop in the ground waiting for us and getting us some money. Man, that field is ready to harvest over there. I think that one's like $400,000. So it's this one down here, $665,000. It is, I bet it's sorghum. Let's see. Yeah, it's a sorghum field. for 665. Man, that would be a great field to pick up, but we do not have $665,000. Not today. Someday we will. So I was also looking at those fields that are back there, adding to our farm. I'd really like our next field to be at least 20 acres, because if we get to 20 acres, we will have surpassed the 100 acres of arable land and be 20% of the way to our goal, which I don't think the goal is going to be achieved in a very linear fashion. I think as we get more land and more income, it tends to speed up fairly quickly. So I think getting to 100 arable acres is going to be a huge milestone. And while it's probably, it is 20% of our goal, I think it's probably more like 40% of the way to where we need to be, because we'll start making some real money at that stage. So, backing this up, we all know I love to hit the shelf on the passenger side, so we're going to try to avoid that. And just nailed it like a pro. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. That door closed up. We have 13 pallets of eggs, 7 pallets of goat's milk, plus the one in the pen I still have to get, and 104 pallets of bread, guys. We have just an absolute ton of bread. I want to take a quick peek at that. I know it's not the right time to sell it. When it's time to sell, right now the bread we have is worth $208,000. So definitely head in the right direction to get some more money in the bank and be buying more things. We also have over 100,000 liters of barley sitting in the silo waiting to go into the whiskey factory. And if we don't need all that, we could finally take some of that excess barley and turn it into flour and boost our bread production as well. So let's head down and grab the Volvo. We left it down here after we detached from the tipper. And let's grab our milk tanker. I'm parked here waiting for us to use it, and it is finally time. I'm not even sure, honestly, looking at the tanker, I like it so much, crashed right into that bowl. I'm not even honestly sure how much this thing holds. So, we'll have to see. Speaking of manure, we got a good heap going there. Okay, so the milk trigger should be on this door over here. I don't know that we're going to get into buffalo milk quite yet. I don't even think we have 10,000 liters of buffalo milk. We can check. I don't think it's worth just moving a little bit at a time. We will see, though. That is the animal trigger over there, guys. The milk trigger is going to be by the milk tanks on this side over here. So let's go ahead and go to the right spot. Alright, here we go. Now we just got to get around this tree. 48,000 liters of milk. Let's go ahead and get that loaded. While we're grabbing that, I will take a quick look. Buffalo milk, yeah, we have 3,300 liters. I just don't see that being worth taking up to the dairy. I mean, yeah, it'll give us a pallet or two of buffalo mozzarella, but let's wait until we have a decent amount. So, Country View Dairy, down at the bottom left-hand corner of town. We are headed that way. Okay, so 48,000. It's about 75%. So what's that put us at? That puts us at like maybe 65,000 total liters this tanker will hold. And that is a sharp looking tanker right there. Driving into all these signs. So heading back up to the dairy. After this, we'll double check the animals and just make sure everyone's set. They all should be. And from there, we're going to head to September and go ahead and get that barley in the ground. And that may be about it for this episode. Just a bunch of running around. We are getting to the point in the playthrough. We're just approaching 100 hours in game. And that's when things really start to come together and you end up having a lot of things to move around. So maybe worth looking long-term at a logistics center. We could put one in somewhere near the farm, and that way we could just bring everything to one central point and have it there. The big problem with that plan is just going to be space. We don't really have a lot of extra ground. I don't know what we'd get rid of to have the space for a logistics center. We could give up, you know, maybe a piece of the grass field. There is that little piece of land next to the whiskey factory. There's a little rectangle there between our cornfield and the whiskey factory, but I think that you have to buy the land for the whiskey factory to own that, and that is going to be a pretty expensive piece of land to buy just for a logistics center. But something we'll have to consider, like I said, with the wool being produced and having to clear it out more than once a day. You know, there are a lot of things to consider, and while I enjoy driving the stuff around and transporting things and the logistics of getting all the productions filled up, it's going to turn into a driving simulator if all we do is keep moving the products from one point to another. So we're probably going to have to look at a better long-term solution. My goodness, I do not like this approach angle. Let's come in from the other side. Okay, this is better. Lots more room. Traditionally, yeah, their tipping point should be right in here. Perfect. Now, we don't want to dump the milk because we are not in possession of the dairy on a lease yet. So let's see. This door? No. Don't think it's going to be there. Don't think it's going to be up the stairs. It could be, but I think more likely it's going to be right here. It is. Once again, let's check and see what it costs to buy. 210. Don't have the money. We did try. Let's hit it with a quick lease. 575 a day. Reasonable enough for me. Here we are. So we are going to be producing butter and distributing, and cheese distributing, and that is going to be it. There's soy milk. So here I am saying there's nothing to be done with the soybeans, and perhaps, I guess it's worth a quick look now. Let's see. Soybeans at their best are going to be worth $1,193, so $1,200 per 1,000 liters. Soy milk, on the other hand, is worth 18, almost 19, so it's worth $600 more. So it's worth 50% more. But what does the production actually cost? Is it a 1-to-1? Yeah, so it's 30 soybeans and 30 water is 21 milk. So it's a 66% reduction in the total amount of product, and we're going to get a 50% increase in price. So it will make us money only because we have access to free water. It does mean that we would have to bring the water into the production. So something to consider. Don't have the soybeans now, so we're not going to worry about it. All right, let's go ahead and dump in our 48,000 liters of milk. We are rocking and rolling and getting a whole bunch of stuff done today. So that is done. Just check and make sure it's in here. Milk, there's our 48,000. We have our butter and our cheese productions up and running. So those should be good to go. Let's head back to the farm, do a quick check on the animals. Wow, that is Bad driving in a tight space. Do a quick check on the animals, and then we will head over to September to get that barley field planted and rolled. After that, I'm not sure there's anything else to do in September. There might be a couple of products that are best in September. We'll have to check and see if it's worth selling anything. But in general, I think it's just going to be time to keep on moving. So we'll head back to the farm. I'm going to check on everything, and I will probably just see you guys in September when we start the barley planting and check in with you then. So until September, I'll see you soon. That was the majority of the field done. We got to run down here and grab this corner. The tractor does not like this corner, and that's okay. We can knock it out real quick. So, with the barley planted, we're well into September. I want to check and see if we have anything that is in need of getting sold this month. Otherwise, that's going to be pretty much it for September. I'll get the rolling done between episodes for this field, and we will see where that gets us. So let's swing through here one more time. Grab that edge. Got all 600 horsepower of this tractor pulling when we're that articulated. So let's see. And away we go. So let's get this guy back to the farm. Another successful barley harvest for us. We do have both this cornfield and the new one all the way across the creek. Should be ready next month. Could be November, but I'm pretty sure it's in October. We did have notably less wool this morning. We had 24,000 liters yesterday. I think we have 5,000 today. So definitely cooler weather heading into fall. The sheep are not producing as much. So we'll have to keep track of how quickly the spinnery goes through the wool, and then consequently how quickly the tailor shop goes through the fabric, to see if we need to add some more or potentially even look at some cotton options to keep the productions full. This corner is getting tight, let me tell you about it. There we go. So, swing this guy in here. Get pulled back out just as tight as we can, keeping that back there. Excellent. All put away. I will throw the versatile on the roller here at some point and get that field rolled before the end of the day. But before we call it an episode, let's take a quick look and see if we need to get anything sold today. Not sure we have anything that is good in September, but we will see. All right, so best month, it will say October on this list, but we know that's September, so butter and cheese don't really have very much. Buffalo milk, goat's milk, water we're not going to be selling. Got a couple of decent prices. The bread still got a ton more to go. Yeah, so there's really nothing to sell this month. Coming up December, that means November we'll have another $120,000-ish for the canola oil, so we are in good shape. So overall, very productive episode. Lots of productions up and running. We got 2 new productions leased and got those things set up and good to go, which is going to help our bottom line. Thanks so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. We are in October. We spent the rest of September doing a little bit of work with the animals, getting the wool distributed, getting the sheep and the goats fed. We did roll the barley fields, so that's all set to go. And this morning we woke up to a pretty significant negative balance on the account. Minus $33,248. And that is going to make it really hard to get done the things that we have on the docket today. We've got grass to mow, one of our cornfields to harvest, a couple other projects, and I got a call from the dealership last night, and they have some new prototype equipment that they got in that they're demoing in the area, and they wanted to know if we wanted to give it a try, and I said, sure, why not? So we've got to go get that equipment, bring it back to the farm, and try it out and see if it's something that we might be interested in buying long term. So to get us started, we've got to get the wool into the spinnery. It was a bit of an odd production month in September. We didn't really get much overnight between August and September, and then by the end of the day in September, we were completely full again. So not sure what that sort of hiccup in the production of wool was about, but we're back to having, we had 9,000 liters there overnight, so I feel like we're still producing good wool. Now, the next step is going to be to get us out of debt so we can get some equipment up and running. I've got even just our Case Magnum hooked up to the mowers, and I don't know that we have enough fuel in that tractor to get that field done. So I did a little bit of looking around, and it's not quite the ideal time to be selling canola oil, but it will get us in the positive, and it's not a huge loss. I'll show you guys. I think we're going to end up losing about $12,000 on the canola oil, selling it 1 month early, and I think that's just the price we're going to have to pay. So let's take a quick look here, jump in and check the prices. Canola oil, it's at $18.40 per thousand. The top is $19.84, so we're just about $150 short per pallet. It means that it's worth $126,000 today and would be worth about $136,000 next month. So we're losing 10 grand, but we just have to get back in the black financially so we can afford to get our work done today and keep things moving. So canola oil, you are set to storing, and we are going to get as much of this out as we can. So not exactly sure how much to expect here. Didn't even really look. Let's see what we get. It's still coming. Seems like we've got a decent amount. Maybe should have brought the bigger trailer. Thinking maybe we aren't quite going to have enough room for all this. Jump out and see if that's all. So canola oil, yeah, they're down to 883 liters. So that is basically it. So before we forget, let's put that back to distributing. I do want to get this off, so let's see. Tip side is left, which is great. We're going to back up a little bit more. Try to get those last 4 pallets lined up and then have everything reloaded all at once. Try to get it nice and square. There we are. Alright, so everything off. And now everything back on. Yeah, see, it's still missing a significant number of those spots. Sometimes those pallets just don't lay flat. This may be worse than the first round. Well, we got it all 68,000 liters. It is at its best price at the BP gas station. I believe that's up in town. Oh, maybe not. It's only 8. Oh, no, that's the one over by the grain mill. So we don't have far to go to get this stuff sold. So as soon as we get that sold, we'll head back to the farm. Oh, don't tip on me. Oh, that is a poorly loaded trailer. Man, is that top heavy and uneven. Didn't even think we were doing anything. Now, guys, a couple episodes ago, I took out that cone every time we drove by it, and look at me, learning my lessons. Missed the cone. Getting better every day. So maybe we'll keep it under 30, since we're not going very far. And just see if we can keep this trailer from tipping over. Because the last thing we want to do is have this thing on its side and have to bring something down here to get it uprighted. That would be a mess. So like I said, once we get this sold, run back up to the farm. We'll get the mower going. We'll get the corn harvest going. I did just put the corn harvester in the field to get it started. Wanted to get everything set up for this morning. So once we got the canola oil sold, we were ready to go. And the mower should be sitting right by the fuel tank on the farm, waiting to get filled up so I can get into the field. So, coming in here, get the straps off. Yep, about 126,000 there. Not bad at all. Got us out of the red so we can get moving for the day. I did look at some other things we could have sold. I did look at things like the clothes, which we started to have some of, but the clothes was like $50,000 or $60,000 under its maximum value. You're losing a huge amount of money. So I'm excited. We have the clothes as a new production that we're going to be able to sell, and then we have the dairy production, which I did a little testing overnight. Was not getting butter to be produced like very quickly at all, like 1,000 liters in a day, whereas a cheese seemed to be doing much better. So Turn the butter off. Not sure exactly what that's about and why that's creating, or why it's not creating more butter for us. But right now, we're going to produce cheese instead. Let the old ice cream truck go by. Seemed like he wiggled his wheels like he was trying to come hit me a little bit and maybe tell me to stay in my lane. Who knows? So, heading back up to the farm. I think first things first is going to be getting the corn started, since we can do that on the way in. And then we will head over and try to get, or not try, we'll get the case all filled up with fuel and get that in the grass field. And then I think it's time maybe to run up to the dealership and pick up that equipment we're looking to try out today and see if we like it. There's our barley field on the left. Looking green, looking good. Excited to have another round of barley coming in. I'm particularly excited for the corn this round so we can start producing more whiskey. Because don't forget, we have this field, and then we have the field. Oh my goodness, look at those weeds in the barley field. Did not see that. So we also have the cornfield across the creek as well. So I guess we're going to add spraying the barley field to our list of tasks for October. It's going to be another busy month. So as you can see here, got the case in the field, just cut it in enough that we could get into the field and out of the way. I had it over here, then had to get the trailer down there on the Super Duty, and that proved to be a bit of a challenge, so just put it in the field. Okay, so the corn harvest is rolling. That is great news. Come back over here. And let's get the truck and the trailer up and out of the way for the day. I don't think we're going to need the Super Duty or the Prowler trailer again. So let's get that part here. While we are waiting, or while we're gonna, actually, let's do this. Haha. Got a plan and it's gonna work well. Let's see. Did I park far enough back? I did not. Tractor's going for a ride, guys. Tractor stunts. Alright, so while this is filling, let's grab the quad track and get the grain bin over to the corn field. And so that can keep on working, because we're going to need the Volvo. So maybe on the way out, I'll take the Volvo and put the tipper on the field edge so we can keep everything going with the corn harvest. So let's see, grab this guy. And we're heading around back to the field. By the time that's done, we should be good with the case full of fuel, and only half tank on the quad track too. I'm telling you guys, we are burning through fuel. I don't know what that's all about, but it is, we are just burning through it. So let's pull up here far enough that we're out of the way. We do need to make sure that we have the correct field selected. But once again, there we go, 54, we got that. And that is all set. They are ready to go on a worker. So the corn should be taking care of itself. Now to the next task. This grass field. I think we're just going to cut this field normal. And then we'll use the other field for our special little project. So, let's get backed out onto the field. Let's get programmed into, so we're on grass field 49, clear the current course, come down to mowing, grass field 49, load that course, start at its first location. Let's just make sure this guy gets started. We've done this field a bunch of times on this course, so I'm not worried about it. Just want to make sure nothing funny happens at the beginning here. All right, everything's down. rocking and rolling. Excellent. Okay, so let's jump out and get out of the way. Next order of business, guys. It is a busy morning. I feel like we're running around like a chicken with our head cut off to get everything done here. So, into the Volvo. We need to take the tipper down to the cornfield. Just, oh, that's the wrong way to look. Can't see out the window that way. Just to make sure that that harvester can keep running. And then I am excited to run up to the dealership and grab this new equipment. So, excuse me, chickens, heading through. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Alright, out of the yard. And away we go. Is the harvester, has it completed its first pass? Okay, the harvester is waiting for grain carts. Not real sure what that's about. Should be running over there. Let's give it a second and see what it does. Okay, we're off and running. Okay. Seems to be working. So we're going to head up to the dealership and grab this demo equipment. So they said new for this year, we have some straw and hay pellet equipment. So rather than baling the straw or taking our grass and turning it into silage, you can use this new equipment. I think it's water and molasses you have to add, and it forms little pellets, which the dealer guy was telling me seems like it might be a little bit more work up front, but the value seems to be, he claims, is going to be quite a bit higher overall. So they have a full setup for us to demo. I said, hey, look, I don't have any straw on the field. We got all that up from our barley harvest. And the corn stalks, he said, would not work. They said, but we do have grass to cut, and we usually turn it to silage. He said, well, if you're willing to turn it and make it hay, you can use this equipment and try hay pellets and see if you'll like it. Because apparently the equipment is pretty expensive, and there you can see it up on the trailer there. I did tell him, I said, hey, look, I can turn the hay, but we don't have a separate windrower anymore because we got everything mounted up on our big Krone baler. And he said not to worry, they'd throw in a windrower for us to use for the day. So we can take our small grass field, we'll cut it, we'll turn it, we'll ted it, and then we'll windrow it, and then we'll come back through and try this. I did mention that we had the guys at the dealership mentioned that our seed bag been sitting here for a couple of days. I said, well, hey, if we're taking the trailer with the demo equipment and you want to throw it on there, by all means, we'll take it back to the farm. So we have, from back to front, we have the new Krone Primus that makes the pellets. We have the Anderson windrower. The IBC, or the pallet here on the front, is all the molasses, and then our seed bag. We did say we'd have to fill it with some water to the pellet maker, so I figured we'd go grab the beast and the water tanker from over by the greenhouses and get everything filled up. So let's get this demo equipment back to the farm and see how this works out. I don't think we're going to do hay pellets on our big grass field. It's just a lot of work, and I'm not sure, if it's going to be the right fit for us or not. But I figured that small grass field should be just about perfect for us. Give us a chance to try it out and sort of see how the equipment works and if it's going to be, like I said, a good fit for us. I think the Primos pellet maker there is like $320,000. Plus, obviously, you have the molasses, which wasn't too expensive. He said, I think it's like $500 a pallet. He said they threw the pallet on there for the demo, so we didn't have to pay for that. And then, obviously, the water we get for free. He did say if you get big time into pellets, there are some, like you can get a pellet factory where you can turn bales into pellets. You can bring the pellets in from this pellet maker and put them in, and it palletizes everything. There's a bunch of options if you want to get really, really into it. Oh, buddy, that's, you know, we'll call that a stop. I'll had to slam on my brakes a little bit. So there's a lot more you can do with pellets. He's just trying to get the farmers in the area to try out the equipment and see if they like it. I personally think that the cost is going to be a bit of a barrier to entry for us, but we'll take a look and see, you know, what each of these, you know, what all this comes out to and how it works out. So let's just get off the road without blocking the field. Go ahead and put the ramp down on the trailer. Everything's disconnected. We're going to disconnect from the trailer. All right, that stuff is ready for us. Let's head back to the farm and check on everything. I'm thinking, I mean, the Magnum's probably the best tractor to run that equipment when it's done mowing our regular field. So let's see. Let's get this guy parked here. I think we can afford to have him reconnect to the semi-trailer. Alright, all set and good to go. Might be worth taking the Versatile out and getting that field sprayed. It was so full of weeds. I guess we saw that before we planted it. I'd just forgotten how bad that was. So maybe we'll grab that and just connect up and see. I hope we have silage, all of that. That looks like herbicide, right? Yeah, we got a couple pallets of it, so even if we're a little low, we can top off. So let's see, jump in here. Let's go ahead and get connected up to the sprayer. Sprayer is empty. That is a surprise, guys. I would not have guessed that. So, let's get it topped up then. Easy enough. Alright, let's get this stuff off the rack. Okay, 1 pallet herbicide, and then 2 pallets. Didn't seem to like that very much. Let's see what happens here. Now that one did not take much at all. Trigger. I bet we have a little bit left over when we're done. Oh yeah, okay, well, let's leave those there just in case we need to come back and top off. I doubt we will, but better to have it out and need it than put it away and having to get it down again. So happy with the Versatile on the farm. We've got 4 very different tractors. We got the Versatile and the Case Magnum that do a lot of our work. Quad Tracks, our heavy puller, and then we have our little Case back there that just is good for running around the farm and doing little projects. We shouldn't have crop destruction. Just going to double check. We sure don't. Get everything opened up. I always forget how many segments sprayer arms have. This thing is absolutely massive. Alright. Getting out on the field, getting everything sprayed. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm not sure if we have a spray on field 50. We might. Let's see. Alright, spray on field 50. Let's see what that course looks like. That's even the right course. Perfect. Maybe. It's going to load up for us. Load clear current course. Load course. Doesn't seem to want to take the course, guys. I'm not sure what that's about. Well, let's jump into the menu here. First waypoint. Go ahead and get started. Huh. Hotkeys weren't working. Couldn't tell you what that was about. Oh well. Well, we've got the harvester running over there. The versatile running over here. Actually, I'm going to jump back into the versatile. Let's make sure that guy gets up to speed. Harvester running over here. The quad track emptying the harvester. We got the Volvo on the field edge with the tipper trailer. And the Magnum is cutting the grass over in our big field. So that looks pretty full, right? Yeah. Pretty full. I think the next step is actually going to be to get the beast and get the water over to the pellet field. See how all of that goes. So let's jump in here. And go get our water tanker. Get that guy filled up. Take it over. Oh, hit something there. Maybe it was a chicken. Maybe it was a logs. Who knows? Go get the water. Take it over there. Get everything all prepped and ready for our pellet, our hay pellet demo for today. I'm excited to see how everything works out. So I'm going to go get this topped off with water. I will take that over to the grass field, and then guys, I'll probably just let everyone wrap up their projects and reconvene with you guys when the grass is cut and tedded over on the small field, and we'll wrap up today with the pellet stuff. I'm not going to do too much with the whiskey today, mainly because we know we have another field. The field across the river, I'll show you when we get over there, is not ready for harvest today. It's 1 day or 1 month behind. So we're going to collect all of our corn and then make a decision about how much corn we're going to dry, you know, getting it into the dryer, and then the other corn into the whiskey production to get that going. We'll have to figure that out once we have all of it, and then obviously we will have to add some barley as well. So we got to do all of our calculations and figure out what we have and what we need and everything else. So this guy's over here. So this is the grass field that we're going to use for pellets. And then real quick before I let you guys go and get the rest of this work done, there is our other beautiful cornfield, looking big and lush and ready to go. I am so happy we converted this field from grass to corn. So that'll be harvested tomorrow to go into the whiskey production. So I'm going to knock out the rest of this field work, and I will bring you guys back when it is hay pellet time. See you guys in a minute. We are back, guys. Took quite a bit to get to this point, but we have all the corn stalk bales off of the cornfield. We have all of the grass off of the big field. I've mowed, I've tedded, and I've windrowed the small field. We're going to go drop this stuff off, get you guys a quick update on the corn and the grass, what we got out of those fields. Then we're going to go play with the pellet maker. So, coming on in here, we just got to loop back and get these in. Let's see, I think we actually want to do it this way. We're going to have to sell some corn stalk bales. We are getting way, way, way ahead of our needs as far as the animals go. So we'll figure that out another day. But for right now, let's just get them all in the shed. And I think we're level enough. Yeah, we'll start taking the straps off. Not too bad. So let's just real quick, let's take a quick look at the shed and see what we have. So, corn stalk bales of the 9,000 liter variety, we have 62. So we've got about 540,000 liters of corn stalk bales, plus 19 straw bales, another 31 straw bales, a little smaller, a couple other little pieces here and there. So we are absolutely set for straw and corn bales, or corn stalk bales. Corn production, this is the new sell point for the pellets. So we're going to come down here and check that out at the end. But we have 135,552 liters of corn off that field. That feels really good. And the grass off the main field, we've got 613,000 liters in there. So, back at it. Let's run down here and get this stuff set up and take a look at the new pellet baler. So my understanding is we'll hook it up, we'll get the molasses in it, we'll get the water in it, and then we can go and start producing pellets by just driving around. It'll pick it up. I did grab another trailer from the dealer with a super high capacity, just because I assume we're going to get 250,000 liters off this field of hay, which I assume is a 1-to-1 production with the pellets. I also did some quick looking at the pricing of the pellets, and I'm very interested to see what we end up with. The information seems to be a bit all over the place, so I want to see what they actually sell for. So here is the Primos pellet baler, running right into it. So let's get connected. This is a big piece of equipment. So let's take a quick look here in the, where are we? In the DLCs. Here we are down here. The Primos takes 350 horsepower. So that is a lot. And then you can see the molasses is 525. This is the rest of the stuff that came with the straw DLC, the straw pellet DLC. You got a couple of bale handlers, a round baler, a square baler, the Primos, and then this allows you to attach the Primos to make it stationary so you can feed bales in, square bale twine, round bale net, and then your molasses. So that is everything that's included. We're just going to demo the Primos today. So does it need to unfold? Doesn't seem to. Maybe it does. It's making a little bit of noise. Alright, let's see if we can get the molasses to hit from up on the trailer. No luck yet. Let's swing around maybe the water. Let's see if we get the water on the way by. Nope, it might be the other side. So let's take a quick look. Flip around without hitting the truck. Okay, we're hitting the trailer. This big case tractor is not meant to be going in tight little spaces. So here we are. Okay, so we can fill up water on the right side. Maybe it's just a right side fill. Maybe the trigger doesn't come over there. Maybe that's the challenge. Give it one more try, see if we can get a little closer. Oh, had it for a second. I'm assuming it doesn't like the height of being on the trailer. So let's just pull it down. Check it out. Alright, so we'll grab this. Here is the molasses. Should be right about there. It is being a bit finicky about getting filled up, isn't it? Okay, we're refilling. So it holds 500 liters of water. And I'm guessing it holds about 200 liters of molasses based on how full it was at 50%. Take a quick look. Alright, yeah, so we are good to go. So let's put the help menu away. Drop it down, turn it on. And away we go. So, picking up the hay, you can see here, turning it into little pellets that are falling down in here. That is very, very cool. As I said, we have the trailer up the hill that we can use. So, let's see. Grabbing this, so far it seems to be doing a pretty good job of getting it all up. We haven't had a big row yet. The windrower did combine a couple there, so we'll have a couple of thick ones as we go. I believe the capacity on this one is 9,000 liters of pellets. Now here's a nice wide spot. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it got it all. It's not missing any. That is very, very cool. So we'll head down here, grab this. Once we get this up and running, so we're at 5,700 liters of pellets. You can see them in there. I'm not entirely sure how this thing is going to empty. So that'll be an experiment for us to figure out together. Grab all these little bits and pieces. I do believe the Case Magnum has about 450 horsepower. So plenty of power, but definitely with the 350 horsepower requirement, you're going to want a pretty sizable tractor to pull this. We're not having much of a problem, but I could see on a map like Judith Plains, or, you know, a map with hills and stuff like that, where that could definitely be a bit of a challenge. So let's go by and see if we can get this thing to empty. Go around and collect it all up. Got almost one headland done all the way around. So how do we think this thing empties? I'm thinking it dumps out the side based on how the construction looks, but we will see. Maybe out the back? Oh, maybe it is out the back. Let's try this. Okay. Let's see what this does. Oh, do we need to raise it up? Nope, doesn't seem like it. All right, let's try pulling alongside. If I had to guess, I'd say it tips this way. But we'll give it a try and see. It should work in all bulk trailers. So let's just... Not having any luck there either. That's why it's a demo. Too tight. Alright. Let's see. Any controls? Pipe out. Oh. Well, guys, This makes things so much easier. Why didn't you just tell me to put the pipe out? That makes it nice. Alright, so I think I will get the rest of this field done on a time lapse. Report back on how much we have. But we have it full of water, we have it full of molasses, we figured out how to empty it. Now there's nothing to do but drive around and get a bunch of pellets. So I will see you guys when this is done. Just picking up the last couple of scraps of hay. Not worried about getting absolutely everything off the field. Just want to get a pretty good representation of what this thing should do. So let's jump in and get it unloaded. That's 72,000 liters of hay pellets right now. Obviously a couple little pieces of hay on the field here and there. So we didn't get every bit of it, but I am confident this field produced at least twice that much hay in bale form. So it'll be interesting to see how all of that plays out. So all said and done, let's take a quick look. We are going to end up with, let's call it 76 or 77,000 liters. We'll wait and see here till the very end. 76,652 liters of hay pellets. We went through 50% of the molasses. So the molasses will do about 150,000 liters of pellets, but we did go through 38% of the water. So we used quite a bit more water than we did molasses, which is interesting. So let's go ahead and get this topped off. I do have one other little experiment for us while we're working the demo here. Just going to get this topped off. There we go. And let's top off the water. We shouldn't need more, but just in case. So let's head over here. And I pulled, I believe, 19,000 liters of straw out of our grain greenhouses, and I have it over here in our little Case 90C with our little Brantner trailer attached to it. And I think I'm just going to dump it right here on the field and see what happens. I'd want to know if we know how much we put down. So let's go ahead and jump out here. Get started. So we have 19,600 liters of straw. And let's see what we can do to overload this onto the field. Let's see. Will it let me just start dumping it? It will not. Unload here. Alright, let's see. Unload here. Control and I. Try to get it going in a bit of a row here so it's easier to pick up. That is going to be thick. All right, 19,600 liters of straw down on the field. Now let's grab the pellet baler. And we're at 0 now. So we'll go ahead and turn it on. I think we're going to try 2 passes. It's a pretty thick trail of straw. So I would say we've gotten more than half of it up. Interesting. Now I have heard, yeah, so it's hay pellets on the auger or on the tray no matter what, but then when you scan back out, it does look different. Those are straw pellets. They're yellower, but they're coming out as hay pellets down the auger. So let's get the rest of this up, and I'd love to see what the conversion rate is from loose straw to straw pellets. 4,900. And guys, if you give me just a second, I'll tell you what that conversion is. It's not gonna be mental math. We'll actually pull out and do it here. So let's see, 4,900, and we had 16,000 to begin with. So it's a 29% reduction in mass. You're getting about 1/3 the mass that you had. So when it comes time to sell, let's take a look. And before we do any actual selling, let's take a look at the prices here. So if we jump in, I'm going to turn this off just for noise purposes. So if we come down and we look at, this is where I want to show you guys, this is where things were a little bit different. So if you look at the graph on straw pellets, it says the low is 165, the high is 205. And then right now, you know, it sells, but if you go to the pallet sell point, which should be the one right next to me, it's $349, which is way above the 205. So it doesn't seem like the chart is accurate if you put down the sell point. It looks like you're getting a lot more money at the sell point. Now, if we took that same straw, let's just take a quick look here. If we took that same straw and we got a really good sell price, we're getting $43, $44 there. So $44 compared to, come back down here and look, $349. So we're getting 7 times as much money at the sell point for a third as much product. So we're definitely making money on this. So 4,900 liters of pellets. Can we sell it here? We can. There it is, going into the sell point. Trying to get you guys a view. There we go. So 4,900. That should be, what, just about $2,500 worth of pellets? Is that right? About half? $1,712. So we definitely made more than if we had just sold the straw. So that's very interesting. Now, let's come in here, and we have 76,652 liters of hay pellets. We'll go look at the comparison again, assuming that it is just about a 3-to-1 ratio of loose hay to hay pellets. That would have equated to about 220,000 liters of hay, which is about what I would have expected to get off that field. I would expect between 180 and 250,000 liters based on past harvests. So, and obviously we could have missed a little bit, but I do think we're probably looking at a 3-to-1 here again. So before we dump this and sell it, let's check the pricing. So here we are. We'll get backed up and all set and in position. Okay, we are good to go there. So let's look at hay pellets real quick here, guys. So hay pellets, again, the graph says 224 to 280, but the pallet sell point is 457. So like 80% more money than it's telling us we should get, which is good. So 457, and then regular old hay, if we were to just sell it, is it not? Let's see. It's going to be down here. Oh, right above it. Our best price, again, the graph 26 or 32. And I may have, I don't think I have a mod in here that changes the price, but I could. $58 compared to $457. So you're looking at 8 times as much money for hay pellets as for loose hay. And we're assuming we're getting about a third of the hay pellets compared to the loose hay. So once again, a pretty significant increase in cost. So $457, and we've got 72. So we should get right about $32,000 for this load. So I guess the question is the straw pellet DLC worth downloading? One, I think there's some super cool equipment. 35,100, there you go. So I think that is really nice. I think in handling the equipment and getting the stuff off the field with the Primus, I don't know that I'd want to do that on a large scale. It would be nice to make some money. I think it would be good to just have some fun doing it. But I think if you're really looking to do large scale, that 9,000 liter capacity translates to about 27,000 liters of loose material on the ground. You know, I just told you guys over in the silage here, right? If I turned all that grass into hay, I got 613,000 liters. You know, you divide that by 25, you're looking at 4 times 6, you're looking at, 24 stops and fills on this. Now, the flip side is you could buy the building and palletize everything, back this piece of equipment in, get the attachment, and just run bales like we've been doing, which would be great. And then you could, theoretically, just run the pallets out whenever you have time. It is labor intensive because you do have to keep feeding the bales. But if you're into bale handling and gameplay and stuff like that, or maybe you're on a multiplayer server, could be a really cool way to do it. So today's demo of the straw DLC, some really cool equipment. I think it definitely is something that is worth playing around with. It is super, super expensive. If we go back and just look at the, just the Primus and then the bale shredder to make it stationary, you're at $350,000. Then you go ahead and you throw in, you got to find a construction building that has all of the pieces, parts in it. And that building is, let's see. So as I was saying, guys, if you pop in and you look at the building, the pellet hall palletizer building, $350,000. So between the Primus plus the bale shredder, you're at $350 for that, plus $350 for this. You're at $700 for the straw pellet DLC. I think it's a lot of money for what it is. I think if you have it on the map, you're enjoying it, you enjoy the role play, you like moving the bales around, I think it's absolutely great. But from a money-making perspective, increasing your yield and your money from, your grass, hay, and your straw, say you increase it by 2 or 3 times what you would get for it normally, or 5 or 6 times even, still a lot of time before you're paying off a $700,000 investment. And that's not to say anything about the fact that you need a tractor with 350 horsepower to run that thing. So you're looking at another couple $100,000 for a tractor. So very, very cool demo today from the dealer. Really enjoyed getting to play with it. Maybe as we get into the point of the series where the money is flying in, this would be a fun way to just make some extra money. But right now, I think we'll stick with what we have. So that's going to be about it for today, guys. Tomorrow in November, we've got the rest of the corn to harvest and the whiskey to get started for this season. I'm super excited for that. But thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. Well, guys, as you saw, we just wrapped up the corn harvest on our new cornfield. Went very well. I was very pleased with the yield we got off the field, how the machinery worked on it, rounding out some corners, making that field a little easier to use. We are coming back to the farm with a full 73,000 liters of corn in the hopper. And I think we had about 2,000 and change left over in the grain cart. So 75,000 additional liters of corn to add to our whiskey production. So, first order of business today is going to be getting this back to the farm, figuring out how much we have, and I have to remember what the whiskey recipe is. I think it's half or 1 dried corn to 2 regular corn. So I got to look that up real quick and then get the corn dryer filled up and get that going so we can get the whiskey production started here in November. As you guys can see, we are once again back in the negative after our loan payment, just over $9,000. Got some stuff to get rid of to help cover that as well. We'll get to that once we get the corn figured out. Got to get some straw into the barns for the cows and the water buffalo. And we'll see what else we get up to today. So, 73,000 liters of corn in the trailer, and we have 139,826, let's say 140. So we have just under let's call it 212,000 liters of corn. So that's quite a bit of corn, guys. Jump up here. Let's lease the Jack Daniels facility. Yes, we sure do. All right, and the recipe is 6 dry corn to 12 regular corn. So it is a 1-to-2 ratio. So at 210, we need to put 70,000 into the corn dryer ballpark. I know it's a little, it turns out to be a little bit less once we're in the corn dryer. I think the corn dryer reduces the total yield just a little bit. So let's start with getting the corn into the corn dryer. And let's jump down here and see corn dryer. Yeah, 500 to 425 with 50 propane. So we're going to need to put a little bit more corn in here long term just to keep that going. But we'll figure that out once we get there. So that is all set and done. I'm going to leave this truck, you know, let's get it turned around over here and grab a spot over here in the grass out of the way. I think we'll be running corn to the whiskey production here at some point this morning. So, first order of business, I think, is to keep going on the corn field. I guess we can't until we get everything sold, can we? 'Cause we can't hire a worker unless we have some cash flow. So let's go ahead and get some money in the bank. So as you guys can see, I have wool, I have goat's milk, and I have eggs. It is the best time to sell the eggs, so we're going to go pick up the other 2 pallets of eggs over here. We're going to top off the spinnery with the wool, and we're going to drop off the goat's milk at the dairy and either make some goat cheese or butter or something. We'll figure all that out as we go. So here we are. Perfect. You know what, since we're selling them today, let's go ahead and put the partial pallet on the trailer as well. Got to find a spot, maybe tuck it up over here a little bit. All right. So, first order of business, I think, is going to be, let's check and see where we're going to sell the eggs. I did collect the wool overnight, so I picked it all up on the trailer last night, and then overnight when I slept, we got, I think, half a pallet of wool or something. So I think we've officially entered the cold months, and our wool production will be going down, so we'll get this wool down to the spinnery, and when that runs out, we will stop the lease there. So let's make a quick plan here. Dairy's going to be up top. Where are we selling eggs today, guys? Moccasin General Store. So, let's see. Let's go ahead and tag the Moccasin General Store. We'll head up there. Does the dairy take eggs? Could I swing through there and drop it off without it pulling the eggs off the trailer? Buffalo milk, soybean sugar, water. So I sure can. So I can go by the dairy first, drop off the goat's milk, and then go ahead and sell the eggs around the corner. Here comes the rain. We were rushing to get that harvest in this morning before the rain hit. So, glad we got all that done. We'll get this stuff sold, and then we'll get the baler over there to get corn stalk bales. And like I said, we got to get the cows. Got to get them some bedding, both the cows and the water buffalo. I've also noticed we've been sort of passively taking care of our livestock, and we have a lot of male animals. I went through the chicken coop yesterday, and I think I sold like 100 roosters. Made about $6,000, but sold 100 roosters because we just don't need that many. They're not producing eggs. Quite frankly, a lot of them were low quality as well and just not helping us produce anything else. So we probably need to go through our sheep, our goat, our cow, and our water buffalo pens and just check and see how many male animals we have. We only need a handful of each for reproduction. They don't produce goat's milk, they don't produce milk or buffalo milk or even wool, I don't believe. So having a whole bunch of males is just, one, eating up our capacity in our pens, two, eating up all of our food, and three, they're just costing us money. We just don't need that many. So we're going to go ahead and try to get those cleaned up a little bit. So there's the Moccasin General Store, where we're going to store the eggs. Let's swing down in here and grab the dairy. It shouldn't take anything else. It may cause us to lose a couple of items on the trailer, so we'll just have to see what happens here. Alright, so let's pop the straps. Yep, okay, and let's put the straps back on. Excellent. So, will the Moccasin General Store take wool? Because if they will, we'll end up selling the wool, and we don't want to do that. We definitely want the wool being turned into clothes. We can always do a partial unload on the trailer to figure that out. So let's see. Let's come in here, do a quick check on the wool. So view at all stations. I don't think it's gonna take the wool. I don't. You know, it'd be disappointing if it did. Maybe we should just unload, huh? Okay, so let's just do this a smart way. Let's not push it. All right, so we want to load. Let's see. This is always a tricky part. Material type. Wool. No, we want just the eggs. And I may not have empty or partial pallets on. We may have to go grab this guy and just pop him on the back somewhere. Alright, so I think this is going to be like $26,000, $27,000 worth of eggs. Enough to get us out of debt. 27,727 and a stop sign for good measure, so we got that knocked out as well. Alright, so here we go. Let's grab the wool. And then the full pallets only. What is the... Let's see, container type. I just saw it. O is the command. There we go. We got partial as well. Alright, I guess we probably should check the bakery while we're here and just make sure that it isn't full. It's not. It's only halfway full of bread, which is fine. Head back this way, loop back through town, run the wool down to the spinnery. Oh, sorry, bud. So I will check in with you guys down at the spinnery when we drop this off, and I'll see you guys in a second. We are just about to the spinnery. I did stop by the yard on the way down and grab the Magnum, hooked it up to our baler, and put it on the cornfield to get us ahead of the game for the next steps on that field. Oh, crash counter. There we go. Not sure why all the pallets rotate when I release them down here. It's a funny little thing that happens at the spinnery. Notice all those pallets rotate 45 degrees. It's just a funny little thing I noticed. So, alright, so got that going. It is also worth mentioning, I did get our original cornfield. I got it mulched, I got it plowed, stone picked, and limed last night before the end of the month. So it is prepped and ready to go when the time comes. So that is one step closer to giving us corn for next year. Real quick before we head back up there, I think we talked about the fact that canola oil was good this month. So it is. We have about $13,000 at the Subway store. So I think it's worth, while we're here, just swinging through and picking up the oil and getting it sold. Subway store is right here. Okay, so it's on our way back. So this will be a short pickup. Grab the canola oil and get through. I'm hoping this rain passes. Not too bad because we're done with the harvest, but You know, rain does help the crops, but this more makes driving around a little bit less pleasant. So let's see what we can get into over here. All right. Can we get the canola oil out this way? Doesn't look like it. So, productions, oil plant, canola. With that, a quick storing. Got to get a little bit closer than we were. That sure doesn't look like 12,000 liters. Or whatever it was we were supposed to get. That's 5. That up there. And it says it's out of canola oil, so... Do we have some hidden somewhere? I thought it said we had like 13,000 liters. Canola oil, we have 6,800 liters, which is weird because it doesn't feel like it should. Yeah, must have just double counted something. Oh well. We got some canola oil to sell. Doesn't matter if it's 1 pallet or 6. We'll get it sold, make a little bit of money. Keep going. What I'm excited for, next month in December, we have the bread comes up for sale, and we have an absolute boatload of bread to sell. So we will, I think that's going to be either buy another big implement, which I don't think we need, or that's going to be, you know, purchasing another field, which obviously we do need. So, all right, just under 12,000 for the oil, not bad, just enough to keep us going. 30 grand in the bank, won't quite cover the payment for next month, but that's all right, we'll get there. Let's head back up to the farm. I did last night, after we wrapped up, I did, when we got to the cornfield, decide that I was done with the 5-meter mulcher. It served us well, it did just fine, but the fields are getting bigger. We're at 81 acres of arable land. So we're going to keep going. I think our next field's hopefully going to get us up to about 100 acres of arable land. So I did purchase, I believe it was the Horsch 12-meter mulcher. So I'm excited to get that out on the field, on the new cornfield, show that off to you guys a little bit. A nice addition to the farm, just increased our working with. Right now, our working with on most of our implements is pretty good. Realistically, the only one that's suffering right now is the stone picker. I think the stone picker is like 3 meters. But that's just, you know, that's base game capacity and working with, so that's what we're going to have until we get the loan paid off, and we are just surpassed $1 million paid off, so we should be just under $4 million on the loan, so we are not close to getting out of base game capacities and base game working with. But overall, we are getting some nice size equipment that makes working our fields effective and efficient, which is really nice. So heading back here, let's grab, I think we're going to need to head over with, and all these street signs, not a chance I'm snaking through there. I think we need to head over there with the Volvo and get the bales off the field, and then we can come back and get the mulcher and head over there. So let's leave the tipper here. I am going to end up running some corn over to the whiskey factory later on today. Grab our tilt deck trailer here. All set and good to go. Jump inside so we're not fighting all the trees with the camera. Alrighty. We are off and cooking with gas. We'll head over, we'll get the bales picked up, we'll get the Versatile connected up to the mulcher, get that over there, and then from there I think we need to get the cows taken care of, and then figure out the bedding situation for the animals. Now, I did get the tractor started, but there's a distinct lack of bales on the field. I think I see it down there in the corner. We may have some tree work in the near future. If the baler can't make it around the corner, it'd be a bummer if it was supposed to be working for the last 5 or 10 minutes and wasn't, but it's alright, we'll get it figured out. Always switch gears a little bit, not a problem. Okay, so yeah, we just made it around the first corner and got ourselves stuck on a tree. So, that is ineffective in getting the corn stalk bales off the field. So let's see what we get going here. How about this tree? Yeah, made it past it. We will continue on. I think the problem is the corn header is a bit narrow. I think it's probably narrower than our windrower for the baler, so it's just overhanging the edge of the field, which is why it's getting caught on everything. So let's see. That tree we made it past. 2 more. I think it's just this one, but this one does not look promising. Let's see. Okay, well, you know, I'm going to assume that that is going to be okay. We'll come back and get the bales in a little bit. So for right now, let's grab the Versatile and the Pro Baler. And look at our soybeans. They're coming in nicely. Let's take a look at this field. 100% fertilized, 97% yield bonus. We are at growth stage 5 of 7. That is nice. 10.8 acres on this field, and then we cross over and we get 11.76. So we're just about 25 acres, with including the area we plowed together. Probably 24, 23 and a half, somewhere in there. But excited to have a cash crop on the farm. So, the Versatile with the Pro Baler. We'll go grab some bales. See if I can remember how to use it. And get the cattle all situated with their straw, because they are running low. So, jumping on in. You can tell we limed with this tractor last night. It is a mess. Connect it up. And head on down to the shed. Let's just pull it over here for right now. Just see what we get. So we don't want straw. We want corn stalks. 9,000. 25 seems excessive. Let's try 12. Let's just see what 12 does. I don't remember how to use this thing at all. Start auto load is B. So, if I pull up to a nice stack here. Okay. Hey, that worked out well. Not going to complain about that. We'll figure out how to get them off. But we'll get there. Alright, so coming on in here. There's that invisible collision at the doors on this barn. Yep. Let's just get squared up. We'll just come at it straight on. We won't play any games with the angle. Yes, coming straight on, it doesn't seem to be much of a problem. Okay, so maybe we should try having 4 bales. I don't know. Okay. Okay, how do we How do we drop these bales? Unload bales. Why? Hey, look at us. Man, okay. Jump out and see how much more we need. Straw, there's 62 out of 100, so we can put several more bales in. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to do all this without the menu. You guys seem to like when I do stuff in cab, so let's give it a whirl and see if we can't get all this done in cab. So, swinging around through the yard. Get squared up to this pile here. Okay, now the question is, does it take 4 bales? Thinking no. Oh, it does. Ah, look at us. We have 4 bales. Nice. Can't see anything. This is a bit of a hazardous way to drive. Maybe get them up out of the way. There we go. Can see a little better. A little further in. Bales are definitely going to have to come down now. Okay. I don't know, guys. Getting pretty good at this. Go grab another set of bales. So 4 of those would be 36,000. So that barn's probably pretty full. So maybe we run these over to the buffalo barn. We'll check the menu here in just a second. Alright, we got 2. I think we were low enough to get that last one. Ah, we have 4 now. There we go. Okay. Run these over. Haven't had quite as many problems with this door as the other cattle barn. Oh, this one might be full. Is this one full? Didn't think it was. No, they only have 73,000 straw. I don't know why those bales aren't doing anything. Maybe they need to be moved a little bit. Should we push them around? There we go. 94,000, so we're probably not going to get much out of these. Right there at 100. We got all the bales. We got all the bales. You know what? I think actually we'll just leave these in here. They can have them. They'll get pulled in as needed. That way we won't have to worry about filling up the straw on the buffalo barn. And I think we run that last. I think we just grab 3 more corn stalk bales out of the shed. We should have 1 out here and just put 4, put a full load into the cow barn and keep them topped up. So, straw, corn stalks. Okay, well there's 1 odd-sized corn stalk, so we'll take that one. And then we want 2 of these. Okay. Let's try a little bit of a running loading start from the side. I'm not sure how legit this is because we should be approaching from the other side, but okay. Got all 4. Look at that. That's not a bad way to load them. Can we get these in here? Not too terribly square to the door, but we'll make it work. Alright, we'll drop these all the way down here on the end. Yeah, I like that Pro Bale. That is handy. That works really, really well. So we'll get the pro bale dropped off. We will grab the new 12-meter mulcher, head over to the new cornfield, with the assumption that the baling has gone fairly well and most of it is done, or at least a big portion of it is done. And then we can get the mulcher going. So there is the new mulcher right here on the end. It is a horse, I was right. So heading out and over. Oh, I forgot I parked the trailer there, guys. That is the second crash of the day. Wild driving, watch out. There is the new horse mulcher. Nice 12-meter working with. Requires, I think, 270 horsepower, which is great. The Versatile is 272. So we got plenty of horsepower. Not a particularly heavy implement or deep digging, so not a big deal. It definitely makes the mulching process go much, much faster. And this, what's going on with the hay baling today? Okay, we got some over there. And the baler's just sitting at the top of the hill over there. Why is it sitting? Oh, it wants to back up, and I parked the truck in the way, I bet. Bet that one's on me, guys. We'll have to go over there and get things organized. Probably should have put some fuel into the Versatile before we left. Did not look at that. May have to run the Super Duty over here just to top it off. Make sure we don't get ourselves in trouble. We could do that on the way to the animal dealer, since we'll be selling some male animals here as well. And that's the other thing we can do while we wait for the baling to get done. Not sure why we can't successfully get the baling done today. Seems like it's just not meant to be, but it's all right. We'll figure it out. Go ahead and turn the Versatile off there. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and grab some bales while we're here. I assume that's going to, yeah, so it just stuck because the truck was in the way. All right, let's run down here, grab some bales off the end of the road, just so we don't have those blocking or getting tangled up. We don't want the tractor or the baler getting high centered, since we've had 2 false starts already. Got some chickens over there in the middle of that field. There's chickens in every field around here in Judith Plains. We are run by chickens. All right, so got those picked up. Maybe one more set down here. Did we drop another set? Maybe we didn't. Looks like maybe no. Okay, that's all right too. There'll be plenty. I think we have too many cornstalk bales to begin with anyways. More than we'll ever end up using for the animals, so it's not a big deal. We'll end up selling some here regardless. So let's make sure this guy's parked up and out of the way. Excellent. So now hopefully the tractor is running around doing its own thing. I just want to check one thing. There we go. Make sure we're working at full speed there. All right, back to the farm. Been a lot of going back and forth today, hoping that the corn stalks get picked up, and haven't had a lot of luck doing it. So here we are. I haven't had the truck without the trailer on it in quite some time. We haven't been buying animals recently, so the animal trailer's been parked. But today we are going to change that. We're going to grab the animal trailer, head over to the cow barn, and see what we want to do about selling some male animals. Just not driving this very well, huh? There we go. At least got the trigger that time. Alrighty, let's get situated here. There's a Nice looking animal trailer, I'll say that. Very pleased with it so far. Alright. So, animals. This is what we have. We have 160 out of 500. We have all these brown Swiss, and then bulls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27 brown Swiss bulls. And I have to imagine, oh, not that many Holstein. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we have some Angus bulls, Limousin bulls, Herefords, and Hereford bulls. So it's really the brown Swiss are the biggest culprit as far as having a bunch of animals. So it's hard to tell because you want to look at the quality of the animal and select the animals that are not very good to sell. At least we should start with that criteria. And like this one, yeah, this is going to be tough because, well, our breeding stock is actually quite good. Okay. So we don't have any animals that are really, truly not good. Okay, so question is, how many animals can we put into the trailer? There's 4, 5. Move selected. If I come over here, 5 of 9. So it's going to take a couple of trips to get these male animals out of here. I think we're just going to start at the bottom because we can have bulls in there for a year or two before it becomes a problem. So remember with the realistic livestock mod, we can't have animals breeding with their offspring. So we have to be a little bit careful when it comes to that as far as rotating the bulls. We need to make sure that by the time, you know, if a bull has a calf with a cow, by the time that calf is able to reproduce, we probably should be cycling bulls in the pen anyways, just to keep the livestock prices, or I'm sorry, the livestock quality good and the breeding pool fresh. So we're going to run 9 of these guys up to the animal dealer now. I'm going to meet you guys up there, but before I let you go, we're going to drive by the cornfield again. There it is. Look, there we got the tractor running. Look at that. It's picking up corn stalks and making bales just like we want it to. So we confirmed that is still working. So I will see you guys up at the dealership in just a second. See you soon. We made it up to the animal dealer. Swinging in here. Go ahead and get these guys sold. I wonder if we should check and see if the focus on one thing at a time. Select all, sell selected, $4,300. Not bad. We'll take it. I wonder if we should check the sale and see if there is a big cattle trailer in the sale. I can't imagine we'd be that lucky. Haven't bought anything in several months, which is good. We don't need to be buying things all the time. That's how we stay broke. No cattle trailers here. We get a fun little sports car. I do like the skid steers. Something that maybe we'll pick up at a later date. Right now, I think we're in good shape. Here's a nice international truck here. Could get a swap on that. $45,000. How much is our Volvo worth? I really like our Volvo. Volvo's worth $81,000. I think maybe we just keep the Volvo. So, all right, another quad track, $273,000. I mean, it's a great deal, but we don't have anywhere near that much money. So, yeah. All right, so no animal trailer in or transport trailer in the sale. Not a big deal. I'm going to head back to the farm, Probably grab another set of calves out of that brown Swiss group and bring them back up here, and I'll probably just meet you guys back at the farm when we go to take a look at the goats and sheep. So I will see you guys after I've made another trip or two up to the animal dealer. We are pulling out of the sheep barn, guys. We have 14 rams taken up to sell. Be our last group. I sold 197 male animals out of the sheep and goat pen. It was a lot of work. So, went through, sorted them all, found the best quality, tried to leave a couple of older male animals, ones of breeding age, and then leave a couple of young ones to grow up and intermix and replace them. But we have just an insane number of male animals on the farm right now. It was shocking to me. Almost 200 goats and sheep out of the 500 we had. That pen was at max capacity, and it was 40% male animals, not producing any milk, not producing any wool, just absolutely taking up space. I did not get to go through the water buffalo. I'll have to do that off camera, but wanted to get back and get this wrapped up so we can get the mulcher going. Looks like maybe we ran into one tree down here. Was trying to keep an eye on it as I was doing the sell-off, but must have missed that guy getting stuck on something. We'll run down there and see where he's stuck and how much he has left to do. Looks like he might be done. And quite frankly, we don't need to get every last little bit of corn stalk off the field. We have so much to begin with. I feel like we are missing one bale. Where did those two get dragged from? No, I think he's just done. That's it. He's just finished right there. But there were two loose ones, and they should be dropping them in groups of 3. So it sure seems like there should be another bale around here somewhere. Maybe it fell down the hill. Maybe I picked it up and didn't see it. Who knows? We'll have to see. Either way, we'll get the, I guess there's a little strip there, but we'll be fine without that. Let's get these off of the baler, and let's get the mulcher on the field before we go run up the rest of the sheep. So, get everything all pushed off here. Get the baler folded up. See if we can get around this tree. Oh, there it is. I think it was underneath. There was one more. We did find it. Nice. Okay, so get the baler and the case well out of the way up here. We'll get everything cleaned up later, but for now, just trying to get these things off the field so we can get the mulching started for you, so you can see the new mulcher. So grab a bale here, grab a bale here. Excellent. Okay, get the Volvo off of the field. As you can see, we have $100,000, guys. That was a lot of selling of animals. It was just, like I said, just incredible how many male animals we have. It seems like more than 50%, even though we know that's not the case. Just absolutely crazy how many we had on the farm. So that'll make us way more efficient getting through the winter as far as food. And as we continue to grow our herd, it'll make us way more efficient in producing milk and wool and eggs for the chickens, so we can have better outcomes. So here is the new mulcher. Nice 12-meter working width. Gets a lot of field done quickly. run in here. I think we want to run 2 headlands just to make sure. Yeah, that'll work. Let's go ahead and get him started. Mulching. Let's save this course. Field 64. Oh, that's a interesting way to not get that whole corner, but, you know, okay. To each his own. Alright, so the mulcher is in full swing. Working well. Looks good. We're going to need to plow after we mulch. That is to be expected with corn. We'll get the quad track over here and get the big SM72 plow in the field and get that taken care of, which will inevitably result in, there's all of our rams, result in a bunch of rocks. So we'll get the rocks picked up and then we'll get it limed because I'm sure we'll need that after being plowed. So to wrap up this episode, we're going to go up here and sell this last group of sheep, last group of rams, get them done. Excited to have more space in the barns. I wish I'd caught on to it a little bit earlier so we weren't spending all that time and energy feeding all of these male animals, because certainly they are responsible for a big portion of the food being eaten, like 40% in the case of the goat and sheep barn. So nice to have that done going into winter. Glad we got the corn done. I will get the corn and the dried corn and the barley added to the whiskey factory before we head out of November. I'll get that work done off camera and get the whiskey production up and running. I think that's best sometime in the spring, so we want to get it rocking and rolling so we have a good amount of product to sell when the time is right. Gonna get that trigger? Seems like maybe not. Maybe pulled a little too far forward. Let's see. There we go. We're going to select all and sell all. Another 4,200 bucks. So guys, making money on our male animals. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. We are in December, guys. Just wrapped up putting some manure on our cornfield, getting some prep work done. Have an interesting day today. Have some things to do, some updates on the ranch that I'm excited about. I want to show you guys. Have some new productions to get into. Just have a lot of cool things to do. So to get started, let's head back to the ranch and let me show you some of the changes I've made. The prep on the big or the original cornfield is done. We do have the soybeans to harvest today. So, gotta get back to the farm and get that guy going. I don't know that I ever noticed, guys. You see this little detail here? I don't know that I ever noticed this. That sign, hold on, let me turn off my beacon so you guys can see it. Let's get the beacons turned off. Just another great detail on this map. That light actually blinks. I don't know that I ever noticed that before. That is super cool. So pulling into the ranch, as I was saying, we do have the soybeans that need to be harvested today. So we should get the harvester out and get that started right away, because that always seems to take a little bit of extra time. And then we have a couple of other projects to get to. It is December, which means it is bread selling month. So I have all of the bread loaded up on the step deck with the Volvo. Going to make some good money there. I think that money gets turned around and invested right back into the ranch. Gotta find a field to buy. We are like 80, I believe it's 82 or 83 acres of arable land, and we want to continue that. So the big change on the ranch, as you guys remember from earlier episodes, I had a manure pit for our dairy barn down here, just past where we're storing the case, right here around the corner. That made this corner really, really terrible to drive through. And as we were using it more and more, it just got to be more and more in the way. So did a little bit of landscaping, brought in some dirt, brought this area back up to level. So the barn is sitting where it needs to be. And then cut a couple trees out and brought in a lower road down here and had the manure pit moved, or the manure heap moved down to here, so it is out of the way, and now we can store the manure spreader down here as well. So that is all set up and really cool. So this is all here connected to the Wild Prairie cow barn. We will get manure in here, and now it is no longer in the way. Also gives us a much better spot to store our grain header, so it's not on that hill. And this little roadway now, while still fairly narrow, is way better than it was. So that's the big exciting change at the farm. Getting out of here with that pipe is always a bit of a project. Don't want to hit the building. Let's see, there we go. Now we're back. Okay, so now we can head down here and hopefully get a nice smooth pickup of our header. Excellent. I'm very excited about the new setup down there. Definitely a step we needed to make the farm more accessible. That ravine is just a lot of usable land we need to be working on. As you can see, there's the Volvo with all the bread on it. Zoomed out here. Let's get set up for the soybean field. This is going to be a cash crop for us guys, so this is nice and easy. I keep saying that, and then I keep remembering we have the ability to make soy milk at the dairy. I got to look at the price and see if it's worth it. I think we looked previously, or I looked previously, and it was really just a lot of work to make a couple $1,000s more. I think it was like $6,000 per 100,000 liters or something. I'll have to take a look and see. Let's see about getting cut in on this field. Don't really want him going this way. Oh, we are getting soybean straw too. That's okay. I'm excited for that. Alright, now we got to cut in. This should be better. Get everything lined up. Excellent. I think we need to do 2 headlands. None of them round. This is 52, 56. Why would I want my up and downs going that way? Are those set manually? Direction of rows, automatic. Okay. So it wants to work the field that way. That doesn't make sense to me. I think we should be working the field up and down so we get longer rows. Yeah, that's longer and fewer passes. That makes more sense. The harvester's more efficient driving in a straight line than turning around. So the fewer times it turns, the better off we are. So let's get that started. We're on field 52 and 56. Harvest, save current course, 52, 56. That is saved. We're harvesting soybeans, guys. That is exciting. All right, I'm going to run and grab the grain cart and the quad track and be right back. Grabbed the grain cart, heading back up to the soybean field. Was thinking on my way up, do soybeans usually get harvested in December? I feel like that's really late. Maybe I'm misremembering, but that does seem later in the year. than I remember harvesting soybeans in general. But again, I could just be making that up. So also because we're so close to the farm, I think we're just going to run these to the silo. We're not going to run a tipper, though I guess technically we could just drop it off at the field site. As I say, we weren't going to do it because we had the Volvo, but with the Volvo, what are we doing here, guys? What job do you think you're doing? Combine unload. Okay. What field do we think we're going to? Yeah, that something here is not, we're not doing the right thing here, guys. I don't know what that was about, but that was not it. All right, let's get back on the field. Let's try this again. I think maybe he was going down to the last field he worked. I thought we got his position swapped. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, I mean, we're on this field. Okay, we'll escape out of this, and then we'll just go to first starting point. Yeah, he should just be sitting here. Should be nice and easy. Huh, okay, I think we're good. So, let's actually, I changed my mind. We were just going to run all that back to the silo, but in an effort to keep things moving while we are out and away, let's pull the Volvo up. I'll go grab the tipper trailer and just leave it on the field edge. Then we'll run down and get the bread sold. Here we go. We'll just stop here and leave that there. Excellent. Love when a plan comes together. Now, as in regards to productions, I had a couple of thoughts the other day. First and foremost, it came to my attention that with the bakery, we have the option to make pasta, which I just really hadn't put much thought into. But pasta is made with flour, egg, and butter. And we have all of those things, so I'm thinking to myself, why wouldn't we make some pasta? We could then just have another product besides bread and diversify a little bit. So I think what we'll do is grab the eggs, and I already have the goat milk making butter at the dairy, so we will grab the eggs, take them down there to the bakery, and maybe try to, you know, start making a little bit of pasta. Additionally, I had been just sort of chatting with you guys about what we wanted to do with the extra barley, because we're starting to accumulate quite a bit more barley than we can use for the whiskey. I said I didn't want to do just more flour since we have plenty of that going already, and it occurred to me that right across the road here we have the Yuengling Brewery, and the recipe for beer is barley and water, I believe. So we can make beer. So we can take the barley over there and lease the barley, or the barley facility, the beer facility, and get some beer made and do some beer and some whiskey. So I think that's the other production we're going to get into here. So heading in, where are we selling the bread? The small farmers market kiosk. I don't recall where. Oh, is that over by the Red Farm? I think that's over by the Red Farm. We'll head over that way. But yeah, so we have the Jack Daniels facility right here, and then the building behind it is the Yuengling Beer Brewery production. So I think it's worth leasing that and making some beer out of the spare barley. Now, as I said, we do have more corn. Oh, we are not, that's not good, guys. Okay, we saved it. Woo! That was a disaster. Why were the front pallets not attached? Apparently my straps were not, don't reach. That is a surprise. Okay, so let's get these pallets put back on. Don't want to leave any bread on the side of the road. No free handouts today. Today we're here to make money. Okay, so that one's on there. And that one's on there. Why do those pallets look different than the other ones? Oh, I bet they're sideways. Yeah, they're sideways. Okay. Thought I was losing my mind there. Okay. Have things secured. So anyways, as I was saying, there's the Jack Daniels facility. Right next to it is the Yingling Logger facility. So I think we lease that, bring the barley over there, and get that started. With our productions increasing, we are going to be making more money, and then therefore able to expand faster. So let's take a quick look. White outline stop signs are optional, so we're okay on that one. Head down here. When we get back up there, we will work on the last of the remaining projects, getting that butter and those eggs collected and everything else. So I will see you guys at the small farmer's kiosk when it's time to sell this stuff in just a minute. Just making it up that hill, guys. That was steep, and this is a heavy load with 104,000 liters of bread. I don't know if we've ever sold anything at this small farmer's kiosk. We'll have to figure out how we're going to snake this big load in there. Alright, we're going to assume the sell point is back here. Alright, so get up a little bit of speed. Oh yeah, we're not even going to get it all sold. It's too tight. Oh yeah, way too tight. Get a strap back on there. $202,920 on the rip for the first set of bread that we were able to sell. I think we're going to have to get the truck and trailer turned around here to get the other side. Have so much bread we couldn't get it all in the trigger, but guys, $323,000 in the bank so far. All right, here we go. Let her rip, tater chip. Got it. Another 44,368,000 liters or dollars sold for 104,000 liters of bread. That was quite the income boost. Guys, this trailer is probably too dirty to be bringing food to the farmer's kiosk. We probably need to get the truck and the trailer washed. They're both getting pretty roady. So let's make this turn here. We'll head on back to the farm. Way easier navigating these hills without all that weight on the back. So we'll head back. We'll get the truck and the trailer washed because probably need to be a little more presentable. We're going to market. And then we'll check in on the soybean harvest, see what's going on there. That should be able to run relatively autonomously without our help. And then we will go work on our other productions. And maybe even by the end of this episode, take a look at what we want to do with $368,000. Probably need to leave a little bit in the bank for the monthly payment, but should be spending $250,000 to $300,000 and buy something here. Whether it's a field, I guess we could look at buying a production, but I feel like at this point leasing is still more beneficial than tying up the cash, because we can lease for a much smaller amount and then have the cash to buy a field, which allows us to do more productions, produce more things. So I feel as though tying our money up in owning more productions now is probably not the way we want to go. We will take a look and see. So corn should be planted in, was that March, maybe? April, sometime in there. So we should be good on both of our fields for the corn. Oh, yep, we are starting the up and down rows on the soybean harvest. And I see the quad track is not where we left it, so it is already emptied. The case harvester once. Yep, there's the quad track up at the top of the field. That is going according to plan. Love when that happens and everything works out. So, pulling in here, we've got to get washed up a little bit, guys. It was, as I said, we're probably not really in good enough shape to be driving food on this truck and trailer. So, we will start with getting the trailer or the truck sprayed down a little bit. Not too shabby. I do like when it tells you the percentage of dirt left. We're at like 25% dirt. Looks pretty good, but you know there's more to be done. Volvo is going to clean up real nice. That is all cleaned up. And the trailer. Yeah, let's see. it was over 75% dirty, so definitely time to get it cleaned up. Get everything rinsed down, looking good again. Yep, down 45%. We're making progress. Get everything rinsed off. Good to go. Let's see. Dirt 1%. And we're done. Excellent. So, harvest is going well over there. Yep, here comes the quad track. Excellent. Okay, you know, we did just talk about cleaning, and here we are getting into the next dirty truck. So maybe, just maybe, we go throw this guy back into the shed, and then we pull the Super Duty over and get that cleaned up as well. Seems like about time to do that. Definitely looking good. Nice to have clean equipment. Tuck it right in here. We're going to end up doing more straw. We're going to end up getting the straw bales off the soybean field for that truck as well. So no point in putting it away too much. All right, Super Duty. We're going to bring some eggs and potentially some goat milk if we have some down to the dairy and the rest of it. So let's get pulled over here. I don't know, this thing's been washed since it was at the dealership, so time for a quick wash. Get scrubbed down nicely. Oh, didn't want to get in. That's the wrong key, guys. Trailer sprayed. Get our hot shot body sprayed. Getting everything cleaned up. Going into town, looking good today. Almost there. Probably shouldn't have let it get so dirty in the first place. I'm guessing that's probably the actual solution to all this. Now, if pasta turns out to be a good money maker, then, you know, maybe we don't, we have to find a new way to transport the eggs to the bakery. Just have to wait and see. All right, that is all cleaned up, looking sharp. All right, so we'll drive down here. We'll snag the eggs. We should have a bunch down in the cold storage as well. Zip on down there, see what we've got. And then we got to take barley up to the Yingling Lager Factory. I'm excited to do some beer. Change it up a little bit, get some new stuff going. So, swing out here. What do we have in here? Total capacity, 0. We are empty. All right, well, sold it all. Let's get started again. We'll run down to the sheep pen, see if we have any goat's milk down there. Take this stuff to where it needs to go. And hopefully at that point, the harvest should be pretty well underway. Mostly done. We're probably about 50% of the way done now. Seems to be going quite well. Oh, got a couple of pallets. Yeah, this one's at 1,000 liters. This one's at 65. We probably won't take the 65 liter one. That seems like that might be a bit of a waste. All right, can we snake the trailer in and along the side of the house? All right, we can. I think if we go to the dairy first, we'll pick up the butter. We'll put the butter distributing long term, but for now we'll pick up the butter, drop off the goat's milk, and take the butter and the eggs up to the bakery. So I will see you guys at the dairy shortly. We made it into town. Just hooking a left and heading down to the dairy. I do need to check and see if the dairy takes eggs, because if it does, I have to be a little bit careful because it will take them. We don't want them in the dairy. Now, what is this? Is that our butter? I think that's our butter, guys. Let's see. That is our butter. Nice. I'm excited. All right, so checking out the dairy. Let's see. Country View Dairy. They take milk, soybeans, sugar, and water, so they will not take the butter back and won't take our eggs, so we can load all that stuff on. Is there more coming, I guess, is the real question. Another 2,000 butter. Okay, not too shabby. Next question is, should we take the cheese? How much cheese do they have? They can store 400,000 liters. They can store the cheese, guys. One less thing for us to take care of. So, heading over here. We'll throw the strap off. Just the milk should disappear. Perfect. Love when a plan comes together. Snake out of this parking lot. Yep, didn't make the correction on the steering wheel fast enough. Sorry, guys. Bumped the dumpster. It's on me. Slide out here. Now, this is a lot of butter to drop off. But we'll get it dropped off, and we'll keep the eggs coming. We probably won't bring much more butter down here until we have more eggs to share. Bakery's behind us. Missed my turn. Too busy chatting with you fine folks. All right, here we go. So, we already have the bakery up and running, so we are just adding productions. There go the eggs. There goes the butter. Taking a quick look at the bakery. We're going to come down here, pasta, flour, eggs, and butter. So we actually need more than twice as many eggs as we do butter. So that butter is going to last us a long time. We will be selling butter. I think we actually turn off the butter production. What would we do with... We could do goat cheese. So let's turn off the butter production. Let's do goat cheese. And leave that distributing with the goat milk. So we have another 8,200 liters of goat milk in there. Yeah, so that's good. All right, so then, sorry, going back to the bakery, we turn on the pasta, set that to distributing, and we are currently short on flour, which is fine. Where is the flour mill? Flour mill has some wheat to produce, so we will check. Let's check our greenhouses, our grains. We have grain distributing and grain distributing. So, yep, it'll just work its way through. And we will have pasta when all the ingredients make it in there. So I'm excited for our next production. Still have to go get the beer going. I'm going to head back to the farm. I will catch you guys back there. I'll probably get the barley loaded up to take over to the Yingling factory. I assume we're going to need water over there as well, so I'll have to figure that detail out. But for now, I'll catch you guys back at the farm when I have the barley all loaded up. Just getting the last of the barley put into the trailer. Did put 46,000 liters of soybeans into the silo to get this truck empty, or get the trailer empty. So the harvest is going well. Gonna run over to the Yingling logger factory. Got to get back here with the trailer so we can keep the quad track and the grain cart empty so they can keep emptying the harvester. But I think we have a minute to run over there. They're getting awfully close to the end of the field there. He probably could finish without the truck, so that is the hope. Love this Volvo. It is definitely under load with this trailer, which is fine. Just wish we had a touch more horsepower, maybe a little bit more torque, whatever it would be to get this thing up and running. Flat ground we do pretty well, but the hills are absolutely a challenge. So, here we go. run down, just down the street to the Yingling factory. I assume the drop-off will be the same basic setup as the whiskey factory. Oh, we shouldn't hit the scales. I guess it's fine. Just means we got to cut back over to get over there. But before we... Ooh, it's not like being on the scale. Alright, there we go. Before we dump it in, we got to come up here and we have to lease the facility. Want to buy the land? No, I do not want to buy the land. There we go. If we manage it, yep, it's beer, or I'm sorry, barley and water. 12 to 12 makes 6 beer. So that is exciting. We just got to get at least... Now, how much is it to buy? 240. No thanks. Don't want our money tied up quite to that extent. $657 a day? $657 a day? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and get that turned on. Set that to distributing, so we don't really want it going anywhere. And we'll have to get over here with some water as well. Since it is a 1-to-1 on the beer, we'll have to bring over just probably bring over 100,000 liters of water. There's a little bit more barley left in the silo back at the farm. We can grab it for later, but at least get the beer started. So, with that in mind, we're in really good shape for today, guys. I did also want to mention, did we end up returning the spinnery and the tailor? I should take a quick look at that, because we got to look at country view, Jack Dan, New Zealand. Yeah, so we ended our lease with the spinnery and the tailor, mainly because the sheep are not producing wool this time of year because it's cold, which is totally reasonable. So no point in having those leased and just hanging out and pulling money out of the bank account. So when the sheep start producing wool again, maybe when we get 30 or so thousand liters of wool, we'll make a trip down to the spinnery and start that process over again. Looks like they are finishing up, guys. That was just about perfect timing for that. So that worked out well. While we're here, let's take one quick load of water over to the Yingling factory just to make sure. And you know what? I wonder... Yeah, it'll be fine. Let's see. Zip in here. Bit of a brisk day, 35 degrees. We got a heavy sweatshirt on, but it is going to be cold in this side by side with all that wind blowing by. We're not in a heated cab anymore. So this will be a quick trip, otherwise we'll be chilled. We'll run down here, grab our water tanker, run it across to Yingling, get our first batch of water in so we know the beer has been started. Alright. That hooked up quick and easy. Yeah, speaking of horsepower, I think the beast needs a little help when this tanker's full. 20,000 liters of water. Let's see, water weighs what, 8 gallons a pound or 8 pounds a gallon? So we're looking at 160 or 16,000, is that right? 16,000 pounds. Seems like a lot of weight for this little thing to pull. Seems like maybe a half-ton truck or three-quarter-ton truck might be needed, but hey, it's the beast. It's a 6x6 that gets the job done. So, popping out on the road. Probably should throw a beacon on, let people know that we're slow-moving, and that we're all over the road for that matter. Maybe we'll cut through the farmer's market, get off the road a little bit, say hi to the neighbors, run on down here. So I'm excited. We got good things done today. Added 2 production items to our repertoire. 1 totally new production with the Yingling, and then pasta with the bakery that we already had. So that was easy, good news. But how are you supposed to get... I'm not going over the scale. I'm going this way, guys. We don't need to have our water weighed. So... but added some stuff that will make us some money, and I suppose the last thing we should do while we're here is pop into the menu, and we have $367,000. You know, what field looks appealing for that much? I'd love to get something in the 20-acre range, because that would put us over 100 acres and get us our first big step that direction. But it is tough, guys. A field that size is $500,000. This one's 13.3, and it is 318. That's a little more than I wanted to spend. 27 for 665. Yeah, we're getting further and further away from the farm. What's in this field? That's another good question. Is there anything planted in that field? Anything is, so 53 is cultivated, so there's nothing in it, which is fine. We're heading into planting season. I mean, basically everything's going to be planted in the spring. Say corn, yeah, corn's in April. Soybeans we can put in as soon as April as well. Man, soybeans you can harvest all the way January, February. That seems like a crazy timeline for those soybeans, but hey, if it works, it works. So we could do some sunflowers and do some different oil stuff with that. Who knows? So, I mean, it really doesn't matter that the field is vacant or not planted at all. Just trying to figure out, I'd love to get this field. Do we have any sales coming up? What sells in February? Lettuce, which we're already selling every day, so that's not going to matter much. Number July, yeah, there's not really a lot that we're going to be selling. Why does it say we still have... Was the trailer full? Did we not fully load it? Why does it say we have 39,000 liters of bread? Is that at the bakery? Did we not go pick it up? Well, I wonder if we didn't pick it up at the bakery, guys. Bread, 39,000 liters. So we have another $78,000 in the bank, or that we can sell and get today. So guys, that would take us to like $440,000, which would totally change the options we have available to us. We could get real close to getting 20 acres with that. And just see what we have here. At 520, that would be really close. And we don't need to buy it this month. So I guess I'll get the rest of the bread sold. And then come back next episode in January and have more money. Since we aren't planting in January, I mean, the earliest we would plant, let's take a quick look here. I mean, things go on the ground in March, so we really have 2 months to make some more money to buy that field. So realistically, we probably should hold the money we have right now, get more, and then buy a bigger, like 20-acre field and increase our arable lands to that full 100 acres of land and go that route. So I think that's a good plan. So I will get the bread sold. I will wrap up the soybean harvest, get the straw up, probably get the mulching done on that field and some field prep. We should be pretty good otherwise. We limed it when we put it all together. Obviously, it'll need some fertilizer, so we can figure all those details out. But mulching and getting the straw up will be the primary focus. So here I am talking and not paying attention to where I'm driving. We got to go back here to get more water. So I think that'll be it for today. So thanks so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel membership is available if you want to support my content further, and members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith's Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. Good morning and Happy New Year, guys. It is January, and look what we have here on the farm. A new tanker trailer. So I was doing some cleanup in December, getting everything ready, got the field done for the soybeans, making sure the animals were fed, all the usual stuff. And it occurred to me we had almost 500,000 liters of slurry from our 2 cow pens. And just hadn't been doing anything with it. Selling it really wasn't worth it. So we went ahead and we bought the tanker here and have taken a couple of trips up to the BGA, which we've leased. So I can show you guys here. We've got the BGA leased. We've got 89,106 liters of slurry in there. I'm thinking we could add some manure in there too, depending on how much manure we end up with. But we did pick that tanker up to start getting the slurry up there. We are getting to be quite the production farm. Overnight we had $12,000 in production costs. So our productions are costing us a lot of money now. By comparison, as an example, and I'll show you guys here. Let's get parked up. When we look at the finances and we scroll down to biogas plant income, so just the slurry we put in there last night, I think we filled it up to 100,000 before we went to bed. We had $18,813 made. So that biogas plant is more than paying for all of our production costs, which is good because that biogas plant is a $4,000 a month cost, so fairly significant. Want to be careful with that. So other changes that have happened on the farm, gonna go ahead and get this guy parked over here, just out of the way. I did make a quick change over by the greenhouse. We'll run over there and I'll show you guys. I'm not even really sure where we're gonna park this tanker. Do we put it in the barn? I mean, that might be the best option at this point. Get it straightened out a little bit. It might even fit in here. Look at this. This could actually work out wonderfully. Be a bit of a challenge when it comes to putting the baler away. And on that hill, that thing snaps around. Coming up into the door. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. I think that's about all we're going to be able to get, guys. That may even be up against the back wall. So, checking on our chickens so we can get some eggs. Yeah, we're going to have to run up some eggs to the bakery this morning. Let's go check on the sheep on the way to our quick change on the farmyard. Looks like still no wool. We do have very close to a full thing of goat's milk. So down here at the greenhouses, I moved our water pump and put in a manure heap. Not a manure heap extension, an actual manure heap. I was trying to keep these greenhouses full so we could, with manure, so we could keep our productions up. And I was running down here, and it's hard because each one of these holds 20,000, so I was bringing a bunch down. It was topped off. I had some extra, and I couldn't put the extra manure anywhere. It's hard to get it back in because manure heap extensions don't take the manure back. So put a manure heap in here, and as you can see, we have 18,000 manure in this one, 18,000 in this one, and 18,000 in this one. And it looks like, I have to double check, guys, that manure heap may have disconnected from those overnight when I saved and came back in. Let's take a quick look. It should be the oil and taproot. Yeah, the total is not there, which is fine. So as long as we can come over here and we can grab manure out of that to dump it in, that's fine with me. I just don't want to be driving manure back to the farmyard. So here we have our water pump back in action, just shifted it a little bit. So we're good to go there. So let's grab, I think we're going to take the beast to town. You know, it's a brisk January day. It's 27 degrees. You know, why not take the beast with its open windshield and no doors? We'll get a nice chill on us, but we'll get the eggs up to the pasta production, which is going to be our next step. From there, we do have $348,000, so just a touch less than we left with last episode. We did make an additional $92,000 on the extra bread. If you remember, we had, I think it was 39,000 liters of bread laying around in the bakery that we forgot about when we sold the rest of it. So that boosted us up, but the slurry tanker was $90,000. So that was a tough one, and I think I have this set not to take partials, which generally speaking is good. Yeah, full only. But for now, okay, back to full only. This one's 948 out of 1,000, and we're heading up that way. No point in leaving it here. I did take a look at our dairy last night before heading to bed, and we were not using all of the cow's milk. Got some weeds coming in the soybean field. That'll be all right. We'll get it replanted. So we weren't using all of the milk that was in the dairy. I was going to bring some more up last night, and I think there was like 56,000 liters still in the dairy, and bringing another 14 up wasn't going to help us. So I did turn on bottled cow's milk, or bottled milk, to sell, which also helped with our production sales numbers. But until we're using more of that milk, I wanted to get, just keep it moving so it isn't sitting in there. It doesn't do us any good to have the milk just hanging out in the production. So something worth taking a look at again this morning. We are also doing goat cheese, which will be something that we can sell. And I did take a quick look at time-saving stock check. Hey, there's a chicken in the field. I did take a quick look at the time-saving. Oh, we have the side-by-side. So guess what, guys? As long as we're not driving in anybody's field, take a quick shortcut through here. I did take a quick look at the time-saving stock check, and there's something we need to sell today. I don't remember what it was. Something that isn't supposed to be sold this month, but it seems like the prices of things have gotten very high in February or in January for no particular reason. So we'll have to just keep an eye on that. So let's jump into the dairy here. Bringing the beast up here was fun. It was quick, too. Pop off our straps, let the goat milk go in. So taking a quick look at our productions, guys. Biogas, the dairy, the flour mill, Jack Daniel's whiskey, Yingling beer. Okay, then we own the bakery and we own the oil plant. Plus we have all of our stuff on the farm. So just an absolute boatload of productions. So milk, still have 49,000 liters of milk. Just not getting through that very quickly. I think we'll bump up the milk sales to 300% as well. The goat milk we have making goat cheese. We're not making a huge dent in that either. Let's bump that up to 200% and see if that helps there. Now here's the big question, soy milk. All right, so soy milk is 30 soybeans to 21 soy milk. We have to decide if we're going to keep the beans and sell them or not. So soybeans, according to our regular pricing, max out at $11.93. Now, guys, we're just going to go with the maximum here. We're not going to worry too much about any variances or anything else there. Soy milk sells for $18.77. Is that less money? Are we losing money on that deal? Is that what I just saw? $18.77 to 11. So we're making $700 more. So going to get out the calculator here real quick, and let's just do some quick math. If we had 100,000 liters of soybeans at their best price, they would be worth, let's see. We just got to back off that decimal. They'd be worth $119,300. That makes sense. Okay, so if we had the same 100,000 soybeans, and we came down to the soybean milk, or soy milk, okay, and it's 30 to 21, so we need to take the 100,000 divide by 30, multiply by 21, and then multiply that by 1877. So you'd make $131,000 versus 118. So we're making $13,000 more to make soy milk. So I just don't know if that's worth it with the cost of the production, driving it around and everything else. I think probably not for us. It's an interesting production, but I just don't see that being a viable, oh, excuse me, sir, that being a viable way to make the soybeans worth more money. We put them in the ground because we wanted them. I'm still going to make the wrong turn. I want the bakery to be on this side, but it is over here. We want the soybeans to be a viable cash crop. We were looking for something that we weren't going to put a lot of time and energy into. Crash counter +1. And doing all the soy milk and the water and everything else just feels like a lot of work for a cash crop. If it was going to increase our money by $40,000, I mean, $13,000 out of 100 is basically 13%. So we're actually looking at a little bit less than that. We're looking at a 12% increase in value, or 11 or 12% increase in value for those soybeans to do all that work and run that production and drive all that stuff around. So long way of saying, I think we're just holding on to the soybeans until it's time to sell them straight up. I just don't see a point in putting them into a production. So heading back to the farm, let's take a look at what we had that was ready to sell this month. I don't remember what it was. I was checking this morning as I was getting set up, and I was surprised because I didn't think we had anything that sold in January. Didn't seem like a big selling month for us, but there was something. So let's take a quick look and see what it is. We'll get back to the farm here. Man, if the beast held more stuff, this would be the way to get to and from town. This thing is so fast. That made light work of it. Usually I do a cutscene there because of how long it takes to get back and forth, but not with the beast. Okay, the tanker trailer looks silly in the barn. We're going to have to find a better spot to park it. We'll work on that another time. So, park it up. Let's get into time-saving stock check. Cheese. Okay, so cheese is at a great price. $22,021 per 1,000 liters. Top supposed to be $19.62. So that is just a great price. Got a couple other small things. Pasta is good to sell. Manure, but we're not making any money. Slurry. I think that's going to be about it. So we need to go get the cheese from the dairy. Now we have 23,000 liters. That's a reasonable amount to pull with the Super Duty. Once we surpass like 45 to 50,000 liters, it becomes harder to do it on the Super Duty and our Prowler flat deck. We tend to go get the Volvo and the big step deck. So I'm going to run up to the dairy. Since we just literally did that drive, I'm not going to keep you guys along, and this is going to be slower. So I'll see you guys in just a moment when we have the cheese loaded up and ready to sell. Pulling into the dairy. Quick drive up here. Let's jump in and get the cheese to storing. 29,000 liters. Let's see what we can pick up here. Man, we're making good time so far. You catch the pallets when they're spawning. It tends to keep moving. All right, we need another 6,000 liters of cheese, another couple pallets. Which side are we unloading on? We're going to reload these. Let's get on the right side. Alright, is there more? Okay, it doesn't appear to be more. That's a weird one. Maybe we need to repack it. Maybe there's more of it. Maybe I just misread how much we're supposed to have. Man, that is a sloppy load, guys. Come on, auto load. Okay, it's a little better. Only one fell over. That is still pretty sloppy. So, cheese, it says we have, okay, we have 23,000. It's going to the Moccasin General Store, which is right around the corner. So, before I forget, let's turn the cheese back to distributing. head on down. After this, guys, I think we check the animals, and we might end up just going right to February. There's not a lot to do here. So I'm finally going to come up the correct road and go the correct way. So there's the bakery. That's not where we're going. Alright, Moccasin General Store is right here. Taking out the street sign. Not a great choice. Let's get the straps off. $46,000. Not a bad payday. I think it is worth probably looking at a field to see if we can grab one now. We have that, $50,000 payment coming out overnight, which, is going to happen regardless. But if we can spend the money, we might get a little more for a bang for a buck, a little more purchasing power if we spend it now. I think my dreams of buying a 20-acre field are just out of reach. I think if we keep waiting for more productions to be ready and the best time to sell things, we're just going to end up making more payments on our loan, which overall long-term is totally fine. We have to get the loan paid off. But I think we just sort of keep hovering around $400,000, $350,000 to $450,000, and we really need like $500 to $600 to get the size field I want. So I think it's worth just buying it. We'll be planting in a month or so. So let's take a look. If there's a good option, we'll grab it. If not, we'll just hold on. That's fine too. It's all right to have a little bit of cash in the bank here and now and again. But let's take a quick look and see what we get here. We'll just pull back into the farm. The animals in general should be good. I do want to check on the sheep. Oh, that's the other thing I did overnight. I did sell 112 roosters out of our chicken coop and bought 3 new roosters because I figured they probably weren't breeding very much because they were all related to each other. And feeding 112 roosters seemed like a dumb way to waste our food. So, looking at the map, looking at things close to us, we have this field for $318,000. It's probably going to be the best option. It's very nearby, not a bad field to pick up. This one's $569, this one's $665, and that one's $174. So technically, if we pick up this one for $318 and then we save up and we buy this one and combine it, we'll have 100 acres, and that may be the fastest way to do that. Over here, 12 acres for $293. That's not a bad field. Do we have access to... trying to remember which... No, we don't. I'm trying to figure out who owns this land over here. No, not them. Nope, not that. Okay, well, I don't know who owns this land in here because we could expand that field too. I don't know if we get to 20 acres, but let's do a quick visit and let's just see. All right, so is there really any room to expand this field, or did they take it all the way to the field edge? And it looks, yeah, it sure looks like they took it all the way to the field edge. We could try to bring it down the hill, but that's not going to be a great option. So I think we probably end up buying that other field. Let's take a quick look in the sale and just make sure there isn't anything we can't live without before we buy it. But I think we pick up that field. Anything, Massey header. That's a nice looking trailer. I do like this cattle wagon, and that's the one I want to own long term because it holds 100 cows. We can get things moving. Forage harvester. We don't do much logging. That's not going to be of much use. The Bergman is a nice big capacity wagon there. Yeah, a couple other things. Nothing really all that great. I would love to own the Air Boom. It just is, the capacity for the cost is just not good. So, all right, enough screwing around. I think we got a good plan. We're going to buy field, well, farmland 53, field 53. That takes us up to, should be 95 acres if we're at 82 before. So 95 acres of land, guys. Let's go ahead and visit this field. says it needs plowing. So that field right next to us we don't own, and then right across the sort of light brown is our soybean field. There's our big grass field. The white field in the background is our corn field. So we have quite a bit to expand. And then this guy over here, this is that little piece of land for 174,000. I think we just pick this up eventually, expand the field out to the edge of the hill, and then obviously long term we would pick up this field and go ahead and get that done. So really excited we picked up that field. I'm going to super quick, let's check on the animals and just make sure that we have everyone taken care of before we go overnight. Don't want anyone going hungry. So let's see, food 43,000, that seems adequate to me. The chickens should definitely be good because, as I said, I just sold 112 of them. Yeah, 18,000 for food, they're good. The cows are at 99,000 and 99,000 food, 89,000 straw, so that is certainly adequate. Water buffalo don't have quite that much, but let's take a quick look and see where they are as far as food and straw. Everyone should be good with straw. Hey, there's a happy little buffalo calf. Look at that guy. Cute little guy. All right, let's see. Food, 90,000. Straw, 100,000. Yeah, they still have bales here. So the animals are good. All right, guys. Well, I will catch you guys in February, so I'll see you in just a second. Good morning, guys, and welcome to February. Just thought we'd start the day by grabbing a load of manure. I haven't used this slurry pit in the buffalo tank or the buffalo pen yet. Just get this thing topped off. 127,794 liters in the tank. That is a good load of slurry. I did, before we jumped in, grab the quad track and take him over to the new field you can just see over there in the distance and get him started on the plowing. Wanted to make sure we got that field plowed and prepped since we're going to have quite a bit of planting to do come spring. Man, this mud that is tough getting in here. We might need to make just a quick little update to that if we're going to be pulling the slurry out. That was the first time I've used that particular slurry pen. I was using the one over out of the other cow barn for the first batches that we ran over there. But this is a bit rough. Look at all those ruts. I think we need to gravel in a little bit here. Can't have the truck and the trailer sinking in. We could be pulling quite a bit of slurry out of there long term. We could be getting, when we get to unreal capacity time on this playthrough, it will certainly be a lot of slurry, and we don't want anything getting caught in the mud. So, get this closed up. Happy with our gravel addition there. All right. Go check on the plow. May already be done. It's not a very big field. I did get it going. I was just checking on a few other things before I brought you guys back in. Oh yeah, 42,600 gallons or liters of slurry. Feeling heavy on the Volvo. Definitely dragging. Get some beacons on here. Let's head up here and see if we can't see oh yeah, that field definitely looks plowed. See if we can't see the quad track and checking on the field, because the next step after this will of course be to get the stone picker out and started. Yeah, so he's all wrapped up. You can see him there on the corner of the field. He's done. So we will get this slurry delivered to the BGA and then head over to the field and start the rock picking. Probably get the field work done, check on the animals. As always, check on the time-saving stock check and just make sure there's nothing that seems to be just such a great price we can't wait to sell it till later. But other than that, that's about it for January and February, guys. Like to keep it pretty light. Take care of the animals. Get ready. Once March comes and we can plant our crops and really get back into the swing of things, it'll get busy again here real quick and in a hurry. But nice to have a couple of slow months. Excited for all the productions that we've added to the playthrough. Excited to sell some beer. Excited to sell some pasta. Even from a couple episodes ago, clothes, guys, gonna be a big money maker for us. So can't wait to get those sold as well. Just waiting for just the right time. So anyways, we'll jump down here. Took sort of the back way because we were checking on the quad track. But let's get over to the BGA. I did check on our manure situation this morning. We do have good manure in our manure heaps from our cow barns. Not sure I'm quite ready to take a load of manure over to the BGA. Probably something we should do sooner rather than later. The other option I was thinking, guys, that BGA takes sugar beet cut. Not sure I want to invest in the machinery to do sugar beets. But if we were to, say, maybe buy a field that had sugar beets in it and lease the equipment, maybe we just process all the sugar beets and over time add them to the BGA. I suspect the BGA route is going to become an auto drive course for us because with all these trips back and forth, we may need to have a truck that just can run over here, you know, deposit what it needs to deposit and move on so that we're not having to do this every day. Because realistically, we should be bringing manure over every day, or I'm sorry, slurry over every day, and any extra manure we have should be brought over here as well. So right in here, we get to dump out our slurry. As you'll be able to see, here we are with our slurry. Yep, 4,000, 6,000, 7, 8. Yeah, it's filling up nicely. That'll work well. So here we go. Sugar beet cut we could do. Silage. I mean, I don't know if silage is better to use in the BGA than to sell it. I mean, silage makes... I mean, look at that. I guess it's a ton more silage. It's 4 times as much silage going in. So silage is at 8,400 liters per cycle, whereas the slurry is at 22. So it's 4 times as much, but it is more than 4 times the amount of methane and more than 4 times, so about 4 times the amount of digestate. So it could be quite profitable. We'll have to see. But we got all that in. That's enough for that run. Let's head back to the farm, get the stone picker in the new field, get that thing all prepped and ready to go. Probably needs a round of manure, may need a round of liming. We'll have to see, but having our fields prepped for spring planting will be a critical step in keeping us on track. So I'll run back to the farm real quick, and I'll check in with you guys when we get to the stone picking. And I suspect, well, actually, real quick before we jump out, let's check the time-saving stock check. Anything in here we can't resist selling. Beer is a decent price. Are we done with the beer? I mean, if we're done making beer, we're definitely not done making beer. But we can certainly crank up the production to get that done. So beer is something that would be decent to sell today, but we have more of it, so I don't feel like we need to do it today. Butter, there's not enough to sell. Cheese, it's only $6,000. Yeah, we're getting close on sunflower oil. That's a March thing. It could be this month. 21.18 compared to 21.36. We might need to sell sunflower oil today, guys. I mean, it's pretty close to max price. Let's just double check here. Sunflower oil, where are we? All right, sunflower oil. Yeah, it says the best price is 21.18, and it is currently 2118 at the Kodiak Brewery. So that may be as good as it gets. Up cars passing me in the middle of the road. So let's get the stone picker going. Let's sell some sunflower oil and we'll call it an episode. But we'll bring in some money and get that stuff done. So I'll see you guys in a minute when we have stuff set up back at the farm. Pulling into the oil mill. Got the Versatile hooked up to the stone picker and got that started in the new field before we headed down here. Time to grab some sunflower oil. I think we're taking that up. Was it the Kodiak Brewery? I don't know that we've ever sold there either. Getting some new sell points under our belt, which will be fun. So jump in here and the oil mill. Let's say sunflower oil storing. We are taking that to the Kodiak Brewery. Let's go ahead and tag that location. That is 11,000 feet the other way. That's got to be way up on the other side of town. How much sunflower oil are we expecting? 57,000 liters. Got a lot to get loaded here. Let's see if we can catch it as it comes out and try to keep it flowing for us. Almost halfway there. Now we're getting close. 12,000 liters more. Shouldn't take too much more. That should be it right there. So let's make sure we come in here, jump back into our production, put that back on. Oh, we don't want the canola oil storing. Oh, we got a couple canola oil. We'll sell those anyways. All right, I'm going to head up to the Kodiak Brewery. I think it's going to be a bit of a long drive, so I will see you guys up there. Pulling into town, getting close to the brewery. Like I said, I don't know that we sold here before, so let's head down this way. Oh, we got a stop car. We are too big and going too fast for that. I agree, that was a poor move on my part, guy. You can honk at me. So the brewery is... Are we over here? Oh boy, that's a sell point. Okay. We have not sold here. I'm confident about that. Alright, let's try to get set up so we can do this all in one swing. Backed up, squared up. Not sure we'll be able to do it in one swing, but always the goal, try to get all the money coming in at once. Alright, so let's throw the straps. We missed one row. 115,000. We get around this tree. There we go. Plus another 8 or 9-ish, so $176,000. Now, guys, that is an interesting amount of money to have because that could allow us to buy the other field. I don't think I want to be going into debt in March, but we will take a look at that next episode. So, checking in on the rock picker. Looking good, making good progress. Almost, I think they're done with the headlands and just doing the ups and downs. So, quite a good episode. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. It is a rainy March morning, guys. We are down here in the dairy pen, just getting topped off with slurry. Need to get this up to the BGA to keep it full and going. I do have an auto drive course set up. Oh, we are sliding, guys. We are not getting a lot of traction. This is a heavy load coming out of here. Oh, boy. We might be sunk. Let's see if we get a running start, if we can make it up there. Otherwise, we may have to put some gravel in just to get enough traction to keep things moving. Up to a solid 8 miles an hour. Down to 4. Nope, we're not making it. Man, guys, that is tough. The rain is making it hard to get out of the pen. So let's go ahead, let's grab some gravel and increase our traction a little bit. We'll do a little run up to the door here and just keep things moving along. Just a little something like that. Give ourselves a fighting chance to get out of this mud. We're not sinking in so much. I think the trailer weight is the real problem here. Yeah, all we needed was a little bit of traction. I think the rain did us in. So, let's close the door. Don't want any cows wandering around the yard. And snake this guy out here. And like I said, we have an auto drive course set up to get this done. So we'll get him up to here. And we want to set him to empty at the BGA liquid in. Get him sent off. Done and done. He is gone, which is great news. Now, we have $141,000, guys. Couple of things that might be worth selling today. I wouldn't normally nickel and dime us for, 18,000 here, 12,000 there, but I really want to get that other piece of land up next to the field we bought last episode, up next to field 53. So with that in mind, I think we would do a quick bit of running around and get that stuff done. Now, a very interesting thing happened last night when I was checking over the animals and getting ready to go to bed and progress into March. We were just out of food, like all over the place. Oh, there goes the tanker. Love when auto drive works. Like, we did not have enough TMR for the dairy cows. We didn't have enough hay for the sheep. And I'm not saying we didn't have enough in the pens. We were out over winter. We sold, I think we made too much silage and sold too much silage last year compared to what we need to keep on the farm, because our cows and sheep and goats and water buffalo, our herds are expanding. So I had to buy, I think I bought 16 round bales of hay and 8 round bales of silage just to get the animals fed, which means we don't have it for this month either. And looking at our fields, I believe we should be in stage 3. Yeah, we're in stage 3 on this field. So I guess the question is it worth buying some hay and some silage to keep the animals fed and letting that field grow one more month and getting the full amount off of it? Or should we be doing a cut now? I guess technically we could do a cut now on one of the fields, like maybe the little field, and that would get us to where we need to be. So that's an interesting thought. Maybe we'll cut the one field early and not the others, or not the others, since we got rid of the clover field. I am thinking in the last year we got rid of the clover field and we got rid of the grass on the field across the river that we turned into our second corn field. That field never really produced very much, but the clover field we were cutting, every rotation, every harvest. So we definitely are down some grass type fields for our total rotation. Don't think I want to add a grass field back. I think we'll just hold off on selling the TMR. I'm sorry, selling the silage to make sure that we have enough for our animals. With the BGA up and running, I think we can sort of compensate for those sales a little bit. Let's see if we can't get the eggs taken here. Perfect. And then we'll run down here and drop the goat's milk off at the dairy. But yeah, I don't think we can afford to sell silage until we have a good stock of food for our animals, because we did not make it through the winter. On the flip side, we have so much straw. We have regular straw, corn straw, stock straw. We have soybean straw. We have just all kinds of things. So interestingly enough, the beer is a really, really good price. You know, we're talking about losing $40 if we sell it now. So I think the beer needs to be sold. The bread's not a good price. Clothes are getting close, but again, we're looking at $9,000. Goat cheese is a very good price. So let's get in here and head to the dairy and get the goat cheese set to storing. And we will snake back around and go pick up the goat cheese. And run that over to the small farmer's kiosk. We're familiar with that location now. Goat cheese. Looks like there's another 3,000 coming out. Perfect. Like I said, not looking in general to nickel and dime and sell stuff early, but with the opportunity to buy that field, I want to make sure we take advantage of it. So we have the goat cheese. Sunflower oil is a really good price as well. I mean, we're only going to make 10 grand, but it's actually more than we should make. So I think getting the sunflower oil sold too will be good. And then, so we have the goat cheese and the beer, and that should get us to about where we need to be. So real quick, before we run this down to the small farmer's kiosk, let's jump back. Got this guy all stage. I left him out here so that we could plow that other field up. All right, let's grab this guy and our mowers, and let's have him mow the small field. I think we'll be good until tomorrow for the sheep. There we go. The Volvo has reached the BGA. Check on him a bit later. But I think if we get the mower going and we just bale it up and turn it into silage, I know we still have a little bit of straw and hay in the TMR mixer. Should be hopefully enough to get through. If we have to buy a couple of hay bales, we'll buy a couple of hay bales. Let's get the small grass field cut. I don't like cutting early if we don't have to, but based on the shortage of food, the fact that it's going to cause us some grief, I think we need to get this field over here cut, and we'll turn it into total mixed ration, keep our cows fed, and then we'll have our big field to cut tomorrow, and then we'll have lots of hay and lots of TMR. We'll do about half and half, would be my guess, grass and hay, and then turn the rest into silage, and then eventually TMR. So, getting started over here. Jump in and get the GPS set. We're on field 60, so mowing, grass field 60, clear current course, load the new one into the GPS, set it off to get moving. Now the last thing I want to check is, do we need to be planting anything this month? So alfalfa, no. Clover, no. Cotton, grapes. Grass, no. Oats, oilseed rash, olives. Peas, poplar, potatoes, spinach, sugar beet, sugarcane, sunflowers. Now, I did have a thought about turning that other field, the new field with the expansion coming, into a sunflower field. So we'll have to see if that makes sense or not. So let's run this stuff down. We're going to come back up here to sell the sunflower oil. So let's see, we're going back to the farm. Yeah, I think maybe we do swing in here and let's just run into the shop real quick and let's grab, well, first off, let's take a quick look at the sale. Nothing here that looks too exciting. I mean, herbicide we always buy when that's on sale just because when we need it, we need it. I mean, 8RX is nice, but we don't need it. Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing here that speaks to me that we need, guys. We're in good shape. So let's just jump over. Let's head over to the bales. And let's grab just a few hay bales just to make sure that we have everything we need. This is going to make buying that field tough if we keep spending our money, but I'm just don't want to be without food for the animals. And that'll be our lesson learned. Make sure we don't oversell our grass products. So, grab this. Interesting place to put the herbicide pallet all the way on top, but okay. No complaints there. We'll run this down to the small farmer's kiosk, get the goat cheese sold. Then we'll probably run over and grab the beer. Figure out where the beer is going. I don't want to drive the beer down to the oil plant if it's not going that way. If it's going back up here, we'll pick up the beer after we pick up the sunflower oil as well. So I will see you guys at the small farmer's kiosk in just a minute. Arriving at the small farmer's kiosk, and I need to do a quick bit of organization here. Let's see. We're unloading on the right. That's great. We want to load what type? Let's see. Always have to figure out material type all. Hay, goat cheese. That's what we want. Just in case anything was thinking about selling at the farmer's kiosk. We don't want to sell our herbicide. We don't want to sell our hay. We want both of those things to take back to the farm. Perfect. $21,000. Really felt like we got past that flagpole, but apparently we did not. Alright, so we can swing back through here, grab this stuff, and we're going to head back down to the farm. Still wants to stack the herbicide on top of the bales. That's fine. Not a big deal. Alright, so I will see you guys either back at the farm, depending if we're going to pick up the beer, or I'll see you down at the oil plant if we're picking everything up and bringing it back to town. So once again, I'll see you in just a sec. We're back at the farm. The beer does get sold down by the sunflower oil pickup, so it makes sense to stop here, get rid of this stuff, and then head down there. So let's see if we can't snake through here successfully and maybe even get close enough here to hit the trigger for the herbicide pallet going on the rack. I don't think we're going to reach it, but we did not, but we'll get it on there later. So let's run over and pick up some beer. First time picking up beer, first time selling beer. Very, very excited. Also get to check the production, and if we burned through the barley, then we can end our lease, which will help reduce our expenses as well. So check on our mower. He's doing great. Look at that. Moving on. Love seeing the field getting cut. We need that grass heading back to the farm. So the Yingling Lager production. Here we are. Going through the scales empty, guys. Says we weigh 0 pounds. Not sure that's accurate, but I don't think it changes the outcome for us. All right, so jumping into the production menu, looking at the Yingling logger, we still have more to do, so that is crazy. I think we need to up that production because that is... We're not making a big dent in that. So let's get that set to storing. Here is our beer. Should be 16 pallets. Got the first 8. Oh, missed 2. I should have had the first 10 apparently. So just 6 more. You can see the case Magnum over there working that grass field. Alright, that's 16. And let's set that back to distributing so we're not losing any. Perfect. We are good to go. So, take a look at these beer. Look at that. Actual Yingling lager. That is very, very cool. So, I don't know that we've been to, what is it, BNSF, Montana as a sell point, which is where this stuff is going. It is down here. I assume that's going to be generally en route to the sunflower seed or sunflower oil plant, so we can get that done. And we need, I believe the field is $174,000, so we need just about $30,000 between this and the oil, and I think we're going to end up about $36,000 or $38,000 in total, so should be in good shape. Man, wherever this Montana sale point is, it is way down on the far side of the map. I really don't think we've been here, guys. We'll have to figure it out when we get there. Maybe we sold something there early. This guy, pardon us, we are loaded and heading on the downhill, bud. We are got too much speed and too much momentum to wait for you. Dealing with 65 through here, too. Not bad. Truck's doing well. Oh, is that the train? I'm betting that's the train if it's all the way over there. Let's take a quick look and see what we're getting ourselves into here. Take a look at the map. Yeah. So it's Great Falls. So that is the sell point. So what do the other sell points look like? I'm not opposed to selling it on the train, but yeah, I mean, the value is not as good anywhere else. So let's see, how do we even get to the train? Where is, I mean, where can you even, okay, so we can rent the train here, and that's right next to the ethanol, and then it goes to Great Falls. So we're actually going here, the train rental, which is even closer to the oil mill that we need to end up at for our next sale. So let's go there, rent the train, and send the logger off like we're transporting alcohol across state lines or something, guys, putting it on the train. Feels sketchy, but once it's on the train, it's not our problem. So, not sure that we should have gone this way to get over there, but hey, we'll get there. It won't be a big deal. Snaking through town. My favorite cone on the entire map is right up here. We're going to give it a little bit of space. Not going to whack it with the truck or the trailer. There goes my favorite cone. And let's head over. I don't know that we've sold anything via the train yet on this series, so this will be a new and fun experience. Hoping the train comes relatively quickly. Alright, how are we going to... Seems like we got to go in through the ethanol plant and then loop back up to the train. Like I said, it's going to be an adventure. Okay, so over the way station. 24,000 pounds. All right. Jump out here. Feel like we should be getting the rent the train. Okay, we have rented the train. Had to turn that on. Probably rented it 2 or 3 times. I'm not entirely sure how we get the pallets on the train. So I'll catch up with you guys when the train gets here and when I figured out how to get everything loaded. So I'll see you guys shortly. All right, guys, I think I got it figured out. We have hand-loaded all of the beer onto the flat deck of the train. I assume that is going to be adequate to get it sold. This is a big, big train. So let's head down here and get a roll on. Let's see. Once I can see the flatbed, I may try the straps for the whole trailer. I only put a few on, and I want to make sure that that's what we need. Yeah, it says we have 16,000 beer. Okay, yep, readjusted the strap. Still have 16,000 liters of beer. We are taking off, high-speed train, heading to, I don't know what BNSF in Montana is, whether it's a city, location, but we're going to try to sell the beer this way and see what happens. New adventures on the farm this episode, doing things we've never done before. Always a good time. So BNSF must be the rail line then. So I wonder where it's actually taking this stuff. I guess we'll never know. Once it's on the train, like I said earlier, not my problem. So, any moment now, I imagine we'll be getting a notification. I'll be right up here at this tunnel. Man, these fields go all the way down here. This map is absolutely huge. Okay, vehicle leasing cost. Here comes our beer. Oh, did we lose some beer? I hope not. There we go. $31,000 for the sold beer. What a winner. All right, now all we got to do is run all the way back and get our truck. Go grab that sunflower oil and take that up to the brewery in town and get that sold. So I will get the sunflower oil connected and or collected, and I will meet you guys up at the brewery. See you shortly. Wanted to bring you guys back in just a touch early. I was just figuring something out I wanted to share with you guys. So I've got the mileage counter down in the bottom right-hand corner, and we're at 167.7 miles. When I left the oil mill, it said that the brewery was 11,000 feet away, 11,000 feet and some change. A mile is 5,280 feet. So it's just over 2 miles away, and that's as the crow flies, not as the road goes and as we can drive. So we left the oil mill at 165.5 miles, and we're going to arrive up here at like 168.3. So the mileage tracker is tracking actual, like real in-world feet into miles, not just engine hours or use or something else. That is a super cool mod. So you're actually on this 4X map. We just drove, you know, what is essentially just about 3 miles to get up here, way the roads wind. So that is something that I think is very, very neat. So get this sold real quick. $8,000, just a little bit of extra cash in the bank. Enough money to cover the purchase of our extra field and get that plowed up, which will be what we'll do the remainder of today. And then we'll probably, off camera, I'll probably get the sunflowers put in. Maybe even do a quick little time lapse on the end for you guys getting the sunflowers planted. So excited to have a new and different crop on the farm. It does put us in the situation where our greenhouses have been producing some sunflowers for our sunflower oil, you know, our artisan oil, our small batch stuff we talked about at the beginning. And now we're going to have this big field of sunflowers Do we need to continue making sunflower oil or sunflowers in the greenhouses? My guess is probably no. So when we harvest this later in the year, in the fall, maybe we get to convert that greenhouse to either more rice or more canola, so we get more oil out of the deal. I do have the case Magnum running here. Okay, we'll go with running poorly here. Just going to show off how efficient I was to you guys. And here I am, dragging bales all over the field, popping the baler up. Oh my goodness, that was a mess, but we got through it. But the case Magnum is in the field, getting the grass baled up so we can make silage, because I will have to feed the cows. This is the turn where they get stuck. Are we going to make it? Yeah, not much I can do about the bridge there, guys. You're going to have to swing wide. So, what should we do next? I think we should buy that piece of land. So we'll jump in here. The piece of land in question, we purchased Field 53 last episode, 13.3 acres, and farmland 141 is 174,007.19 acres. So we're going to buy that. That's just grass at this point. So we're here. Let's go visit and see. So here we are. This is just grass going down to the river and then back up to the field. So I think the first order of business here is going to be to get the quad track over there and get that plowed up. Now the trick, because I've already prepped this field, field 53, is we don't want to connect these fields right off the rip. If we do that, then the worker will have to stone pick all of this, which takes forever. We'll have to spread manure on all of it, which takes forever. Though, have we spread manure on this field? I feel like we did. Yeah, it's 100% fertilized. So what we want to do here is just get lined up and then just leave a little strip between. And let's allow create fields. And away we go. Now, I'm not sure this is the best tractor for making some decent corners over here. It's definitely a good tractor for making straight lines. The tracked vehicles do really, really well when it comes to straight edges for fields. So we're going to go just a little bit over the edge of the field here. We're probably going to have to start scooting back up. That hill's getting a little bit steep. Don't want to go too far down. All right, excellent. We'll pick it up there. And then let's head over here and grab this edge. This is going to be a nice expansion. With this field, guys, I think we're at 100 acres of arable land once we get this field extended out all the way. So right here again, just let it, just give it a little bit of a gap. That way we're not redoing all the work. And at the end, you just run one strip and you pick up the rocks or whatever else could possibly be there. Not a big deal. So we want this to be a relatively nice sweeping corner. I'd say we nailed that. All right, so real quick here, let's get the rest of this plowed up, leaving a small area between the fields that will connect at the end. Let's see what we get here. And I think eventually the plan is to buy that big field next door, but that one was like almost $600,000. So we have to be a little bit careful with that one because it's going to take some money before we get there. But I envision, to me, this whole area becomes corn. And that way we have a huge ethanol and whiskey production going through the entire thing, and we just have one giant cornfield, and then we would repurpose our existing cornfield, well, both of them, the one by the farm and the one across the river, so that we maybe put, a different product in, or a different crop in there, maybe something for a new production, something of that nature. We'll have to figure all that out. But like I said, I think this turns into an absolutely massive cornfield on this side of the farm, looking to harvest, several million liters of corn at a time, keep our productions fully stocked at all times, to the point where buying the whiskey factory makes the most sense. Buying the ethanol plant makes the most sense. It's going to be quite a bit of time before we can afford both of those. But just in general, wanting to get all of that put in and done. So, last little pass here. Just finish up this row, flip back around. Love the quad track. Love the SM72. Maybe this is the 82 version plow. It's just a lot of acreage done really, really fast. All right, that is all we're going to do with this. Let's make sure we turn off field creation just so we don't have any issues. But yeah, that is a nice extension on that field. I will get the rock picker out over here and get that going. I do think before we head out, it's the SM72. You can tell because the plow, the tips don't touch. On the 82, you can even see it there, SM72 on the side. On the 82, the tips of the plow overlap when it's closed. That's how you know you have the bigger plow. So that is the smaller version of the plow, and it did just fine getting that whole field done in no time at all. I'll probably come back with our little lizard plow at the end and just do that little strip so we don't have a huge amount left over. But before we head out, which I will, as I said, get the rest of the field work done and probably give you a little bit of a time lapse of getting the sunflowers planted so you guys don't miss out on that experience. But let's get one more round of slurry sent off to the BGA. I did send the truck back on auto drive, so it is waiting for us there at the farmyard. We'll drive down, get that filled up, send it back to the BGA, and call it an episode there. So before we head over, we will get the plow placed back in its home. It's funny, the plow has to be pretty far back. Some of the vehicles get a little antsy about it. Okay, that's too far back. Some of the vehicles get antsy about collisions over here if you don't have it far enough back behind that sign. I had vehicles stuck there at one point, so heading back in. You guys may have noticed I've made a concerted effort to wash quite a bit of equipment. We were in a very, very dirty state. We're going to use the quad track to just ever so gently nudge that onto the shelf. Just help us put it away. That's all it's going to do. So, last order of business for this episode is getting another round of slurry. You guys saw us get a round out of the dairy barn this morning, and we also got a round of slurry out of the water buffalo pen last episode. But I think for ease and speed, we will grab it out of here. Love that we had to put gravel in both pens. That's just a great detail from JD as far as the map modding goes. Having that soft mud in there is absolutely the right ticket. We just don't have a truck that is ready to handle that kind of mud. Maybe something like the TLX with some BKT or Friedstein, off-road style tires. Maybe that would handle that much mud with this kind of weight, but we just had to get some traction put down so we can get in and out of the pens. As you can see, we are heavy once again. Get up the hill before we stop. We do have to go back and close the gate, but I don't want to be stopping on that hill fully loaded. Concerned the Volvo might really struggle there. You can even see there. See, there's the mud and the dents coming out over the cattle guard. So maybe doing more graveling over time, but so far we're in decent shape. We'll grab this guy. We want him to empty at the BGA liquids in. He should be good to go right here. So I will send him on his way. Glad to have that route set up. Head down, grab the stone picker, go get that new field we just created picked. I'll plow it all together, we'll get it fertilized, and we will get sunflowers planted. I'll show you a little bit of that action as you head out. But thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you want to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, guys, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. We are in April, just getting the roller and our tractor cleaned up. I am trying to be better about getting things washed before we put them away. Not my favorite task in the world, but it is important to keep your equipment clean. So what did we get done today already? We had a busy morning. So I've got the grass field cut in preparation for making about half of it hay, and the other half we're going to turn into silage. We'll just bale up the grass. We got a boatload of planting and rolling done. So our big cornfield planted with corn and rolled, all ready to go, fully fertilized, doesn't need lime. We are basically at max yield bonus that we can get out of that field. Over here, we have our soybean field. That got planted again, fertilized, rolled, all ready to go. You saw our new field, the combined field that we did over here at the end of last episode. These are our little baby sunflowers, as you can see, all set and ready to go. Rolled, prepped, and planted. And then lastly, all the way across the river, let's see, head over here, we have our small cornfield. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the bridge. Hold on, gotta head back. This is Walter's field, not ours yet. Will be someday. Over here we have our small cornfield, again, planted, rolled, fertilized, ready to go. Really happy with our manure working as fertilizer. So That has been a bonus. And then our grass field, the little one, you remember we cut this prematurely because we just didn't have any food for the animals. That has also been fertilized since I had the manure spreader out. I figured I'd throw some muck on the field and keep it moving in the right direction. So, big problems for today. As you can see, we are negative $31,106 in the hole. The good news is we have a quick and easy solution for that problem. We have a bunch of clothes to sell. So if you remember, over the last, let's say, 10 or so episodes, we started collecting our wool, we leased the spinnery, we leased the tailor shop, and we got 15,000 liters of clothes that we have stored in our main shed. And those are at their peak price and actually looking to be slightly above peak price as far as they're selling right now. So we're going to get one quick project done here on the farm, because I don't want to forget our cows in the dairy barn need some straw. They're not low, but if I let them get low, it does tend to become a bit of a mess. So let's get the roller put away. This is going to be tight getting it in there. But look how shiny and clean it is. Get it tucked back into the corner. Did realize, had a mistake overnight. Not sure exactly what happened, but our water distribution system here on the farm, the one that feeds our greenhouses and some of our productions, got turned off. Not sure how that happened, not sure why that happened, but we have a couple of greenhouses that are just very, very low on water. You guys will have to forgive me on some of the stuttering. I did come in and run through everything for the shader cache, but this is the first recording after patch 111, and so we're just going to have a little bit of stuttering to work through. We'll do third-person view to try to help with that a little bit. So let's go in here. Let's grab some bales. The Bale Pro, I always have to remember. Okay, so there's open. Alright, and then we have to turn it on. Okay, there we go. That seems to have done something. Okay, and we should be able to get one more off the top here. Perfect. And these are our corn stalk bales. Now, I haven't tried putting these in our TMR mixer. I feel like maybe we should give that a try, because we have, between corn stalk bales and now we have soybean bales and regular straw, we have an absolute boatload of straw here. Alright, what is the control going to be to release the bales? I haven't used this in a couple of episodes here. Start auto load. Unload bales. Why? I should have gone with the basic answer. Would have been the correct answer. Alright, so let's jump out here. The straw in here is now full. So that is good news. We can send a load of slurry. Yep, there's that collision on the right side of that barn door. We can send some slurry up to the BGA today and keep our BGA runs going. Have to check and see if we have enough slurry in the water buffalo pen, since I just blocked access to the dairy slurry. Debated putting in a silo extension over there. Maybe that's something we look at later today and see if we can get that done. But for now, jump into the Super Duty. Let's go get the clothes loaded up and take those. I don't even know where we're selling them yet. Didn't look at the location, just looked and saw the sale price was good. So let's see. Driving in our grass just a little bit. Get her tucked in here. Thinking right about there. Should be adequate. Let's see about getting these pallets unloaded. Alright, so we're not quite far enough back, but that's alright. Oh yeah, that's looking good. Alright, so now we just got to get the rest of them unloaded here. Squeezing in between all the equipment back here. And reload. I feel like there's a setting for Universal Auto Load where you can put it by a trigger and it will just grab stuff as it comes out. I have to look that up and see if I can figure that out instead of going back and forth. So let's pull out here. I do want to repack, get this neatened up a little bit. We don't have pallets sort of cattywampus on there. Yep, still getting that way. No big deal. All right, so where are we headed with the clothes today, guys? We're headed to Applebee's. Can't tell you why Applebee's wants our clothes. Maybe they're selling Applebee's t-shirts. You know, TGI Friday appetizer t-shirts. That's what we got made. Didn't know they were. But the best price is supposed to be $10,964. We're at $11,247, guys. We're making almost an extra $4.5 grand on these shirts. So that is good news for us. I did take a quick look in the sale this morning, and I think there's a thing or two in there we might want to pick up. I think there's some silage additive, just some farm supplies, no real equipment. But if we're going to be up at the shop with the truck, and as usual, having money burning a hole in our pocket, may as well spend some of it. So when we get back from our selling run, I'm going to jump into, I guess it'd probably be the Versatile at this stage, and grab our tedder, and I'm just going to manually ted 50% of that field. Then I'm going to send the baler out there and just have it bale the field. And, you know, some of the grass and the hay will get mixed up, and some bales might be grass and some bales might be hay. But I think it's not really going to matter. We just need hay to put into the TMR mixer so we can get some TMR produced. So as long as we're getting roughly 50% hay and 50% grass, we'll be in good shape. But I've never done it that way, where we just sort of go out and ted half the field and then just send the baler out, set it loose, and you know, see what happens. So that'll be an interesting little experiment. I think the big thing is just going to be making sure that the baler, oh, hard on the brakes, whew, did not allow enough time to stop there, guys. I think the big thing is just making sure that the baler works the field the same direction that we cut it, so it's working along the rows that are tedded instead of across, because then every time it crosses, it'll just switch between hay and grass depending on which is in greater quantity in the bale it's currently making. Getting up to Applebee's. Let's throw some straps off. Go ahead through here. Should be about $168,000. $168,743, guys. That is a huge sale. Took us several years to get into wool and have enough sheep to make it worthwhile, but that was a big boost to the finances, so excited for that. Excuse me, Mr. Rooster, we're just going to park here for a second in your parking lot. Jump into the sale real quick. Check and see what we have. I do feel like, where was... There's the wrap. Okay, so it's coming up here. The silage additive, here we go. We'll get that purchased. Now, guys, the Colossus forage harvester would be... I mean, this thing is a beast. We could make silage out of corn in no time. We could put a mower header on there. We could put a forage wagon behind it. It could be an absolute workhorse for us, but $180,000 just It's a little rich for my blood at this point. I have not owned the, what is it called? The Rogator sprayer from Fendt since the Plains and Prairies DLC came out. I think that this thing will be super cool to run. Not a huge capacity, 4,164 liters. Seems like it should be probably double or even triple that, but you know, what do I know? Here's the big Roy from Versatile. This thing is hilarious. Don't know that we quite have fields big enough for that yet, but maybe someday we will. So other than that, I think that's going to be about it for today. There's not a lot. I did look at the C750. Maybe we pick that up, guys. I was debating using this to run like the wool and stuff around when I don't want to use the full drop deck because we only have, say, 4 to 6 pallets. I don't know. I'd want the long chassis. Hitch class 8. Okay, fair enough. Don't know really what we're talking about there yet. Rear low hitch, yes. Mud protectors. Yep, exhaust. Don't really need to pay any extra for exhaust. Is there a standard option that doesn't cost me anything? There we go, standard. Toolbox, not worth $300 to me. Do like slightly darker glass. Fenders, yes. Top kick logo, yes. Visor. The top kick logo, $10 doesn't bother me. We have some bumper options here. Sort of like bumper 2. I do like the black mirrors. Don't know what the difference in the interior is. I guess it's like a brown tan versus a gray maybe. A 3-point on the front. That is an interesting thing I did not know that you could have. Check the color real quick. Get the design color the same. Front grille. Get the bumpers dark. Rims dark. Alright, that's a pretty sweet looking truck for $9,500. Let's see. And as always, lettering should always be in orange. Back only. Okay, cool. I mean, $9,500. We got the trailer here. You know, let's run it. Now let's jump out here, and we just got to figure out what deck we want to put on it. I think there's just a long and a short. Yeah, so we would definitely want the flat deck on this. Beacon lights, yes. Steel tread, I guess that's diamond plate. Yep. Just make sure it's nice and dark. Okay, cool. Another $3,500, so $12,000, $13,000. We got a new truck and trailer. All right, guys, let's get this stuff loaded up. I guess we could technically, maybe we can't pull the flat deck or the gooseneck with the new C750. All right, so let's get that turned off. Here we go. Let's get in here. Well, that's a nice sounding truck. I'm thinking this would be a nice sort of delivery truck when we don't have huge loads. Like I said, just running the wool and maybe the goat's milk up. Drive's nice too, I'll tell you that much. Okay, nice. I mean, that's going to be a load for the Super Duty, but hey, we're here for it. Just got to get underneath the ramps. Alright, all strapped down. It's a nice looking truck. Got our extra pallet of silage additive. So cool. All right, well, I'll see you guys back at the farm. Made it back to the farm, guys, and I gotta tell you, this didn't pull great. I feel like we're slightly off center, wanted to tip a lot, but we got back. Probably should be pulling the Super Duty on the trailer and the new C750 pulling, but I don't think it has a fifth wheel hitch. So, sort of is what it is, but we made it work, we got it back, so not a big deal. Let's get unloaded here, and then let's go work on our hay for the animals. So, pop those straps, bump those ramps. Alright, so first and foremost, we'll get the new truck off the ramps, or off the trailer. It's a nice looking truck. Alright, very good. I think we'll leave it right here for now. Just curious. Yeah. I got the beacons, got the lights. Nice turn signals. Not bad for a used truck, guys. Alright, cool. I'm pleased. Okay, last thing. We got to run up here. Grab our pallet of silage additive. Let's just toss that on the rack with the rest of the farm supplies. All good to go there. So let's head over to the Versatile. And I think we got to leave the Pro Bale here. I don't think we want to be running around the field with it on. So we'll just lower that and drop it. Excellent. Our tedder should be over here in our open storage. Got some eggs to pick up. Maybe we got some work for the new truck to do. That would be good. You can also, I guess, use that truck to pull some bales around to like get straw and stuff for the cows. So could have a bunch of uses on the farm here. So I'll throw this on a quick time lapse because, like I said, I'm just going to do like half the field. Just want to get enough hay that we can get back to making TMR. So let's see. I'm going to pull up the map and just sort of try to figure out where halfway would be. So I think it's going to be, you know, this row starting right about here. Alright, well, I'm going to get this all tedded up, throw this on a time lapse for you guys, and I'll see you when I'm done. That's a wrap on the tedding, guys. Just a real quick loop around the field, get some of that knocked out. I think we go grab the baler now. I'm hoping that the windrower on the baler will be adequate to pull those rows back in and not miss too much. If we have to do a little cleanup, we can. So let's see what's going on here. Alright, there we go. Sorry, I got bumped out of the game window there. Not sure what happened. Alright, so swinging back through. Let's get the tedder parked back in its spot. I'm not generally a fan of these big open sheds. I never feel like I can really effectively use the space, but this one hasn't been too bad. I feel like in general it's been good, but I've been trying hard to keep it well organized and have spots for things. Oh, well, I guess the Magnum's hooked up to the baler already, so I guess we'll just be using that. So let's get the Versatile tucked back in. jump on out, head over to the Magnum. Got plenty of silage additive, even though we just bought some, making sure. So let's go ahead and I think we can just set this guy up. We should be able to just jump into course play, grab the mowing. Which field is this? I can never remember. Field 49. Yeah, I think he's still on that course from actually doing the mowing. But let's go ahead and start him at the first waypoint. Let's see where he heads to. Oh, that's not a good choice. Okay, good. Got swung back around. I'm going to say you're going to hit stuff with those. The wings on the windrower. Yeah, I think the windrower should be plenty wide to capture all of the hay. I don't think we're going to lose anything. So that is good news. Yeah. That's working well. Okay, we're just going to let him work. Get out of his way. So let's run and check on the... I do want to do one thing. Make sure he's working at full speed there. Alright, he's off and running. Let's go check on our sheep. And I know we have some eggs. So we'll get the top kick. It'll be easier to say than C750. And go pick up some supplies and see where we want to take stuff. So we have... I don't think this is even going to be worth picking up, guys. What do we have here? 400 kilograms, 691 liters, so not quite full. And then that one's obviously just a quarter, 64 liters. So yeah, that's not doing us much good. Food, we are at 51,000 liters out of 130. And just to compare... Let's see. Yeah, hay is 100%, grass is 80%. So guys, if you're checking out the Homestead Challenge series, I was talking about this in some of the earlier episodes, that the sheep barn I have on that playthrough, which is on New Frontier, grass does 100%, which is just great news. But here we have to feed them hay, so we're going to need to use some of those bales to get where we need to be. So let's get the gate closed. We'll run back and grab the top kick. Let's pick up the eggs and get those organized. Now, I need to get this guy set up. So we'll pull over here, and then I'm going to do a couple of quick changes. This thing drives pretty nice, too. I like it. It feels substantial. Feels like a big truck. Doesn't feel like a pickup truck. Okay, so what we want to get changed here, let's jump into the menu real quick. We only want to pick up full pallets, which I always have to remember how to do here. Okay, let's see. Material type all, no. Speed generate. Loading filter any. So if we hit O, full only. So now if I pull up here and let's get going here. Why are we not picking anything up? That's an interesting situation. I wonder... You know, I didn't even look. Does this have... Okay, so look at that. It's just got a teeny tiny little area for auto load. So beacon lights, we need to make a change here, guys. Otherwise, it doesn't take to change the size of the area. So we'll change the secondary color. We'll make it match the truck. Okay, so now we can come in here, and man, this is going to be quite the little experience here. This is a teeny tiny loading area, guys, but we can get it adjusted. Quick pro tip: if you hold Alt, it'll move both sides the same distance. So if I grab the left side and I hold Alt, see the line connects it. It means it's moving the right side out as well to keep it even and parallel. So I think we want to go up to about that height. I'm hoping that's going to be 2 pallets worth of height. So let's go ahead and customize. Working through stuff on the fly here. Let's get that reattached. Do we have... Okay, so container type all, filter type it resets. So let's go back to full only. Put that away. Boom. And then the one thing, guys, I always like to go with the layered mode, which is There we go. I like my loads nice and flat. Don't want them stacked up high. So here we are taking our first load with the top kick. Very, very cool. And what I might actually do, we might cheat a little bit. And things sort of quick. Not even using full acceleration here. Let's grab some eggs, or let's deliver the eggs. And then let's go back and let's steal a couple of hay bales and go give those to the sheep to make sure they're fed. Oh yeah, see how easy this is to get pulled in here? Yeah, and it auto loads right into this cold storage. Yeah, this was a really, really good addition to the farm. So I'm going to grab a couple of hay bales here. I assume this stack will also be hay. And I think we can get 2 more. What do we think? Do these look like hay or do these turn to grass? I think these are still hay. Yeah, going around the outside, probably still hay. Let's see. We'll find out. All hay. Great. Now the question is, I see the difference in color. This one right up here, that's hay. And oh, there's a grass in the middle. We got a grass sandwich, guys. You see that? All right, so the plan is working. We are getting grass and hay bales off this field, which was the goal. So we have 58,000 liters of hay. That's going to be a great way to top off our sheep pen. Yeah, we're cruising at 44 miles an hour. This little truck does well. This is just the size I wanted for the farm. I don't have to pull the trailer around. That's 8 bales. I mean, that's a nice size flat deck. Yeah, got a nice sounding engine brake. I like it. I think it was a good purchase. Oh, so we've left the course. Now, guys, you see, Courseplay came to Mod Hub recently, and so all the Courseplay settings have been redone. So we have the alerts up on the screen. I have actually, and I'll post it up on the screen right now, I have a couple of videos, Courseplay Basics, and some advanced Courseplay for harvesting stuff. If you are unfamiliar with Courseplay or just getting into it because of the Mod Hub release, by all means, come check it out. I'll get those videos linked above. But for right now, we'll just get this guy back on track. Got tangled up in a couple of bales. I was trying to pick up the bales, so I knew it was going to be a problem. Just got excited about our new top kick and needed to get this done first. So let's get the course turned off. Let's get the window closed. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Everything going to plan now. You get caught on those bales too. I can try to snag them. There we go. They're out of the way. Once we get these loaded in for the sheep, I'll grab the Volvo and the flat deck and go pick up all the extra. Just excited to use our new truck, get our sheep fed, keep things moving. So 125,000 in the bank. Not doing a lot for us right now. Oh, there's our silage pallet. Huh. That's a weird one. Okay. Well, let's let the hay disappear. Then we'll pick up our silage pallet, and we'll take that back over here and drop it off in the barn at some point. That's weird. Not sure why there's one in here, but oh well. All right. So heading back. Jump out and close our gate. Alright, so we need, $125,000, back to the conversation. Doesn't do a lot for us at this stage. We need to be making big purchases, and we've discussed, fields on this map. We're talking $500,000 easy, so we need to keep it going. We do have an approximate $50,000 loan payment every month between principal and interest. So it is good to have that money in there to keep us in the positive on the bank account, but it is going to be short-lived. I mean, we won't make it through summer with that much money, which is why we keep putting new productions in. Now, guys, look at all this. I'll show you guys real quick while we're here. We have a metric boatload of hay, because that's hay, and I'm sorry, not hay, it's all straw. It's soybean straw, regular straw, corn stalk straw, all of those things. So much straw that we have to deal with. We may eventually end up selling it. I'd like to find some sort of way to make some money on it. I don't know what we can do with it besides sell it, use it for bedding it in TMR. But if there was some sort of, maybe there's a biogas treatment plant or biogas heating plant that burns straw. It seems like straw would be a bad fuel source. It would burn very, very quickly. So we're getting a nice mix of hay and grass going, guys. Our plan has come together well. We can just get the rest of these off from around the perimeter. We should be good to go for the rest of the baling. It shouldn't get caught up on anything. Always important to get your headland bales off, because the tractors they just drive into them, guys. They're not very smart. The workers don't know to avoid them. I keep hoping, and I'll show you guys, remember a long time ago, was it year 1? I mean, we put some trees in, and here they are. I mean, I think they've grown a little bit, but we're waiting for a whole forest to pop up so we can cut a whole bunch of trees down. I think I planted 200 or more trees total over here around the water buffalo pen. Just a lot of trees that were put in. So hopefully at some point we can, you know, do some forestry work, or at least some productions, some sawmill productions, maybe even do some furniture or something else. But we planted that as sort of a long-term investment. Now, man, I'll tell you, we are missing a lot of spots here, guys. That is a lot of stuff. I may have to come back off camera and clean that up, because that is certainly more of a mess than I was hoping for. So let's get to the field edge, and we got a couple more rows of hay to be done. Let's take those, let's unload these. So first we got to get the straps on, then we got to hit them with an unload. All right, now coming in here, what do we want? Okay, we want all types, and it's not, oh, what's the other setting? Material type K. All right, grass, we want hay only. So I'm just pulling the hay out of this stack, which is a really, really helpful tool. We're going to run this bunch of hay, all 130,000 liters of it, over to the TMR mixer and get the TMR started for the cows. So we got to get angled up here. This is a huge trailer to get squared up in here. Okay, so far so good. Okay, excellent. So let's jump in, check our TMR mixer, see what we have going on here. Okay, we are good to go. We're producing 130,000 liters of hay, 66,000 liters of silage, 113 liters of straw. I mean, straw we're using the least of. Hay and silage are a 1-to-1, so we're going to need to get more silage over here. But if we look at our fermenting silo, I already have 95,000 liters of silage over here, so we are good to go. And then plus we're going to have all that grass coming in. Corn silage, I guess there's chaff, clover, and alfalfa. So we could, you know, that Colossus harvester, we could plant just a absolute, just acres and acres and acres of corn and chaff some of it to make silage, and then we could do grass as 100% hay. So maybe we did talk about making that whole far field corn. Maybe we turn our original cornfield into a chaff field in doing that. So let me run over here. Let's swap back to our tipper. I'm going to go leave the tilt deck at the field edge. Ooh, it's tight back here. So we can get the rest of those bales up. I think the remainder of the hay we need to keep in storage for the sheep, because they're going to need food. They were also part of the suffering, this winter when there was no food, was the sheep were out as well. So want to make sure we have plenty there. Dump that. Let's get the tipper. Let's go load silage into it. Run the silage over to the TMR mixer to make sure we're good to go there. And then I think we'll send the Volvo on a run to the BGA full of slurry. And that will be about it for April, guys. Just a lot done today, a lot of running around. Excited that we got that new truck. I think that's going to be such a good size for the farm, because we have so many tight areas, whether it's on the farmyard or like going over to, some of our productions tend to be on the small side. We have hay in here. That's interesting. Okay, we'll get silage put in. That is one thing I almost forgot. I need to check. I think we're done at the Jack Daniel's whiskey facility. We are. There's no more corn, so we need to, at a minimum, I'm going to turn that production off. I'm going to have to go get the whiskey, because we don't want to lease that overnight any more than we already have to. So, can we make this corner? Not quite. It's close, but not quite. But you guys, I don't know if you saw, 75,000 liters of whiskey. That is going to equate to a lot of money when the time comes. So maybe we won't get the BGA run in this episode. Maybe we'll just grab the tilt deck. I'll dump the bales into the fermenting silo, and then we'll go pick up the whiskey, and we'll call it at that point, and I can send him to the BGA on his own later. Ooh, nice and snug. Okay, 72,000 liters going in. All right, so now we should have a good mix. 136,000 liters of silage, 129,000 liters of hay. So yeah, we're gonna make well over 250,000 liters of TMR, probably closer to 300,000 liters, which I know that sounds like a lot, guys, but our cows are going through a lot, which is great. We're producing a lot of milk, we're getting good productions out of it, but we are a full production cattle farm here, in addition to all of our other goals and in trying to get all the other things done that we want. So let's get backed up here. Let's go pick up the whiskey, and that will be enough for April. Can we get this guy swung in without hitting that post? We can, like a pro. All right, let's grab some whiskey, and that will be it. We just got to get the grass off the step deck, or off the tilt deck. I do like our tilt deck on this playthrough. It's such a great trailer. Love the size, love the functionality. Got those last couple of bales. Get the silage fermenter loaded up. Got them all. So, off to the Jack Daniel's facility so we can pick up our whiskey, and then we can end the lease over there. You guys remember a couple episodes ago, we calculated out, we had like $12,000 a month in leasing and production expenses. So if we can manage those and not lease any of our productions any longer than is absolutely necessary, definitely going to help us out in the long term on the expense side. We are at a point where I feel like we're making pretty good headway financially. we are making a decent amount of money. We're also having to spend a decent amount of money to keep things moving. And we knew coming into the 555 challenge that this was going to be a big farm operation. I mean, this is going to end up being an absolutely massive farm when we're done. 500 acres. We have to own 5 productions, but guys, I think that's going to come and go very easily. I don't think that's going to be even a small challenge in order to get the amount of money we're going to need to do this. Man, this is... If we weren't picking up 75,000 liters of whiskey, I would not have brought this truck and this trailer, but this is the only option we have to even get close to that much stuff. Just a little bit of gentle scraping on the outside. Okay, here we go. And are we set to storing? That is the big question. We are. So it should be popping out for us. So I will get the rest of this collected. I will get the lease ended on the Jack Daniels facility so we're not paying for that overnight. Get the rest of the grass and the hay out of that field. Do a little bit of touch-up. Make sure we get a BGA run in today to keep that going and get the animals fed. So a lot more to do, but a great episode. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BEP, and this is the 555 Challenge. It is a sunny morning in May, and we have a lot to go over. A lot of changes on the farm overnight. Hope you guys enjoyed the intro video. Finally got a full auto drive course set up for the slurry delivery. So that was 100% automated. Obviously the gates have to be open, but that was all said and done through auto drive, which let's get auto drive turned off. Perfect. So let's go around and see the changes on the farm today before we get into what we have to do on the farm to keep things moving. So first and foremost, you can see we put in some new fencing and added some gates to our dairy pasture. That allows that truck to come through here, slide on over, grab the slurry, and then head over here. Had to put some more gravel in. As you guys know, this hill is slippery and treacherous from previous episodes, and then head on out. The other cool thing is this path takes us right by the milk tank, so we can use that same course to get milk and take that up to the dairy as well. So other big changes, and guys, we've got a bunch of stuff to go over here. So let's start with the main shed. I did a bunch of moving around. You can see up here on the left, I moved the pallet rack outside the shed. Wasn't a bad spot for it in the shed. It actually was sort of out of the way, but getting things loaded up and having to back them into the shed seemed a little bit unnecessary. So went ahead, moved it out here, got everything put in. No visual changes right here, but this is actually a different fuel tank. This is actually one we own. We can fill with fuel, so we're not buying the fuel as we use it. So did remove some decorations from this area over in here, try to get it cleaned up a little bit and just make it a little easier on the eyes. And also, since the plan is to just continue to increase our auto drive network, getting more and more things out of the way is going to be very, very helpful. So the big change for today, guys, I still have all of the hay bales on the trailer because the truck hasn't been back to the farm and not running errands yet. But look right here, we put in a new bale shed. So changed up the sheep pen a little bit, got it color matched as close as I could. I think it's pretty darn close to the same color. But have the bale shed in here. Found one, had to get one with the gates and the fence to keep the animals out of the shed. But our goal is to get the Volvo back today and have him pull in here and fill this up. Now let's see, we should have, what, one full pallet of milk here. That one's full. That one's actually pretty close to full too, so we're in good shape there. But really excited about the new bale shed for storing our hay bales. Could have thrown them in the shed on the other side, but just felt like we wanted to store them somewhere closer. And then on top of that, it is right across from the TMR mixer, so we know if we need to get hay and put it in the TMR mixer, we're right there to do it. I did talk to the county and got some zoning stuff done, and that billboard here has been removed so we can better and more effectively navigate this area. And then one of the last changes, I came down here in a previous episode, we put in a manure heap, and it was working, and then it disconnected from the greenhouses. So we swapped that manure heap out for a manure heap extension, and then because that one connects to the first 3 greenhouses right here, then we brought in the heavy trucks, did some landscaping, and as you can see, put in a manure heap back behind to help manage the other ones. So now all of our greenhouses have been converted over to manure production, so water and manure, which increase our output as well. So those are the big changes in the structures of the farm. The other change I made, our little Case IH90C, the little tractor we have that pulls our Brantner trailer around and helps feed the chickens and run manure back and forth, was just on the struggle bus for power. So we did pay I want to say it was like 14 grand. But we did have that tractor. I'll show you guys over here. There's not much to see, but you know which tractor I'm talking about. We did have this tractor straight ahead. We bumped the horsepower from 90 to, I believe it's 110. We can check real quick here. Let's just see. 117 horsepower, so we bumped it up, and it was struggling. I was pulling some manure over to the greenhouses, and it was barely maintaining a mile an hour on some of the hills, and just felt like it was time to get that done. So those are the big changes here, but definitely some changes that affect the usability of the farm. Going to make things much more streamlined in regards to getting stuff in and out. And I did, in moving this pallet rack from right over here, I did take the remaining pallet rack out of this area of the shed. And the reason for that is because at the end of last episode, guys, we went and grabbed the whiskey. And we got 85,000 liters of whiskey, 85 pallets of whiskey, and quite frankly don't have anywhere to store it, which is why it's on the edge of the cornfield this morning. So I'm thinking we're going to use the space in the shed over here, find something that holds more, even if it's just a semi-temporary fix. I've been feeling a lot like we're going to need a distribution center of some sort to keep our productions on track. One of the reasons, and I'll show you down here, late last night I was getting ready to wrap up for the day and go to bed, and I figured out that our bakery was not producing because it was full of bread. It had 55 pallets of bread and was no longer producing bread when the flour was coming in. So at like 11 p.m. last night, I ran to the bakery, grabbed all of the bread, and brought it back here. And as you can see, we've filled up a pretty significant portion of the cold storage. So between 55 pallets of bread, 85 pallets of whiskey, you know, we're at 140 pallets between two productions. We had 15 pallets of clothes. I feel like we're going to need some kind of distribution center in the long term. I don't think we're quite there yet. I think the pain is now, but the time is not now to make that change. And I am thinking, and I've been looking at this for a couple of months now, there's this little square of land which would be much closer to the road right here next to our cornfield. I'll sort of pop up so you can see it. I'm thinking maybe we put like a distribution center like in here. And that way trucks could sort of come in over here, go around the back of the building, pick stuff up, come back out here, loop, and make stuff out. Now the challenge is this little piece of land, I call it a little piece, is actually the production ground for the whiskey factory, the beer factory, and the farmer's market and the general store. So it's a $260,000 piece of land, which is just not right up our alley to buy today. So I think in the future we will grab all that and go from there. So let's get started today. Let's get the Volvo headed back to the farm. I guess we could have it fill up. That's not really the end of the world for it to do that. All right, so that's all said and done. We do need to go around and grab our full pallets and get those distributed. So what better than the top kick, which we bought specifically for this task, to do that. Now, I also did some experimenting last night, and I thought I could put a gooseneck hitch on the top kick, get rid of the flatbed, and I could pull that gooseneck with this flatbed, and it would definitely pull better. This truck is a beast, and the Super Duty's great, but when we get heavy, it struggles. The challenge is there's no flatbed for the Super Duty, and the regular truck bed holds like one bale and like 3 or 4 pallets, which I just don't feel like is enough if we're talking about, you know, going around and picking stuff up, because we get, what do we get, like 11 or 12 pallets of wool at a time last year. So You know, I think that's just making sure we are on full pallets only. I think we're going to need to keep this as a flatbed. I actually debated getting a second one of these trucks to see about pulling stuff, and it just doesn't make sense at this juncture to do that. I think at some point we'll need a second truck. I'm considering putting the Volvo on permanent BGA duty and just having it run to the BGA and back instead of having to constantly disconnect it, because as you guys saw, our hay is sitting on the flatbed there because we don't have a semi-tractor to pull it in here and load it in. So we probably need one more truck, as silly as that might sound, just to get everything where it needs to be. So we'll see how all that goes. Let's go drop the eggs off in cold storage. We'll run the goat's milk up. I might actually see if we can just put the goat's milk on auto drive, because I believe I have the dairy set up. I haven't tested it, but we may just see how that goes. I'm just trying to go real slow to get just the eggs. There we go. Throw the strap on. Perfect. Alright, so let's see. I'm going to make sure this guy doesn't have a head-on collision with the Volvo, because the Volvo should be coming around the corner here any minute. And let's go see if this guy will go up to the dairy and unload. Yeah, see, look at that. Would have been a head-on with the Volvo. So we'll sneak by it, wave and say hi, see if the Volvo is going to make it around that corner. It's very concerned about, I think it's the plow. It has some sort of collision concern. This plow must have a huge collision margin, because everyone seems, yeah, see, I mean, that's nowhere near the Volvo. The Volvo hits the sign, but it's afraid of the plow. So just get it back on track. May have to make some adjustments there. So let's see if we can get him to go deliver to the dairy. So do we have the dairy? We do. We'll send him up there. Let's just send him out and see what happens. He's not going to go anywhere once he gets there, so I don't know if he'll unstrap and unload or if he'll stop up there and we'll go get him. But we'll figure all that out once we get things moving. Want to grab the Volvo after it fills up here, and we'll park the tanker trailer, go deal with our bales, and then, guys, we have, is it rice oil to sell today? Yeah, rice oil is set for June, so we're in May. So yeah, the price is going up. It's currently $2,077 a pallet, and the best is $2,136. We're within $3,000 of that best price. So let's bump time up just a little bit and see if we can't get that price to get moving. And I think we get that sold and check in. So just a lot of fun and exciting changes on the farm. Really pleased with the auto drive course set up to get the BGA stuff taken care of, because that was becoming a pain, and getting in and out of that dairy pen is not very easy. So let's head over and grab our hay. Let's load up our new hay barn over there for the sheep. Maybe even give them a pallet or two of hay to enjoy. A bale. We got pallets on the brain, guys. I fed the cows, I think it was about 325,000 liters of TMR last night between the two pens. Have some good silage going in the mixer. Let's take a look. So In regards to the productions, the fermenting silo has another 137,000 liters in it, and the TMR mixer has 78,000 liters of TMR, has silage, does not have hay. So the next cut on, like, I think the little grass field will be ready first because we cut that one early. We will be making hay to make sure our animals are fed. And we could obviously use this hay, but we don't need to. And we got, as I said, 300,000 liters of food in the pens already. Loading this might be a little bit of a bear because it triggers back at the back corner. But I think we'll get, I might have one row of bales left we can't get off. Oh, I think I can get a little better. Just going slow so we don't tip them over. Wow, look at that, guys. Got them all in. So let's go ahead and get turned around here. I don't know how we're going to do this. This is going to be a tight turn. Wow, I am surprised we made that, but we did. So, sneaking back out. Let's go in and check real quick and see how this turned out. I mean, that's perfect. We got a fence up so the goats and the sheep can't get in and get to their hay. We have this little spot that opens. We could park the top kick in or something else if we needed to. And then the trigger, I think, is like right... Let's see where that trigger is. We'll just turn it on real quick. Always got to find the triggers. Yeah, so it's just behind the gate here, and it was right in this area. So then if we wanted to spawn, let's just spawn one. We'll spawn 2 bales and feed them real quick. But see, they spawn in there, so you could even get in there and get them before the animals get in and eat them. So really pleased with the way this turned out. It took me a long time to get the placement right and everything else. And as of right now, I don't think we have any clipping with the animals. The shed's far enough back. The fence is complete. Turned out really, really nicely. Would highly recommend this as an addition if you're playing on Judith Plains, just to add this into your gameplay. I'll show you guys real quick. Just go into the placement menu. If you're looking and you're playing on this farm, let's just grab... I'll grab the same shed just for consistency's sake, but let's see where to go. Right, it's got to be right in here. Maybe? Maybe not. Probably scrolled by it like 3 times. Should be right in here, guys. Well, either way, let's just grab a shed. But, oh, here it is. It's this one. I probably looked at it 3 times. This is the shed version. But if you come in here and you go to Customize, and you guys want to know what the color is for this farm, it is, on the RGB, it's 168, 197, 170 is what I found to be the closest. And you can see that's a pretty dead-on match to the building there. So we'll jump out, and let's get the triggers turned off. All right, and let's head out. We do need to get the semi and the trailer cleaned up before we go pick up the rice oil. It is a muddy, mucky mess from running to the BGA. Want to have clean vehicles going to get food. I have been debating picking up more of a reefer style trailer to go pick up the food items. Probably a better fit overall. So maybe we'll check the sale real quick when we're done here. Alright, that is 100% clean, and I can tell you... Oh, didn't mean to jump back in. I can tell you the truck is not 100% clean. This thing is an absolute mess. Yeah, 87, 86% dirty. Go ahead and get it all cleaned up. Check the sale, see if there's any kind of enclosed trailer that might be a better fit for us. Only problem with the closed trailer is that, 1, you got the height clearing around buildings, and 2, it does limit the space and stuff you can put on as far as, you know, picking the stuff up. So let's check the sale real quick, see See if there's anything in here that might make sense for us to grab. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, nothing really speaking to me here. Could get a JCB. Been thinking about getting a front loader, but probably not going to be very much use. Yeah, I think we're in good shape, so nothing in here we want. Let's go ahead and head down and pick up the rice oil from the oil factory. I will catch up with you guys down at the oil factory once we're there and getting loaded up, and then we'll figure out where we're going to sell. See you guys in a minute. Just pulling into the oil mill, getting squared up. Did a little bit of addition to the auto drive network, so hopefully we can get the truck down here on its own now. Like I said, I think we're doing a lot of running back and forth, and being able to send trucks places and deliver stuff places is going to be important. So let's see how this turns out. Not even really sure how much we're supposed to be getting out of this. Hopefully a lot, making 100-ish, 120-ish $1,000. Well, it's coming out. We got a lot of it. Give them that. $57,000 liters, or 57 pallets. And that appears to be it for the rice oil. Don't want to send it to selling. That would be a mistake. Now, where are we taking this rice oil? To the restaurant. Let's go ahead and tag that place. It's currently $21.52. So we are at... Oh, we don't want to do that. Bumped in time up too fast. $21.55. We gained an extra $3 out of it. But we want to get up there and get that sold. So we got the good price. Where is the restaurant's over there? Okay. Maybe we haven't sold at the restaurant yet. This could be a new and exciting adventure. We'll have to check and see where it takes us. And then after this, we got to find the top kick and see where it ended up, if it made it to the dairy or not. Didn't get any indication that there was a problem, so hopefully it's just sitting at the dairy with the goat's milk, ready to put it in to the dairy production. 3,000 meters. Let's just ride the brakes there for a second, guys. Hold on, having a hard time stopping again. Where is it that we're going? We're going all the way up here. We've not been to the restaurant. Okay, I mean, so we're going around the corner and down the horn and away through the woods into grandmother's house we go type situation. So brand new sell point for us. It's amazing, guys. We're in our 3rd year on the map and still finding places we haven't been on this map. That is absolutely incredible. Such a great map. Such a nice big map too. Alright, so I think this is... Oh no, I think it's up here, right? Let's just pull up the map. Yeah, we're going up to the next field. So we used the train last time. We sold stuff. What was that? That was the... was that the clothes we sold at the train? Had to be something. Who knows? We sold something down there. Now we get to go this way. These are... I'd love to get down into owning some of these fields. These are some nice big fields, and we could certainly get some of these plowed up and together and make some mega fields. I mean, look at that field over there. We could take that one all the way to the edge of the map. Is that 2 or 3 fields over there? That's 3 fields. 18, 19, and 25. Whoa, everybody attention to what I'm doing. This is a big hill. Wow, look at the slope on that. Woo! Okay, we are gaining speed despite being on the brakes. Oh, another parking lot, easy to navigate and turn around in. $122,922. That is a great sale, pushing us up to almost 200K. I think we are going to be in position to make a significant purchase here relatively soon, whether that's a field or maybe that big piece of land for the distribution center. But figure something out once we get well over the 200, get closer to the $300,000 or $400,000 mark. But yeah, guys, that would be a great field. Pick up those 3 fields. Could actually come down here, do a bunch of forestry, cut out those trees, and then we could combine with this field up here along the road. We could make that an absolutely massive field. Let's take a look at the map real quick and just check that out. Yeah, so if we got rid of the forest on 149, and then we could combine 4. Okay, so 4 is 20 acres. 31 that's 50 acres. 75, 95, 110, 125 easy plus whatever this is. This is another 21. So we're looking at almost 150 acres. You could get a huge, huge field out of that. And that would be just something to come down here with this. We'd actually have to put a barn down here. Have like 3 harvesters that just lived down here for that field. That would be really cool. I don't know if we'll ever get that done, but I'll be on the lookout for that type of opportunity, because that would be great as far as expansion goes. Because as you guys remember, we're at 100 acres, which is really good news. We're 20% of the way to our 500-acre goal. I do think the infrastructure that we've been setting up and the income source we've been setting up, we're more than 20% of the way done with that. I don't know that we're close to done, but I'd say we're maybe 50% of the way done with the setup, the productions, the land, the equipment, just the income from animals, the having manure to use on our fields. Like, a lot of that stuff is already behind us, which is really exciting news. So we're just trying to rake in the money now and get all that stuff done. So real quick, we got to pass the school bus. Sorry, kids. Hopefully there's no one on it. It is, I guess it's 4 o'clock. Hopefully the bus is heading back to the depot and all the kids have been dropped off yet. Don't drive like me, guys. Anyways, hopefully, so we'll head back. We'll get I want to get the whiskey loaded up onto the tilt deck here and get that stored in the main shed. I think that storage is going to be temporary. I don't see stacking pallets on the floor in the shed as a good long-term solution. And we are going to have to figure out a distribution center. If we're filling up the bakery before it's time to sell the bread, potentially the dairy, the spinnery, having that stuff, having those products be able to come back to a distribution center where we can hold them all and then collect them and sell them as needed is going to be a critical step, because having to run up to the bakery and remembering to run up to the bakery every couple months just to grab the bread and bring it back here is going to lead to some lost profits. Maybe we need to put some trees in with the goats and the sheep, give them a little bit of shade. They do have the barn, so they can always go inside if they want. Oh, we got another pallet of milk there, guys. I was thinking we were going the other way. Someone already cut that corner. We don't want to be that guy. So let's head this way. Let's grab our whiskey. We got a stop sign. Don't tell anyone. It's probably a federal offense to be taking street signs like that. Don't want to get in trouble. So we'll get all the whiskey loaded up. Like I said earlier, guys, 85 pallets of whiskey. That is an insane amount of whiskey to me. That is just absolutely crazy. There we are, 85 pallets of whiskey. Let's see if we can't kick this bad boy over, avoid the corn, like we've driven a truck once before. Ooh, yeah, just missed it. Alright, so we'll get this put into the shed. We'll run up and check on the top kick who has our goat's milk and see if we could get that set up on auto drive. And then I think that's going to be it for the episode, guys. But lots of good changes in May. Sort of just a maintenance month as far as getting stuff going. I think our barley is going to be ready in June, so we will be ready for that. So We're going to run in here, as always, hit it with a quick save before you do any construction, just to make sure if anything crazy happens, you're good to go. This should not be a big deal. So what we're going to do is grab a addable trigger. I downloaded the addable trigger or addable storage. I think it's addable trigger mod, and it gives us the ability to store 250 pallets or bales, and you just sort of drop it in wherever you need it. So again, probably going to be temporary. Don't see this being a long-term storage spot for us, but I do think that we just have to get this whiskey. We can't leave it on the side of the field with the corn. I mean, that's just not a viable option. So we'll get it into the barn, and we'll work on it, or onto the shed. We'll work on a distribution center, somewhere to store this. We could go down and try to put it into cold storage, but getting it in and out of there is always a challenge. And with this much, getting that trailer backed in is always a bit of a problem down there. So let's get a quick pull up. That was not my best work backing up, unlike avoiding the cornfield, which, you know, I'd say was pretty pro level. Okay. And without hitting the quad track, can we get those? Alright, so let's jump out and check and see. Yeah, so our whiskey's being stored. You can see our little bale storage sign. It'll be there out of the way until we need it. Alright, so let's find... Guys, top kick is right where it needs to be. We'll undo, so we got to actually take it off a course play because it doesn't know what to do, can't actually unload. So we'll drop it there, and then I think we just hit it return to farm. Let's see if it gets out of this parking lot, because this is always a challenge. Part of the reason I wanted this truck was for parking lots like this, because with auto drive, something with a big trailer would be a significant challenge to get in and out of there. So guys, that's going to be it for May. You know, a nice successful episode. We got the BGA and the slurry pickup in the dairy barn fully set up on auto drive. Made a bunch of changes around the farm to meet our needs better. Moved some storage racks, added our bale shed down for the sheep, upgraded our little case tractor to help with projects around the yard. You know, got the bread collected, finally got the whiskey in storage, sold the rice oil. It was a productive day in May. A lot of running around, a lot of errands, but we're going to be heading into harvest season soon, so it's good to have that stuff done. And I'm excited to see what June will bring. So thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. And channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, guys. But I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. Guys, it is a beautiful June morning. We are working on our soybean field. Woke up to a boatload of weeds, so we got the Versatile out and got it running. I want to show you guys, has dual narrow tires on it now, so we can work in the field. a very, very cool change to the Versatile. So we have a lot to get done today. First and foremost, we got to get the weeds out of this field. Our barley field way back there in the background, you can see is ready to be harvested. We have whiskey to sell. I think we need to sell our soybeans this month as well. Our small grass field is ready to harvest, and our sheep pen is full of wool with no room left. We're going to go ahead and actually get this guy moved over to the side because I don't want him taking this load down to the BGA just yet. We want to get him to do a little bit of selling for us. We only have the one semi truck, and the Volvo has been sort of stuck on the BGA runs for a while now, just going back and forth, and the BGA is expensive, so we want to keep it as full as possible. But we need to borrow the Volvo to get a couple of projects done around the farm. There you can see all the wool and some goat's milk over there. As you guys saw in the intro, I did a bunch of husbandry work last night off camera. Was getting ready to go to bed, checking on the animals one last time, and discovered that we had just way too many male animals between the goats, the sheep, the cows, the roosters, the water buffalo. We had a lot of male animals, so did a bunch of running back and forth to the animal dealer last night, sold, I don't know, 25 or 30 male cows and water buffalo bulls. I say male because some were, you know, not full grown yet. We did sell, I believe, close to 100 roosters out of the chicken coop. And looking at the numbers, I wrote my notes down here, 97 rams out of the sheep pen and 21 male goats. So 111 male animals sold out of there. And guys, that opens up so much more space just between not having to feed those animals anymore, and we don't need all those male animals. Like, the sheep pen is full, so we're just passing on having more female sheep and goats, which are what are producing the wool and the milk. So we're losing money having all these male animals. In getting them replaced, or I should say sold, I did do some replacing with them as well because we wanted to keep our breeding stock full. So I bought a bunch of cows, an extra water buffalo, and I exchanged a couple of the sheep and goat just to make sure that we had good fresh breeding stock. Where is, am I standing on the trigger? Ah, it's right here. It's very close to the quad track. That's why I can't see it. So lots of changes in the animal pens, all positive. Did make a little bit of money doing that, which helped cover our payment this morning on our loan, which was nice. Gonna have to come back here like 3 or 4 more times to get all this whiskey, guys. I mean, it's such a great problem to have, but 85 cases of whiskey is, I mean, it's great, but it's so much. I wonder if the trigger where they're coming out is overlapping with the input trigger, and that's why we're not getting as many as we could out, but we will see. All right, last set. So, got the whiskey all loaded up. Great, 85,000 liters. Let's get the interactive zone markers turned off. Let's start getting up and out of the shed here. Let's get onto the flatter ground up here, and then we'll make a plan for where we want to go. Before we take the whiskey up, though, I do want to take the top kick down to the goat barn and get the wool, because we're not producing any more at this stage because we're full. And while we're running around getting everything sold, making money, we don't want to be leaving money on the table here by not having room for that stuff to spawn. Jump on in. Should go ahead and check the food in the pen. We're down to 76 out of 120,000. We can pop a couple of bales in. That won't be a problem. Let's do, yeah, 3 sounds good. Grab the bale. Just put it over here in the feeder. Still really excited about this barn. Love the design. I'm so pleased with the color matching. Makes it look like it fits right into the farm. The gates to keep the animals out. The spawn point still protected. Lots of capacity so we can get lots and lots of hay in here. I mean, my goal would be to have this barn fairly full, if not completely full of hay, just to try to make sure we're good to get through the winter again. As it is, I think we burn through all of that this winter regardless. So, where do we want to send the top kick? I think maybe we send it to the dairy first. Get the goat's milk delivered. You do want to check. Is this... Okay, that's in there pretty good. Just there aren't a lot of straps holding everything in. Makes me just a little bit nervous. Sometimes stuff's going to fall off once we're going to send it off on its way. So that's going to go to the dairy. Let's head on back to the Volvo. Now, where are we going to sell our whiskey? Let's organize by month here. Things that sell well in June and July are probably going to be... Well, I'm sorry, July and August probably be our best options. So we're going to Applebee's in town. They're at $2,415 per pallet, which is $17 over the max. We're making $205,000 on this delivery, guys. Soybeans 1234 is the price, $1234 per thousand. Max is $1237. So those really can just get sold at any time as well. So we may run the whiskey up and then get right back into the tipper and get all the soybeans loaded up. I'm not seeing the versatile. Is it just too far out in the field? I have to make sure we keep track of that guy. So anyways, we can come back and get the soybeans collected up and get those sold as well. Never good when oh, it's a stop sign in the road up here. We'll help out with traffic here, guys. Not a problem. We'll use it to our advantage to make the corner, obviously. Then we'll hop on out. And let's see if we can't get this 45 miles an hour. That's why the sign's on the ground. That's not nearly high enough. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I was trying to help you guys out and almost got run over. Just not seeing, knocked on the other 45 mile an hour sign. Not seeing the versatile in the field. Makes me a little bit concerned it may have wandered off on us. Man, this thing is heavy. Well, I feel like we should have seen the versatile. So I'm going to pull over. We are going to take out at least one more sign. 2 or 3 even. All right, where's the versatile, guys? Field's not that big that I shouldn't be able to find it. We have a case of a disappearing tractor. I mean, I hope it didn't go all the way over here. Okay, well, sometimes you just got to find it. It did go all the way over here, guys. Whoa, what are we doing here, friend? Okay, let's get things fixed. Turn that off for darn sure. Let's get the wings folded in. Wow, I'm surprised he didn't have one all the way down the hill. That could have been... I mean, that's some risky business right there. Okay. Can we make it back up this hill? That is steep. Where was he? Yeah, we were right over there. He was just out of line of sight. I wonder if he's low on fuel. I wonder if he was trying to find fuel. I don't know why he'd think the fuel would be down the cliff face. That seems like a bad place to look for fuel to me. But, you know, who knows? Maybe it is. So let's get him fueled up. While we're doing that, you know, let's jump back into his settings. Let's get his... Yeah, I can't do much more than that while they're fueling. Unfortunately, clicking does everything sometimes. Alrighty. Alright, on our final corner, guys. This load, I know this doesn't come as a surprise, but this is a heavy load. Hard to stop, hard to get going. I appreciate that we're waiting for everyone in the crosswalk, but we are blocking traffic. Put our flashers on at least. People know we're in the way, and we know we're in the way. All right, $200,000 or more coming out of this sale. There's the guy. Look, that guy's waiting for his whiskey. He is expecting a delivery today. 205, 532 on the delivery. That is a really, really nice sale, guys. With the soybeans, which should be just under 100K, we should be sitting pretty with a lot of money here soon. Now, let's, while we're here, jump in. We're going to get him off of auto drive. Let's throw some straps. Need that other milk, the other goat's milk, to pop out of there. All right, let's get the strap back on. We're going to send this guy to the spinnery, but I don't think we have a spinnery location. We don't. So what's going to be closest? Montana Hay Company. I think that's... I mean, I know that's right down by the spinnery. I think that's going to be as close as we're going to be able to get him. We'll update the course once he's down there. Let him run. There he goes. I suppose we can turn our flashers off at this point. I'm going to head back to the farm, and we'll switch out the tilt deck for the... Oh, what's our driver doing? For the tipper. We'll get the soybeans. We'll run them up to wherever they are going to sell. Yeah, it's all the maroon trucks coming through town, guys. Sorry, I got a bit of a convoy going here. So I'm going to run back, get the tipper, get the soybeans loaded up. We'll get those sold, and then we will have a more than a $500,000 burning a hole in our pocket, and you guys know how that works. I will find a way to spend it. I suspect at that price point, we will be looking at a 20-plus acre field, or at least that's the hope. So I will see you guys back at the farm. The Versatile finished up in the field. Let's get into a stop over that stop sign, guys. So I thought we'd bring it back while the Volvo was getting filled up at the silo with the soybeans. So we are going to get him parked back up. But before we do that, let's see about getting him topped off. This is why we put the rack out here, was to make this part so much easier. So we'll put one out and go ahead and get that one filled. And then I think from moving these around, I think we have a partial as well. No, I think I bumped it. Let's see. There's the partial. Yeah, so let's... Oh, we're full. Okay. Well, I thought we'd fill up the partial, but we didn't. Okay, we can put those right back on. See how easy that is. Everything right at our fingertips reach. Just gonna snake through here. Ooh, that was tight. Love seeing the chickens on top of the soybeans in the back of the trailer. Now, I believe, guys, that trailer holds 72,000 liters, which is a great capacity. Unfortunately, I think we have 79,000 liters of actual soybeans. So maybe more than one trip into town to get it all sold. Or if we're not feeling so gummy about it, we could always, 73, not 72. And we have another 6,879 liters in the bin. So let's tag the flathead feed and grain. I don't know where that is, guys. Going to a new location. Let's get the cover put on. Keep the soybeans in the trailer. Guys, this Volvo, again, 500 horsepower. And I know it's torque that we're more worried about here, but it is a big truck, and it just, I mean, full of soybeans, it drags. And it gets the job done, not complaining. Just, it is a heavy, heavy load that we are pulling, so jump in here. Yeah, I don't think we've ever been to this. This feels like the grain station right across from town. So let me get up in there. I'll get close. I'll bring you guys back in, but no point in watching me drive from here to town again. So I'll see you guys shortly. It was a slow ride up here, guys. I think we got up to 36 on the straightaway back there. But it is definitely, might be time to do some maintenance on this truck. Yeah, we have not been to this sell point, so the flathead feed and grain, like this one. Let's get pulled in. And we should be making, I'm thinking, oh, I wasn't paying attention to the front of the truck. Clipped the exit door. I'm thinking we should be making about $8,800, maybe $87 on this load. Let's see what we get out of it. 90,602. Not shabby at all. Nothing to shake a stick at. That is, we'll take almost 100K in soybeans. That was supposed to be a cash crop for us, and it was. I'm going to go ahead and get the remaining 6,000 liters sold. I'll bring you guys back when that is done. We got to get working on that barley field soon here. And we need to get the mowing started on the small grass field. So I'll get some stuff started and set up and the rest of the soybeans sold. And I'll bring you guys back and we will discuss what we think. I mean, it'll be more than $520,000 at that point, but what we think we should do with $500,000. I will be right back. We are back at the farm, and guys, I've been on the phone, and I think I have an absolute crazy idea that might just work out. So, had a quick call into the local dealership, and they've got a couple items in the sale that are very, very intriguing to me. And I was talking to him about the potential value of our case here, because it does have low hours, and was also considering the amount of equity we have in the case and what I want to do with the plan for our $530,000. So I'm going to run up to the store and see if I can't get them to put a deal together for me that is going to put us in just an incredible spot for the next season or two of the farm, and just get us right where we need to be. So I'm going to run up and do that. I do have the Magnum over here in the grass field getting that mowed. We will get that tedded and turned into hay and baled up today as well. But let me run up to the store here, to the shop, and see if the guys at the dealership and I can put something together here. I'll be right back and hopefully have some very interesting news to share with you guys. See you in a moment. Well, guys, I was able to strike a deal. We sold the old case harvester and picked up 2 demo units that the dealership had in after they were done with their demo circuit. So we have a forage harvester that we will be using to turn corn into chaff and eventually into silage. And then we basically traded, not straight across financially, but we traded straight across and got basically the same case harvester with a few upgrades from the demo unit, but at a much discounted price compared to what we traded our case in for. So we also ended up with a little bit of extra money on top of it. So that puts us in the perfect spot for what I have planned. And I'm going to show you guys. We're going to head back to the farm, but we spoke when we reached 100 acres about buying the field between our soybean field and our new sunflower seed or sunflower field. Guys, I got to focus here on my turns. This is an absolutely massive load. We were barely able to get everything on to the trailer, and this is one of the biggest trailers in the game. They're a couple a little bit longer, but wider I don't think so. So anyways, that field, don't quote me, but I think is $560,000, which is going to be perfect. The field between our sunflower field and our soybean field. And that is going to allow us to convert the whole back part of that field into corn and really up our whiskey production. So the plan is, and I'll go through it all with you guys when we go purchase the field, but the plan is to be set up to have our existing cornfields just be turned directly to chaff. We're not even going to harvest those anymore after we get all this set up. Then the new cornfield that should be bigger than both of our cornfields combined, we will harvest for corn and use that for whiskey. So in addition to getting 2 just incredible pieces of equipment here, we also are going to have just a little bit of money left over. We weren't quite there to purchase the field after we sold the rest of the soybean, and I was right there across from the dealership at that sell point. So I just gave him a quick ring and walked over and looked at stuff, and they had a buyer for our harvester, so I was like, hey, if you guys want to make me a deal I can't refuse, I'm happy to take that. So here we are. So here's the field in question to our right. What's really interesting is it's currently alfalfa, so we're going to be able to get good use out of it this season by turning it into silage as well. But we own this field to the left is our soybean field, and then the field behind this one is the one we plowed together. You can see how heavy we are, guys. I haven't been on the gas since we pulled onto this road, and we are just rolling forever. We plowed those, the field and the open field together to make our sunflower field there in the background, and then we have this alfalfa field here next to us. So we're going to jump right in. As you can see what I'm talking about here, here is farmland 52 and 56 is our soybean field. 53 and 141 are the fields we plowed together and planted sunflowers in, and field 57 is the one right next to us that is currently alfalfa. We're going to plow 57, 53, and 141 together for corn with the long-term plan to get 48 and plow those together as well, which would make all of that corn, which would be just a huge amount. So field 57 is 23.44 acres, taking our total to almost 125 acres, guys. This field is $500 and essentially $70,000. So we now own that field. And the great news is about there being a case demo harvester at the shop was that we can use all of our headers, our corn header, our grain header, all fit on this because it's all compatible. So we didn't have to switch any of our equipment. So let's go ahead and get unloaded. We are going to get to the barley field here soon. We got to get over there and get that cut today. I'm going to bring the Magnum over and get that started on our new alfalfa field because it is ready to be cut. So let's start by parking everything here. We're going to have to do some shuffling in the barns, guys, or the sheds, because I don't know where all this stuff is going to go. So let's get the tip deck. You can see the wheels sliding under there, under the grass. About to bring the front up. Had to have the auger out and the hopper open on the harvester to get the forage harvester high enough up to fit. So let's jump into this thing. This thing looks great. Check out the inside. Very, very nice. We'll get this guy started. Just get it pulled off. What I loved about the demo setup they had was they had dual narrow tires. Don't see that very often. It'll be great for chaff if we have to pull off to empty or switch trailers or chase tractors with the bin. We can do that, and we shouldn't do too much damage to the crops. So my initial thought is to replace the harvester in this shed with the forage harvester, because we're probably not going to need this one for quite some time. Probably not until the end of next season, because we don't have enough corn to be turning it into chaff. So we'll just tuck it in here, leave it there. Now let's run back out. Let's grab, oh, we got, is that hail? We got hail coming down, guys. That is a surprise in June. So let's go ahead and get our new harvester off the trailer. This thing was tricky. Wow, hear that hail. Was tricky to get on the trailer. Don't want to have it fall off unloading it. Oh, that was close. Let's go ahead and fold it up so we don't bang the auger on anything. Don't need it up and running, or don't need it open to be driving over to the field. Can we hook? Yep, I think we're going to be in just a little bit of trouble here getting the header, the cart for the header. You know what? We don't even need. Why am I hooking up to the corn header, guys? That's the real problem here, is I'm hooking up to the wrong header. We don't have corn to harvest. I'm all out of whack because we changed the plan. I was just thinking we were harvesting today. So let's head over. Man, that hail is loud, and there is a lot of it. Let's grab our grain header. That's the right header for barley that we're going to be using. And head over to the barley field. And once we get him running, we will switch the... I feel like I'm lined up with it too, guys. What are we thinking here? You want to go that way? There we go. Once we get the harvester over in the barley field, man, we may have to unfold again. Yeah, we're getting caught on the header. So let's go ahead and unfold once again. Get that auger out of the way so it stops catching. We'll get this guy set up, and then we'll head over and grab the Magnum and have him head over to the new alfalfa field, guys. We're going to have so much silage. We might be able to just cut this grass as hay all the way until we get ready to switch the corn over into the mega field so that we can keep our TMR going. We're going to have a lot of TMR the rest of the season, which is going to be very, very good. So, heading in over here, let's see about getting disconnected. And now, can we do this without driving into the corn? I think we can. And I don't know, does hail affect the harvest like Like rain? I would have to assume so. We may have to wait. Let's just get into the field. And I suspect, let's check and see. Let's jump out here and turn this guy off so you don't have to listen to him. So I think there's a setting in course play that has to do with cutting in the rain. Automatic cutter stop while unloading, yes. We don't need to self-unload. Column loader at 70%. Huh, I swear there was something about cutting in the rain and stopping. Loop, turn on headland, allow pathfinder, reverse, penalty. Avoid driving on fruit, only turning on field, fuel save. Alright, well, I mean, maybe not. Maybe I'm making it up, but I swear there was something in here about cutting in the rain. But we'll figure it out. Okay, so field work settings. Let's, we should be good to go here. So let's grab, what are we on? Field 50. So harvesting, because it shouldn't change anything, so our working with is still the same. Load course. Go ahead and we'll see start on the first headland. And he is off and working. Alright, well. Looks good to me. Let's run over and grab the case. We're going to have to get the quad track over here with the grain bin sooner rather than later. Still have the slurry here to take over to the BGA, so probably just going to get everything set up here today. I'll wrap it up. Had a lot done today. Super excited about new equipment on the farm and having a new field. I mean, a new 25-acre field is only 24 point whatever it is. Field is absolutely incredible in regards to just increasing our yield. And the fact that we're going to get alfalfa off of it for the rest of this season before we plant it for corn, because corn goes in the spring, guys. So we're like 9 months from being able to plant that field. So we'll get good cuts of alfalfa off that. We're going to get a boatload of TMR made and backed up and saved up for winter and for next time. And then we will have, you know, a 50-plus acre cornfield over here to be making just a lot of whiskey. I'm going to start the course up here because this is where we'll be coming from in general when we come from the farm. And I like at the starting point where we approach the field just so that we can have consistency in where we start and the worker isn't driving around trying to find, you know, wherever it is that we have him starting. So go through here. I think it's going to be 2 headlands. Yeah, no rounded. Okay, that looks pretty good. Man, that is going to be a lot of silage. Holy goodness. Let's go ahead and get that started. We're on field 57 for mowing. Save course. 57. And this guy should be good to rumble. Man, look at that. That is some good alfalfa there. Man, that is, again, so much silage coming our way. So let's grab the quad track. I'll drive over there, get him set up, and, you know, so we can empty our new harvester. And that's going to be it for the episode. I assume we're not losing yield in the hail, but you guys leave me a comment down below. I know rain will affect yield on a harvest, but I'm not getting any alerts that the hail is giving us any problems other than just being an absolute nuisance to drive through. So we'll have to wait and see. Is worth noting, I did send the top kick down to, we sent it down to the Montana hay shop or whatever it was, And I did update the auto drive course to go to the spinnery so we can be delivering there starting tomorrow. In doing so, and I wasn't paying attention, guys, I did unstrap the wool that we had. I think it was 6 or 7 pallets. And they sold because I was driving through the sell point to get the auto drive course set up, and those sold. I think we made like $9 grand or something. It wasn't a lot of money, but we didn't put anything into the spinnery today. That is why the top kick is back on the farm with nothing on it. But tomorrow we will take all of our wool and get it sold so that we are ready to go with some more clothes come next spring. Alright, last thing for today, getting this guy set up. If you watched my course play videos, guys, there is an advanced course play video out. There are some changes since the release of course play onto Mod Hub. Really got to be very consistent in getting your field stuff set up. A lot of your settings you'll find have been reset if you had course play in before. So you may want to come in and update your settings back to where you want them. I'm finding that mine are not all where I had them before. And I am not having much luck with this Use JPS Pathfinder. It is not working for me. So when that is on, I am not having good luck with finding courses to empty harvesters. So keep that in mind. If you're having that problem, go ahead and turn JPS Pathfinding off. And assuming you have your field location set up properly and everything else, it'll take just a minute for Courseplay to figure out where you are and what's going on. And then as you see, I mean, he is driving through our cornfield, which isn't ideal, but the worker is off and ready to unload our harvester. So we'll stay with him and watch while he unloads, but that'll be it for today. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. And members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. It is a warm July morning, and there is a whole lot going on today we have to go over. So first and foremost, lots and lots of wool. 19,000 liters of wool overnight. We are in peak wool season, obviously, and need to get that down to the spinnery. Want to make sure these guys are staying topped off when it comes to their food. Let's get them 4 bales this morning and get those loaded up. So a couple of things from overnight to go over. I had a really interesting discovery when I was doing my nightly wrap-up, which is usually when I find stuff. I was totally unaware that we are allowed to plant corn, or seasonally we can plant corn in June. So field 57, which we bought last episode, it was 25 acres and about $570,000, was full of alfalfa. We cut it, and guys, we got just a menacingly high amount of alfalfa, like well over 1 million liters. We actually have to go deal with it this morning. And then the field was cut, and I was ready to go to bed and wake up and get July underway. And I looked at the calendar and realized we could have corn in field 57, which would totally change the trajectory of the end of our year, because we got plenty of alfalfa off the field for the purposes of silage, but we didn't have more corn, so now we can make more whiskey. So let's run over there and take a look. Just going to send this guy down to the spinnery. Actually, I want to check one thing real quick. Yeah, I think the cornering speed is at 100%. It needs to be much, much lower. All right, let's make sure that, yeah, so we're already starting to lose pallets off the side. The straps on this truck, I love this truck, but the straps are not great. Let's actually maybe even reduce the speed to 50. Yeah, there we go. Now we're not flying around too much. All right, so let's go check on field 57, our new field. So like I said, was getting ready to go to bed and looked at the crop calendar to see about planting the barley and realized we could plant corn. So as you guys saw in the intro, we planted last night. We plowed the field. I cleaned up the end down here. There was a little cut out at the bottom of the field that was just, it seemed unnecessary, a little swale that didn't come straight across. So I basically just plowed that straight across. We got the stones picked, we got it limed, we got it fertilized. It is ready to go. So we're going to have late corn this year because it went in June, which means it is going to be ready, I would assume, the last possible month, which will be February. So it's actually not even late corn. It's early corn for next year. So the other field work we got done, we got the barley field mulched and fertilized. We got the small grass field fertilized after cutting that yesterday. Our grass field on this side, this should be ready to harvest. Yeah, we should get the Magnum on the mowers and get them going in here. So I'm super excited to have that corn in and ready to go for early next year. Going to make just a ton of whiskey. Now we could, and as we discussed, we have the new forage harvester. We could sort of chop it and make it into chaff and then silage. But I'm going to show you guys in just a second here how much alfalfa we got off of field 57 before we planted corn. It was, I mean, almost unbelievable, guys. There was so much. The silo, I believe the fermenting silo holds 1 million liters. So we're on field 49. Clear current course, load course. Start you at your first waypoint, let him go. So the silo holds 1,000,000 liters, and we ran out of space. I'll show you guys here. Let's see, fermenting silo. So we have 800,000 liters of silage and still 311,000 liters of alfalfa. Now, in getting all those bales up, the Volvo was struggling pulling the tilt deck. So new mod came out this week, and this is the lightweight aluminum straight deck, the Load King trailer. So I picked this guy up. It was $25,000. Really nice trailer. Just going to use it for bales and pallets. It pulled so much better than the tip deck because it was so much lighter, and the Volvo was getting in and out of the fields. And that way we have the tilt deck for moving harvesters or different pieces of equipment around the map, which we're going to need to do as our farm continues to grow. So real quick, I'll show you guys. Went ahead and cut in a little parking spot at the back for the tilt deck. Put it back here out of the way. We'll have access to it. I did upgrade it and put the winch on it as well, since we're going to be using it almost primarily, almost exclusively for hauling. Wanted to have the winch on there as well. All of the green bales in here are also alfalfa. So there's basically a full trailer load plus all of this that didn't fit in there last night. So we have so much alfalfa. And then looking at our productions, the other upgrade we got was our TMR facility now makes grass into hay. Got the guys out and had that upgraded. So we can now just put our grass bales straight in and make hay. And then that allows us to make TMR as well. So we had all the grass from the small field yesterday that was turned into hay and then used to make silage. So we have 500 and basically 60,000 liters of, I'm sorry, I keep saying silage, of TMR. So the animals are going to be in good shape. In getting all of those grass bales into the TMR production, I redid this pathway. It used to have 2 branches. I widened it. I sloped it down more, so we had a straighter shot because I kept getting that trailer hooked. So it has been changed just a little bit back here. Not a big deal, but basically just easier access to get in and out. And then the very, very last thing I did before going to bed, always check our productions. The Yuengling beer production was out of barley, so it was done. So I went over there. It was a 27,000. Yeah, 27 pallets, 27,000 liters of Yuengling produced. There was no barley left, and I didn't want to have the lease go overnight. So all of our Yuengling lager is here in cold storage, waiting for the right time to sell, and we no longer are leasing the Yuengling production. So that is the big update from overnight. Love having the new harvester parked up front where we can see it. Always fun to have the big equipment out where you can get into it. So let's run to check on the Volvo. He was done. Let's go ahead and get him started. He'll come back, get him back on the loop. I did turn down the BGA just a little bit. I think we were at 200% on the BGA for slurry. We're down to 150, mainly because we're catching up on the slurry we had. Well, guys, that's not great news. So we're catching up on the slurry we had, and we're starting to burn through it. So I didn't see any point in continuing to have it go work through it so fast if we're just going to run out. Well, this is going to be a problem. It doesn't seem to be getting any traction on its side at all. I had just a second there. I had just a little bit in reverse. It must have gotten clipped because I had it set at a much lower speed for the turns, and it made it all the way down here. So we'll have to come figure something out. I wonder if, let's see. Can I... Having an idea. Let's see if it's going to work out here. Check the Super Duty. Grill guard. Does the Super Duty have an option for a winch? Has a grill guard, has strobes, has colors, does not have a winch. Does the trailer come with an option for a winch? It does not. Man, that thing is dirty. Look at that. We have used the living daylights out of that thing. All right, so that truck and that trailer do not have a winch on them. So I think we will go down with the... I think we're going to have to take the tilt deck down there. Does the Beast have a winch? It does. Does the winch function? Is the next question. I think I'm closing myself in the door. I am. Let's see. Let's jump in here and see if this thing actually has like a real winch or if it's just for fun. Bumper headlights, scroll, camouflage, star glass mirrors, rotating beacons, attachers, standard 3-point dump bed. I did learn this thing has a dump bed, yeah, so the winch is just for show. Trying to find something with a winch on it so we can go down there and rescue our top kick and go get it back on its wheels. Otherwise, we have to just take a tractor down there with the forks, which may be the way to go. There are our forks. All right, well, I think we're going to send the Versatile. Be a lot of time to get the step deck or the tilt deck down there. All right, so we'll do this. And then I think the other thing that would be smart... We always try to be smart. Doesn't always work out, but we always try. Let's throw a weight on the back if we can. All right, so we got all the attachments on here. All right, I'm going to run down there, and I will see you guys down there. We'll try to get this guy flipped over and back on his wheels and get that delivery made. So I'll see you guys shortly. We are pulling down here to where the top kick tipped over. Found a wool pallet on my way down here, so it feels like we may be having more problems than just the truck tipping over. If we're losing product off the side, even though it's belted, we may not be able to keep that truck because we need to transport goods, and if in transporting goods it is losing them, that is creating a problem. So let's see, let's go ahead and get wool fabric turned on, and we will get the tension belts taken off. So there's one pallet of wool into the production. We don't have the tailor shop. I may let the spinnery get up to speed real quick. Yeah, we lost 3 off the front, 2 here and 1. That other one was way up on the bridge. So let's see about maybe getting underneath the cab here. Can we find something to hook into? Or are we all without collision here? How about down under here? Is any of this stuff? Well, our rescue mission has not been a success so far. All right, let's go to the other side. Maybe we can see about pulling it back, since we're not having much luck with the collisions. Be really disappointed if we aren't able to keep this truck, or we choose not to, just because, I mean, if we're losing stuff off of it, that's a pain, but it has been a good truck otherwise. I really like it. Drives well. Sounds good. Okay, so let's... Yeah, I mean, we're not getting any collision on anything, guys. Okay, there's a collision. Gotta get something that we can actually get our forks hooked over. We're going to get anything here? Let's see. Nothing there. Okay. Time for plan B. Yeah, just use the tension belts on the forks to get that up and running. All right, so we've rescued the truck, but you can see that front portion of the bed, none of that stuff stays strapped. It's like it doesn't, the straps don't reach that far. So maybe we try adjusting the back of the, or the front of the auto load area and see, maybe we just don't load things up there. It'd be a bummer to lose that space, but it might be better than losing the truck. Well, either way, get everything loaded up. We're really not going to take that last pallet. We don't want to stick it right here in this wide open spot. Perfect for one more pallet of wool. Okay, so we'll head over to the spinnery. And we'll keep an eye on the truck. We'll keep it for now because I really like it. It's a nice truck. But if we continue to have problems with it, we may end up having to find a replacement. I guess we could get rid of the flat deck and use it for other purposes. So we'll just have to see what happens. Let's send this guy back to the farm. There's at least one pallet of goat's milk there that he can take up to the dairy. I will get the Versatile, our hero, savior of the day, who got the top kick flipped back over, back to the farm and put away. And I'll check in once we're there and we're on to the next step. See you guys in a sec. Pulling back onto the farm. The Magnum is making good progress on the mowing. Oh, we got a couple of trucks and a face-off here. I think I did stop the Volvo there. Oh, I thought I was going to sneak through this way. Well, got lots of stuff to put away and deal with. So let's get in the Volvo and get pulled up. I didn't want to send the Volvo back to the BGA just this second. I wanted to get the alfalfa back into, or I should say, put the alfalfa into the silage silo and also get the alfalfa bales out of the shed down there and get that going. Because, I mean, we could. I know I said I wasn't going to sell any more silage, but I wasn't planning on pulling what I think was like 1.4 million liters of alfalfa off of that new field. So that was a very pleasant surprise yesterday, finding all of that. So let's run this down. This new trailer is so lightweight and easy to pull. Really, really enjoyed getting the bales off the field with that. Now let's see if we can't get lined up. I do have the bales stacked pretty high, so I have to let the top layer fall to go into the production. So I have to drive sort of slow. There we go. They'll take the rest of those. Should be just fine. Now, getting these bales out is going to be interesting because I drove by the silage silo to put them in, and it like took a little bit off of each bale. So yeah, we have like one bale with, you know, that much left. Here we have one bale with this much left. It's just going to be a bunch of little bales, but we want to get them all out. Soybean straw, alfalfa, alfalfa. There's another random alfalfa. I do, it can be helpful to have them store them separately if they have a different amount in them. But it also can just be like, guys, just put all of the alfalfa bales together. You know, we don't need to have them separated just because one has a little bit less. And I understand pulling it out. You know, you go to pull a bale out and it, you think you're getting a 7,000 liter bale and you get a, 500 liter bale. That's going to be a bit of a challenge. But, overall, I think just pull the bales out and call it quits. So I do have an interesting idea at the shop today. The shop has been speaking to me a lot recently, but I did find something up at in the sale that could be really, really nice to add to the farm today. We just have to take a look and figure out if we can swing it, because it's got a little bit of an expense to it, but it goes well with the harvester purchase we got yesterday. All right, so I'm going to leave this trailer out here because we're going to have to pick up the bales that we get here. These are all meant to be turned into, all this grass is meant to be turned into silage. But you know, let's take a quick look at the fermenting silo. 756,000 liters of alfalfa, and we already have 866,000 liters of silage. I think the bales from this field here, which we had planned to turn into silage, some of them may need to go to be made into hay in the TMR production, and then we just end up with 1 million liters of TMR and we're good for a little while, which will be a relief, because getting the animals fed is always, I don't want to say a stress, but it's always a point of consideration when it comes to, you know, what we do every single day, and having enough in there will be good, because we have, what, 580,000-ish liters in here now. 605,000. We have another almost 200 silage, 370 straw, and still 189 grass to be converted with 77,000. So I mean, we're going to have well over 1 million liters of TMR, which is great. I would love to be ahead of the game, and we could even get back to selling silage, and you know, once we reach that stage. So let's jump in here. Let's see if, remember, you have to change something in the shop if you're going to change your auto load area. I'm wondering if we move this back, if that will force it to take the strap. So we changed the decking to black, which will allow us to customize it. Then we shifted the area, the auto load area, back, because we really just cannot afford to be losing products off of the trailer randomly around town. That's just not a viable option for us. A couple of pallets of eggs we should run to cold storage. Guess we could check the pasta production. It is possible that we have pasta production that needs eggs, but it has been very slow to go through eggs. This one only has 524 liters, so we're looking for that one behind the gate. The bakers, where we have the pasta. What are you missing? You're missing eggs. Hey, look at that. Well, hey, I know where to get some. So let's load up the milk. I guess we can take all of it. I mean, there's no harm in taking a partial up there, but when we're taking the other stuff, I try not to. Oh yeah, because we reset, so we're taking everything anyways. All right, so let's get that off. Let's go back to layering. I don't like stacking when it comes to loading my trailers. We've had that discussion many, many times before. With the improved physics, it just makes everything very, very top heavy. I was thinking last night, so there's this really nice, you got this cattle grate here. At least I call it a cattle grate, but it keeps the animals from coming out if the gate's open. Should try to find a decoration item like that to put in our cow pen, since we're leaving the gates open to allow the BGA runs by the Volvo. Maybe see if we can find some decorative cattle gates to put in there. So the thought is, if we don't load at the front like we are here with this gap, then nothing should fall off. So we're just going to do a little crazy driving here. We're going to come up here, and we'll get a little speed, and we're just going to turn as hard as we can. Nothing's shifting, nothing's moving. Okay, I mean, I feel like that is good news. So let's send this guy off to the dairy, and then we'll get over to the from there we'll head over to the bakery and get those eggs dropped off as well. While he's heading out to do that, we have the mower. We have the Case Magnum is done. So we can set him on the baler. I do want to jump into settings. This tractor does not come back to return to starting point is activated. You guys see that? And it's still, this tractor does not come back to the beginning of the course. I noticed that last night. That's a weird one. I can't tell you what that's about, but we'll make it work either way. I have been washing things, so you notice how clean the mowers are. I mean, they just got done mowing, so they're not going to be super clean, but been trying to keep everything clean for you guys. You know, take care of your equipment so it takes care of you type situation. Let's get the mowers taken off. The Magnum with the quad tires has been an excellent grass work tractor. It really just gets the job done. Has good power, has good traction. I think those mowers require close to 300 horsepower. I mean, it's not a light job, and it does it well. This baler doesn't require 300, but might require in the high 200s. So it does that well, too. Just very pleased with how the Case Magnum has worked. Alright, we'll throw him back in his course. Let him be on his way. We got the Versatile over here that was from our rescue mission that needs to be cleaned up. Make sure our forks get back on the shelf there. Alright, let's see. Can we sneak in here? Maybe the forks have to go on the top shelf. Because our muck bucket is in the way as well. Maybe we should put that on the shelf. Alright, wow. The top kick made it to the dairy. That is impressive. It got there quite quickly. Okay, come on. Right on the middle shelf. That's all we're asking you to do. I feel like we probably should check on the 2 cattle barns and check and see if they need any straw. So before we get this guy put away, let's check on them. The buffalo pen is full. And these guys have 82 out of 100,000, so they're not bad. But let's go grab a couple of bales. Just put them in there. It's nice now that we have this other access point for the cattle barns that we don't have to worry about keeping bales in there or getting the feed trucks in. So let's see. Oh, hold on. Don't make a mess of it. Don't make a mess of our stack. They've been in here for like a year, nice and neat. Don't need to mess it up. Got to get squared up. We have not gone in this barn since we put the dual narrow tires on. I am not sure how that's going to work. And the answer is not well. Okay, well, I think we get as far in as we can. Drop the bales. Put the auto loader down as low as we can get it and try to push them in a little bit. Hopefully we get close to the trigger. Was quite pleased with our dual narrow wheels. I'm not sure we'll be able to keep them, or we'll have to get something else with a front-end loader or a telehandler end on it or something to make sure we can handle getting the bales distributed. So let's drop this guy right there. Get turned around, and then we got to go find the top kick at the dairy, drop off the goat's milk, swing by the bakery. You know what I didn't take off this guy was the, or off this tractor was the weight We're going to need that weight gone so we can hook up to the roller, the mulcher, the sprayer, the spreader. All of those items require this 3-point to be available. So there we go. Let's get him parked up. Okay. Let's find the top kick. All right, this one. He's going to be here. That's fine. We just don't want him running because then he's on auto drive and he's getting paid. Okay, so doesn't appear we lost anything, so that's the first plus. One less strike against this truck. Can't be losing our hard-earned products. That is not going to fly. So we'll head over here, drop off the eggs at the bakery, which is going to be to our left. I always want it to be to our right up here. It just isn't. I did actually get the bakery on auto drive the other day too, so we could have automated the drive up here, but such a short drive, no point in sending him all the way down. So this might actually work out perfect. Let's, I'll get this guy sent on his way and I'll jump into the shop and let's see what we can figure out here. All right, you're going back to the spinnery. Needs to find a refuel station. Okay. Easy enough. We can take care of that. We'll only put a little bit in, just enough to get him back to the farm, because we have paid for fuel at the farm. But we don't want to make him stop if we don't have to. So just get him about halfway. That'll be good enough. I think we got to get out of the trigger before we can kick it over. All right. So, here is my thought. Let's run up to the shop. We'll head in real quick and take a look at the sale. Pardon me for jumping the fence, guys. Head up. I wonder if they got the side door unlocked today. Let's see. They do. All right, well, pulling in, let's take a look at the sale. Haven't looked at what came up today. Baler, the Mega Roller, that is a very interesting piece of equipment. That does lots of things. Field roller, grass roller, mulcher, all for $56,000. That would replace a couple of pieces of equipment. That would replace our mulcher and our current roller. And then we could always try. I've never had any luck with grass rollers, but we can always give that a try. You can pay $10,000 to have it fold faster. I'll just go with the slow fold at that point. Well, that's 60. If we just leave it as the field roller, I guess grass field roller, then it's 56, but that's not what we came here for. A couple other pieces in here. That is very interesting. That could make our forage harvester a mower, which, that is something to think about. $33,000. Okay, so getting back up here, this is the item I'm interested in. So there is a 19.2 meter draper header in the sale, and our header is it 15.2, I believe, is a 16 meter header. So we could gain a pretty substantial amount of, working with if we get that traded in. The problem is, our current header is only worth $64,000, and we have $15,000 in the bank. Now, the flip side is, or the other option is, our case Kinsey planter does everything. Does all the crops, all the cedar crops, all the planter crops. So we don't need the case pull behind setup. So we could sell this for about 40 grand. And then that could help finance the rest of it. Now, if we're in here looking at it, the mulcher sells for, wow, $61,000. And our, what was the other one? The roller, Where is the roller? Why don't I see the roller in here, guys? Under miscellaneous? No. We have a roller. Plows, stone pickers, cultivators. You guys are probably seeing it there. It is roller. It's worth 29. So we could trade all that stuff in, and we could get out of here with the Dalbo Mega Roller and the MacDon 19.2 meter, the Big Daddy cutting head for our new harvester, which would give us a lot of working with. So I'm going to work on getting that stuff traded in and get that stuff done. I will figure out getting stuff. There's a sheep, guys. Is it with this guy? Does he know there's a sheep? Are there more? Okay. What's most concerning is that it has a tag. It's all zeros. Okay, so there's just a sheep at the shop. That sent me for a loop. Okay. Well, we're going to work on getting that equipment swapped out. I have to drive some stuff up here and drive some stuff back. I got to get the Volvo back from the BGA. I will bring you guys back in when we are wrapping all that whole process up and have traded everything in. And I guess I'm going for a run back to the farm since I left the top kick. The top kick left me to go down to the spinnery. So I will check in with you guys in a little bit. We are arriving down at the shop with our final load of equipment, guys. It was a haul. I talked to these guys on the phone. We've been, in the last episode and this episode, have been down here a lot. That sheep is still hanging out down here. So they've looked at everything, and we've worked out a deal. They're going to take the old Draper header. We had this old cultivator laying around. We don't need it anymore. Our mulcher, our roller, and our case planter, or I should say seeder, I'm sorry. And we're going to trade all that stuff in, and then we're going to take home the new MacDon header and the, I think we're taking back the forage harvester, the grass attachment, and the Dalbo roller. So that's why we've got we got both big trucks up here, put the top kick on, or the top kick on the trailer. I think we're going to get the grass header on the flatbed of the top kick and attach the new MacDon header to the back and pull it back, and then we'll put the Dalbo on the tilt deck. So I'm going to go ahead and get this all loaded up, have the shop guys help me. We'll get everything swapped around. I'll bring you guys back when we're getting back to the farm with our new equipment. See you guys shortly. Well, as usual, we did a good job spending a bunch of money. Just made sure the top kick got out of here successfully with the mower header and the new MacDon header. We got the Volvo hooked up to our big tilt deck trailer with the new Dalbo multi-roller. We can swap the rollers out on this. Greater working with, just going to be a significant improvement. Interestingly, I'd been mentioning to the guys at the shop about some of the struggles we've been having with the Volvo. Overall, very happy, great truck. Talking about some sliding, having time to get some traction in the cow pens and pulling heavy loads. So there's actually a drop axle kit for this truck. So we got the long chassis. So they had ordered that a while back, and I had forgotten about it. But since we're up there today, they got that put on for us. So we're now running a triple rear, which should give us better traction and give us more power to the ground, since there isn't an engine upgrade easily for this truck. The other thing is, this truck has been with us since just about the very beginning. Didn't come into town with us. There's a sheep in the meadow, guys. Sheep and chicken over there. but it has 366 miles on it. I think this truck's going to be with the farm till the end. Want to see if we can get that mileage number up to 1,000 miles in game, which would be crazy. So here we are back on the farm. That is a big cornfield, looking good. Unfortunately, our soybeans are all full of weeds. We got them killed, just doesn't look good. And we just got notification when we pulled out that the Magnum here is out of fuel, which, guys, with the number of fields we have, up to 125 acres now, we are burning through fuel. That is, I'm refueling vehicles every single day. Not all of them, but at least some of them. So here we are. We have our new MacDon header, the Dalbo roller on the back of the Volvo, and the grass header for the forage harvester. So we can at some point go to a forage harvester for grass and get away from bales, which I don't think will be for a while, but it was such a good deal. It was hard to pass up. I'm going to run over and see what's wrong with the Magnum. I'll catch up with you guys when it has some fuel. Got the Magnum topped off with some fuel from our new fuel tank. Just heading back over. Let's see about getting him restarted. Yep, we are good to go there. Well, guys, a lot of little projects today, some updates, got some good equipment swapped, got the grass field cut. You guys got to see, I showed you guys a little bit of the new trailer zipping around the field with the Volvo. Such a nice trailer for picking up bales. Came back with a huge roller that replaced a couple pieces of equipment. The new 19 meter MacDon header? I mean, this thing is enormous. And then the harvester grass header as well. So a very productive episode. Also got some wool taken down to the spinnery, got some milk taken to the dairy, and we were out of eggs for the pasta production over at the bakery, so we got that topped off as well. So just a very successful episode. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, but I'll see you in the next one.